सी आता है तो वहां पे भी उनके 2 प्लेयर मौजूद रहेंगे। बट फिलहाल के लिए एनिग्मा वर्सेस चिकन रशर की जो फाइट है वो हमें देखने को मिलने वाली। स्नाइपर डाउन किए गए, फिनिश किए गए। जेट बॉय की बात करी जाए, एगी के हाथों वो भी डाउन किए गए। बट अबरार को आप देखें थर्ड पार्टी करते हुए दिखेंगे। अबरार एक प्लेयर को उन्होंने डाउन जरूर किया है। एनिग्मा के एगी जो थे नोटोरियस का एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड, अभी अपने आप को हील जरूर करे। बट 7C अलादीन बहुत ज्यादा करीब है तो सही। बट देखते हैं क्या ये फाइट लेने के वो इच्छुक होंगे। बट जो प्लेयर वहां पे नॉक पड़ा हुआ है एनिग्मा का, बड़े आसानी से उनको रिवाइव किया जाएगा। बट स्प्रे गॉड को आप देखें, जेट बॉय जिनको नॉक किया गया था एनिग्मा के द्वारा, उनका भी फिनिश 7C आपको लेते हुए दिखाई देंगे।
7C यहाँ पर 2 अलग-अलग स्क्वाड्स को वाइप आउट कर सकते हैं। जिस तरीके से प्लेयर्स आगे की तरफ को मूव कर रहे हैं, नोटोरियस और वैम्पायर आगे भगते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। बट वहीं पर एगी को भी डैमेज दिया जाएगा। इनफैक्ट पीछे से यूडॉक के प्लेयर्स आएंगे, एगी को डाउन करेंगे। एनिग्मा के लिए मुश्किलें बहुत सारी और अलादीन का एक नेड वैम्पायर को लेकर के जाता हुआ। 7C को पता है यहाँ पर प्लेयर्स है, बट क्या उनको पता है यहाँ पर मल्टीपल टीम्स है? वो चीज का रीड यहाँ पर 7C को करके आगे जाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि वो किसी एक प्लेयर को फिनिश करके अगर रुक गए और उनको लगा कि पूरी स्क्वाड खत्म हो चुकी है और अगला प्लेयर उन्होंने नहीं देखा, दिक्कतें बहुत ज्यादा बन सकती है। वहीं पर 3 प्लेयर्स इस घर के अंदर आए हैं जहां पर वो फाइट ले सकते हैं। दूसरी तरफ टीम एक्सपार्क के लिए दिक्कतें बनती हुई, स्काउट अकेले बचे हुए हैं। ओआर वर्सेस टीम एक्सपार्क। वेल, ये फाइट काफी अलग हो सकती है। आदित्य को साइड से शॉट्स आएंगे, आदित्य खुद को फिर से पीछे की तरफ लेकर के जाएगा और यहीं पर 7C प्लेयर्स फिनिश करने की शुरुआत, अच्छी कोशिश टीम्स का सफाया करते हुए। एनिग्मा अभी पार होती हुई।
मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ पे एक प्लेयर उनका अभी भी वहां पे बचा रहेगा, क्योंकि मात्र एक टीम एलिमिनेट हुई है। फिलहाल के लिए हम देखेंगे कौन एलिमिनेट हुई। बट स्काउट अकेले बच्चे अपनी टीम से जाने की कोशिश कर जरूर। बट मावी एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड आया था आदित्य का और इसी के साथ मुझे लगता है आदित्य ने ही वहां पे स्काउट को भी खत्म किया। बट नहीं, ईवो का वो ग्रेनेड था। एक्सपार्क यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट होते हुए 15वें स्थान। ये देख रहा हूं कि स्ट्राइकर क्या वो ये कारनामा वापस से कर सकते हैं, बट नहीं, स्किल्स का वो ग्रेनेड किया, स्ट्राइकर को डाउन किया। इसी के साथ हैदराबाद खत्म हो चुके हैं। बट रेकनिंग वो भी खत्म हो चुके हैं। मात्र केवल एक फिनिश उन्होंने निकाला है और आप देखें 8 टीमें, मात्र 26 प्लेयर सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं। यूडॉक की स्क्वाड जो सर्कल के अंदर थी अब सर्कल के बाहर है। वहीं पे ओल्ड हुड की स्क्वाड आगे आते हुए दिखाई देगी। सुल्तान एक बेहतरीन गेम प्ले अपनी टीम के लिए दिखा जरूर है। हर बार उनका हमें गेम देखने को मिलता है। आज ग्रेनेड्स की बारी है, कल डीपी की बारी थी, आज ग्रेनेड्स की बारिश होने वाली है। देव उनकी एचपी कम है, आयुष आने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। सुल्तान की बात पे वो भी आगे आ रहे हैं, बट क्रेजी वहां पे डैमेज लेते हुए। बट चलिए, कम से कम देव को डाउन किया गया। लास्ट प्लेयर डार्क बचेंगे अपनी टीम से। वहां पे क्या है, ग्रेनेड आया या फिर स्मोक था, वो हमें देखना पड़ेगा। और फिलहाल के लिए ओएस के 3 ही प्लेयर यहाँ पे सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं। एक आखिरी जो उनके प्लेयर थे वो खत्म हो चुके हैं। डार्क लास्ट प्लेयर बचे हुए यूडॉक से। आयुष आगे निकलने की कोशिश करेंगे, बट चलिए डार्क को डैमेज दिया गया और इसी के साथ डार्क खत्म। यूडॉक की स्क्वाड 8वें स्थान पे इस मैच से। गेमिंग वर्सेस द सुपारी गैंग, इनकी फाइट होनी तय हो सकती है एक बार के लिए। अगर निकलने की कोशिश करें, निकला भी जा सकता है। डैडी शायद पुकार ने देखा और डैडी ने भी पुकार को देखा जरूर है। देखते हैं डैडी कुछ कारनामा करेंगे या नहीं। ओह, बिल्कुल डैडी कारनामा करेंगे। उन्होंने पुकार को डाउन किया है, बट चलिए फिनिश कर सकते हैं या नहीं वो भी देखना पड़ेगा। एक ग्रेनेड कुक करा, डेस्ट्रो को वहां पे रिवाइव नहीं करना चाहिए। ठिकाने पे ग्रेनेड गिर सकता था, बट डैडी आप ये गलती इस तरीके से इस ऐसे मोड़ पे आके तो नहीं कर सकते। 2 प्लेयर वहां पे नॉक और एक तो फिनिश होता, एक नॉक होता। बट अभी भी आप देखें एचपी उनकी कम जरूर थी। M249 लेके क्रिश अंदर जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बट निखिल साम्राज्य के हाथों डाउन किए जाएंगे।
एक प्लेयर को पिक यहाँ पर किया गया। वहीं पर अगर हम लोग बात करें डैडी के काफी ज्यादा करीब उनको डैमेज पड़ सकता है। साइड लाइन पे प्लेयर को पिक किया जाएगा। काफी अच्छे तरीके से आप सुपारी गैंग के प्लेयर्स फाइट लेते हुए नजर जरूर आ रहे हैं। आप देखिए एक एक करके प्लेयर्स को पिक किया जाएगा। आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हुए काफी कम एचपी पर, उनको भी यहाँ पर डाउन किया जाएगा। और एक और प्लेयर सर्वाइव करे जो पीछे से आएंगे। आप देखिए एक प्लेयर को पिक यहाँ पर करते हुए पुकार नजर आएंगे। बिल्कुल सामने से डैडी नजर आ जाएंगे। ओपन एरिया में इनको पता जिसमें उस पत्थर के पीछे, उस पेड़ के पीछे इनफैक्ट यहाँ पर प्लेयर हैं और कहीं ना कहीं दिक्कतों में बहुत ज्यादा भर दिया। जंप शॉट यहाँ पर ले सकते हैं बिल्कुल आगे की तरफ को जाकर के। ऑलराइट, साइड लाइन पे दे एक वाइप आउट पुकार के द्वारा 1v3 किया जाएगा। टेस्टो की टीम खो चुकी है, बट प्लेयर्स अभी भी जीवित।
हुई मात्र एक फिनिश, बट ओआर वर्सेस एक्स लाइन। वार के आप प्लेयर को देखें, 3-1 व्हीकल पे निकल जरूर रहे और सीधा मुंह पे उन्होंने गाड़ी रोके। सिंपल को डाउन किया और एक्सी वो भी डाउन है। योद्धा की बात करी जाए, अब अकेले हैं, बाकी के 2 प्लेयर खासा दूर।
ये दिक्कत वाली बात हो सकती है एक्स लाइन्स के लिए, क्योंकि आप देखिए जैसे कि
निकल गए वो
प्लेयर्स। एग्जैक्टली, प्लेयर्स दूर हैं तो दिक्कत बहुत ज्यादा बनेगी, क्योंकि वो रोड पर हल्की से गाड़ी चलती हुई नजर आ रही थी जो अब आगे जा चुके हैं। तो अब योद्धा को ही देखना पड़ेगा। समरा ऐसा लग रहा है क्या वो वापस आ रहे हैं
नहीं
इस फाइट का हिस्सा बनने के लिए? नहीं, वो सामने से और आगे जा रहे हैं, वो फाइट का हिस्सा ही नहीं बनना चाहते इस समय। खैर दोस्त ना रहा।
योद्धा, व्हाट योद्धा, हेलो, उन्होंने खुद पे ग्रेनेड वहां पे अंदर की जरूर है। बट आदित्य सामने मौजूद रहेंगे। चलिए उनको डैमेज दिया गया। व्हाट दोनों प्लेयर को डाउन किया। तीसरा प्लेयर सामने ही वो मौजूद है, वो देख नहीं रहे थे। योद्धा ने ओशन जो गेम खेला है, आई एम सो सॉरी, मैंने अचानक से इतना तेज चीख मारी है, पर योद्धा क्या बेहतरीन गेम प्ले, उनके प्लेयर क्यों नहीं आए? अगर एक उनको कवर फायर मिलता, आराम से वाइप होती हुई ओआर की स्क्वाड में दिखाई देती।
एक समय के लिए योद्धा ने पूरे ओआर को मिनी हार्ट अटैक दे दिया था, बट खैर यहीं पर माधव आए और थोड़ा सा लेट आए। अब समुराई अकेले बचे हुए हैं। वैक्सी सीधा फिनिश ऑफ करने की यहाँ पर कोशिश, और फिनिश ऑफ कर भी लेंगे। अब यहाँ पर प्लेयर्स को खुद को हील जरूर करना है, बट वहीं पर जोन भी आना शुरू हो चुका है। समुराई समझ चुके कि ये गेम नहीं रहेगा इनका। जरूर जब वापस जाकर के एक्साइंस के प्लेयर्स देखेंगे तो एक चीज उनको का एडवांटेज है, लेकिन अगले 30 सेकंड में क्या गेम का एडवांटेज है? बॉट
प्लेयर
सोमराज डाउन करते हुए नजर आएंगे, पर उनको फिनिश किया जाएगा। पुटिंग एन एंड टू द स्टोरी। स्काईलाइट्स का एलिमिनेशन यहां पर होता हुआ हमें नजर आया जरूर है, बट हर टीम के लिए एक सिरदर्द बन के सोमराज यहाँ पर, ऑर्गलेस 5 सही मौके का फायदा उठा दिया, सीधा अंदर रशन करने की कोशिश इनकी। इनको वो ग्रीन सिग्नल मिल चुका, साथ के साथ वो गेम बदलने की कोशिश, और अब टीम के एलिमिनेशंस की शुरुआत करेगी ऑर्गलेस 5। वी आर डाउन टू अ 4v3, जहां पर ऑर्गलेस 5 के प्लेयर्स के फिनिशेस अब आए हैं, उनके खाते अब खुले हैं, लेकिन वो गेम को खत्म करने की जो शुरुआत है वो ये प्लेयर्स करेंगे। पहले इनके पास सर्कल था, बट मेजी अब सर्कल CUXRIB के प्लेयर्स के पास है, लेकिन हम मैन एडवांटेज नहीं है उनके पास। और वहीं पर RIP के ISO एक प्लेयर को पिक करते नजर आएंगे, मेकिंग इट अ 3v2, मेकिंग इट अ 3v2 राइट नाउ। रिवर्स आगे मूव करेंगे, वो बिल्कुल सामने उसको स्पॉट की जगह रिवर्स इज टेकिंग थिंग्स इन हिज ओन हैंड, बट फॉर द फ्रंट गियर, और 6 विल बी टेकन डाउन एज वेल। CUXRIB हिल का एरिया है जरूर, बट हल्का सा सदर्न साइड पर ये एरिया हमें नजर आ रहा है अगर हम लोग बात करें, बट वेल कहीं ना कहीं अगर हम लोग देखें ऑर्गलेस 5 के प्लेयर्स हैं वहां पर, और सोमराज डैमेज देने की अच्छी खासी कोशिश यहां पर करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। बॉम्बर ही स्टिल सर्वाइविंग, कमला बॉय काइलो को यहां पर पिक करते हुए नजर जरूर आएंगे, बट ये एक इनिशियल पिक है, अभी तक वो फाइनलाइजेशन एज सच हुआ नहीं है, तो उसके अराउंड देखते हैं प्लेयर्स किस तरीके से खेल पाते हैं यहाँ पर।
देखिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फाइट ये होने वाली है ऑर्गलेस 5 के लिए। पिछला गेम इनके लिए बहुत अच्छा गया था, वो अपनी फॉर्म को कंसिस्टेंसी के साथ जारी रखना चाहेंगे। कमला बॉय मीनवाइल थोड़े से स्मोक्स का इस्तेमाल करके आगे एक राह बनाना चाहते हैं अपने और अपने टीम के लिए, ताकि वो क्लियरली आगे जा सकें, बट यहाँ पर 6 से समझना पड़ेगा। प्रोन है, ओपन में लेटे हुए हैं, कमला बॉय की मुश्किलें बढ़ाते हुए, बट लुक एट द रिएक्शन स्पीड। कमला बॉय का रिएक्शन यहाँ पे बहुत शानदार तरीके से 6 को टेक डाउन किया, पर ऑर्गलेस 5 क्या वहां पे रिटेलिएशन देखने को मिलेगा उनकी तरफ से।
कहीं ना कहीं दिक्कतें जरूर यहाँ पर होती हमें नजर आएंगे जिस तरीके से प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर फाइट ले रहे हैं, लेकिन वहीं पर आदित्य को भी डाउन किया जाएगा। कमला बॉय इनफैक्ट ऑर्गलेस 5 का 6 को भी पिक करते हुए नजर जरूर आएंगे, बट रिवर्स आदित्य को वहां पर पिक करते हैं। ओआर के लिए मुश्किलें बहुत ज्यादा बन रही है, लेकिन यहाँ पर कमला बॉय को देखिए एक एक करके प्लेयर्स को डाउन कर रहे हैं, लेकिन काइलो अभी भी सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं। दिस प्लेयर इज इंडीड अ राइजिंग स्टार, अ शाइनिंग स्टार, जिस तरीके से इनकी कोशिश है, बट काइलो क्या ये फाइट निकाल पाएंगे? वेल स्पॉट किया जरूर था, बट तब तक देर हो चुकी थी। स्काईलाइट्स गेमिंग अभी भी जीवित
वर्सेस स्काईलाइट गेमिंग, बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन फाइट ये होने वाली है। 4v4 की सिचुएशन, बट आप देखें 2 प्लेयर उन्होंने लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे छोड़ रखा है, उनको भी पता है कि वो पीक नहीं कर सकते, सोल को भी पता है कि वो पीक नहीं कर सकते, बट रॉक्स वहां पे एक ग्रेनेड कुक करते हुए, ग्रेनेड पहले भी वहां पे गया था, पुकार को वहां पे थोड़ा बहुत डैमेज पड़ा, बट सोमराज की बात करी जाए इस वक्त थोड़ी सी दिक्कतें उनके लिए हो सकती थी, बट नहीं, ग्रेनेड को उन्होंने पीछे छोड़ा, खुद को आगे रखा। वीरू उनके ऊपर भी एक ग्रेनेड आया, एक और ग्रेनेड रॉक्स का जाता हुआ, डैमेज देंगे पुकार को, बट नॉक नहीं हो पाएगा। बट सोमराज को आप देखें किस तरीके से ग्रेनेड को डॉज कर रहे, वापस से वो पीछे के साइड पे गए, उनके लिए दिक्कतें नहीं होने वाली, बट अब डेस्ट्रो एंड कमला बॉय उनको ज्वाइन करेंगे और अब एक प्रॉपर 4v4 की फाइट चलती हुई।
देखिए स्कारलेट्स गेमिंग का प्लान बिल्कुल साथ, स्कारलेट्स गेमिंग पे 2 प्लेयर्स को यहाँ पर नॉक करके फिनिश भी कर दिया जाएगा। वहीं अगर एनिग्मा की जो आप बात करें तो मेरे ख्याल से आखिरी प्लेयर थोड़ा सा पहले ही आगे जोन के बाहर फंस चुके थे। रेक्स यहाँ पे जोन से खत्म होते आपको नजर आएंगे। टीम एनिग्मा आई स्टिल फील कि एक प्लेयर उनका कहीं ना कहीं अभी भी सर्वाइव कर रहा है। मीनवाइल स्कारलेट्स गेमिंग की बात की जाए, कमला बॉय इज द लास्ट वन स्टैंडिंग। देखिए पिछले मैच में पुकार थे, उससे पहले मैच में सोमराज थे, अब यहाँ पे एक प्लेयर जो बचा है वो कमला बॉय है। क्या क्लच आएगा? जी नहीं, गॉड लाइक चारों प्लेयर एक साथ कुछ करते हैं और स्कारलेट्स
जो प्लेयर नॉक था उनको रिवाइव कर दिया जाएगा, बट स्ट्राइकर डाउन किए गए, बट मोस्ट प्रोबेबली रिवाइवल पॉसिबल होगा, मिल भी जाएगा, दिक्कत नहीं होने वाले। बट स्काउट ओपी नोटोरियस उनको डाउन करेंगे।
डाउन तो किया है, बट वो फिनिश निकालना काफी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, उसके लिए नेड्स यहाँ पर किए जा रहे हैं। 60 टीम में 19 लोग अभी भी जीवित, और ऊपर स्काउट ने एक प्लेयर को स्पॉट किया। दिक्कत बस इतनी है कि स्काउट अगर हल्का सा आगे जाएंगे तो वो ओपन एरिया में यहाँ पर स्पॉट डाउन हो जाएंगे। वैक्सी वहां पर सेल्सियस के एक प्लेयर को और यहाँ पर टेक डाउन करते हैं, और OR स्पोर्ट्स सेल्सियस का एलिमिनेशन निकालती 6 टीमें। अब बची हैं 18 लोग जीवित, जहां पर OR स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर्स अब हल्का सा जोन से बाहर है, तो उसके लिए दिक्कतें उनको होंगी और मावी उनको सर्कल के बाहर पकड़ते नजर आएंगे। और वहीं पर ओआर के प्लेयर्स को भी एक एक करके बाहर का रास्ता दिखाने की यहाँ पर कोशिश है, पर हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के प्लेयर्स को डैमेज काफी ज्यादा दिया जा रहा है। इनफैक्ट स्काउट मैंटी को डाउन करेंगे और खुद को आगे जाने को उनको ग्रीन सिग्नल हल्का सा मिलेगा। कैरी हॉक का इस्तेमाल करेंगे, उजी के को डाउन करेंगे, बट वहीं पर मावी आते हैं चिकन रशीद के स्नाइपर को डाउन करते हुए। लो ग्राउंड टू हाई ग्राउंड, बहुत टैक्टिकल होता है फाइट लेना, बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल होता है फाइट लेना, बट टीम एक्सपार्क यहाँ पर कर रही है।
मावी एंड स्काउट की एक डेडली जो कॉम्बो जो डुओ है वो हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिलती हुई। दोनों प्लेयर जिस तरीके से साथ में रह के भागते हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे। देखिए स्काउट मावी साथ में वहां पे रहेंगे, बट चिकन रशर्स उन्होंने कोशिश बहुत ज्यादा की, बट ज्यादा दूर तक अपने आप को ले नहीं पाएंगे। 5वें स्थान पे वो यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट हुए, बट आप देखे टीम एक्सपार्क निकल रही है, बट सर्कल टीम एक्सपार्क के पास है। बट आप एक्सलॉयन को देखे यहाँ पे ओशन किस तरीके से उन्होंने अपने आप को सर्वाइव कराया। फिनिशेस भी है उनके पास, 5 फिनिशेस उन्होंने निकाले, अपने आप को टॉप 4 में पहुंचाया। और अब जब वो 16वें स्थान पे थे, इस मैच के बाद और ज्यादा ऊपर दिखेंगे।
एक्स लाइन्स के प्लेयर्स काफी अच्छे एरिया पर है, बट वहीं पर स्काउट पे से डैमेज देते नजर आते हैं। लो ग्राउंड टू हाई ग्राउंड का जो कंपोजर रहता है उसको बनाने की कोशिश, उसको बिठाने की कोशिश यहाँ पर चल रही है। हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के प्लेयर्स, टीम एक्सपार्क का जो तीसरा प्लेयर अभी के लिए जीवित है, उसके ऊपर प्रेशर डालने की कोशिश ये प्लेयर्स कर रहे हैं। कैरी बिल्कुल आगे आ चुके थे, उनको अगर वो यहाँ से जंप मारे डेफिनेटली नीचे आएंगे। अल्ट्रॉन वहां पर पीछे जो बैकएंड का एरिया रहता है, कोई भी प्लेयर अगर ओपन में आया तो अल्ट्रॉन उसको देखेंगे। स्काउट थोड़ा सा आगे, मावी हल्का सा पीछे, स्मोक्स और किए जा रहे हैं यहाँ पर प्लेयर्स के द्वारा। बट इन सब के बीच में कैरी ऑलमोस्ट गिरने वाले थे। वेल मैटी गोस डाउन, वन प्लेयर स्ट्राइकर गोस डाउन एज़ वेल। एक-एक करके गिर के यहाँ पर फिनिश ऑफ होते नजर आ सकते हैं और बस सब हो रहा है। अच्छे पिक्स निकालेंगे, देखते ही देखते हैदराबाद हाइड्रास इज श्रेडेड into pieces। और कहीं ना कहीं टीम एक्सपार्क भी वहीं पर आ चुके। स्काउट को देखिए बिल्कुल आगे की तरफ को पहुंच चुके और एक एक करके प्लेस पर टेक डाउन किया। स्काउट ओपी टू ओपी फॉर द लॉबी राइट नाउ।
यस बिल्कुल, जिस तरीके से वहां पे माधव एंड दोनों प्लेयर इंतजार कर रहे थे कि कोई तो आएगा, आए और इसी के साथ सेलिब्रेट किया। बट स्काउट ओपी उनके पास कुछ और था दिखाने को और अभी भी बहुत सारी चीजें बची हुई है। और आप देखें किस तरीके से ओआर के पीछे वो पड़े हुए व्यक्ति आदित्य बॉली वहां पे गिरा जरूर डैमेज दिया जाएगा। आदित्य माफी को डाउन करते हुए, बट स्काउट वो पीछे मौजूद है, उन्होंने आदित्य को डाउन किया। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली जो आखिरी फिनिश था वो भी उनके पास जाएगा, बट नहीं, अल्ट्रॉन थे जिन्होंने वेक्सी को वहां पे डाउन किया। बट अब इसी के साथ 3v1 का सिचुएशन को वहां पे डाउन किया। बट अब इसी के साथ 3v1 का सिचुएशन होता हुआ एस ब्लैक नीचे गिरे, बट चलिए कम से कम डैमेज नहीं पड़ा, सर्वाइव करेंगे। बट ओशियन 1v3
बहुत मुश्किल सिचुएशन यहाँ पर उसके एस ब्लैक। आई मीन केपेबल है ये प्लेयर, बट क्या केपेबिलिटी इस समय निकल करके आएगी। सर्कल के अंदर आ चुका है, बट एक ग्रेनेड ऑलमोस्ट एस ब्लैक को यहाँ पर पिक कर सकता था। टीम एक्सपार्क का ये जो डिसीजन था सही मौके पर एक्सलॉयंस के ऊपर जाने का, वो that was actually one of the best decisions जो यहाँ पर टीम एक्सपार्क ने अभी लिया है। और कहीं ना कहीं काफी अच्छे तरीके से कंपोजर अपना बना करके रखा। ग्रेनेड्स, मोलोटॉव सब किया जा रहा है। एस ब्लैक को देखिए उनके आसपास आग लगी हुई जरूर है, बट कहीं ना कहीं टीम एक्सपार्क के भी मैं बोलूंगा यहाँ पर प्लेयर्स आगे एग्रेस करके वो फिनिश लेना चाहते हैं। प्लेयर्स ढूंढने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं आखिरी प्लेयर है कहां पर। स्काउट, अल्ट्रॉन, मावी, तीनों प्लेयर्स यहां पर बिल्कुल कंपोजर अच्छा बनाने की कोशिश। एस ब्लैक स्टिल सर्वाइविंग, स्टिल ट्राइंग टू गेट अ गुड फाइट। नेट्स किए गए हैं, उनकी लोकेशन आई गेस अब प्रॉपर्ली पता चल चुके हैं। तीनों प्लेयर्स शायद आगे की तरफ को मूव करना चाहें, बट सर्कल एग्जैक्टली इज द रियल एमवीपी। एस ब्लैक को बाहर तो खदेड़ेगा, बट टीम एक्सपार्क की झोली में पूरा गेम ला करके दे दिया है इस जोन ने एंड उनके एग्रेसिव स्टांस ने। 15 पॉइंट्स टीम एक्सपार्क, उनको शायद ही कोई रोक सकता है, अगर रोका तो एस ब्लैक होंगे वो।
जी बिल्कुल, आप देखिए कि जैसे सर्कल बना वहां पे टीम एक्सपार्क के जो प्लेयर रश कर रहे थे वो पीछे, बट चले स्काउट ने देख लिया और इसी के साथ एस ब्लैक खत्म हो गए।
ऊपर रेवेनेंट के प्लेयर्स, सोचिए अगर ऐसे में रेवेनेंट के प्लेयर्स आए और गाड़ी लगा दिया और ब्लास्ट कर दिया तो कितना ज्यादा दिक्कत हो जाएगा 7G के प्लेयर्स
को आप देखें उतना ज्यादा ऊपर थे, उसके बावजूद गमला बॉय ने उनको डाउन किया एंड ज़ीगॉड एंड नियो दोनों फंस गए। बट क्लच गॉड वो पीछे मौजूद है, ज़ीगॉड को भी डाउन किया गया। क्लच गॉड के एचपी काफी ज्यादा कम है, साम्राज को वहां पे डाउन किया गया, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली खत्म किए जाएंगे। बट ज़ीगॉड, नियो दोनों ऊपर नॉक हुए, बचाने का कोई मौका बन सकता है, यानी थोड़ी देर में पता चलने वाला। बट क्लच गॉड एचपी काफी ज्यादा कम, साम्राज को डाउन किया गया था, वो भी यहाँ पे खत्म होते हुए दिखाई देंगे। 2 प्लेयर डाउन है। सामने स्काईलाइट की बात करें, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली उनका भी हमें 2 प्लेयर डाउन होता हुआ दिखाई देगा। डेस्ट्रो उनके एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम हो चुके हैं। पीछे मुझे लगता है निग्मा के जो प्लेयर है उनको डैमेज दे जरूर दे रहे हैं। डेस्ट्रो बड़े सही टाइम पे स्मोक के अंदर आए हैं, खुद को बचाने की कोशिश रहेगी। जॉनथन का जाता हुआ डेस्ट्रो, वो भी डाउन हो गए। गमला बॉय आखिरी प्लेयर अपनी टीम से सरवाइव करते हुए।
और जॉनथन बिल्कुल आगे जा रहे हैं। 1-on-1 का बैटल हो सकता है। उन सीढ़ियों पर यहाँ पर रिवाइव देने की कोशिश जरूर करी जा रही है और वहीं पर जॉनथन प्रेशर बनाना चाहते हैं। अब देखिए एकेएम है इनके पास, बट आगे की तरफ को मूवमेंट इनको करनी पड़ेगी। उस सीढ़ियों के एरिया पर रिवाइवल जरूर दिया गया है। अब जॉनथन बिल्कुल सामने आएंगे, फाइट लेने की पूरी अच्छी कोशिश, लेकिन कम लोगों पर नॉक और फिनिश जरूर किया जाएगा। इस बार गॉड लाइक दिक्कतें देना चाहती है स्काईलाइट्स का पुकार। आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हुए, उनके बिल्कुल सामने यहाँ पर मल्टीपल प्लेयर्स रहेंगे और बिल्कुल सामने आकर के स्काईलाइट्स का सबसे पहला एलिमिनेशन। गॉड लाइक बेहतरीन कोशिश जॉनथन।
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. And let me tell you one thing, today is the day, although it is still the semi-finals, it is a massive day. My name, of course, is Angad the Experiment Chehal. Joining me is a gem of a person, but we know him better as Floki. Floki, day 4, only 16 teams are going to go forth. But the question is, who are they going to be?
Well, that is the eternal question that we are here to answer. We've been trying to answer it for the past 3 days, but I think today we're going to be able to say for sure within a couple of games. Now, a lot of teams are down there at the bottom. A lot of good names that we are hoping would perform have not really lived up to the mark. Of course, you know who I'm going to be talking about. No names right away. But, yeah, I'm hoping that today they're able to make a comeback. Yeah, it has something to do with some transcendental properties of the being.
Is that it?
Yeah, nothing physical. I mean, I could potentially be talking about the spirit of a person, a synonym for that.
Are you trying to say soul? You can just say it out loud. Well, of course you are. Of course, they still have one last opportunity today to, make it or break it. And speaking about making it or breaking it, none of this would have been possible without the iQOO 9 series. Now, of course, in my hand, I have the 9 Pro. Duh. And in his hand, he has the 9. The thing is, he's got that matte black finish. And why can't I just get that for just one go? Just. You want to exchange phones? Nah, actually, I'm used to this one right now.
Hey, you've been the pro. You deserve the pro.
Oh, I like that. Cheers. But anyway, it is going to be action-packed. But before that, again, you've got to keep one thing in mind. None of this would have been possible had iQOO not put this massive pedestal for all our players out there to, come and bask in the spotlight, and either they make it or they break it or they go home packing. Now, before we do get to the nitty-gritty of things, I'm sure everybody wants to know about the matches, everybody wants to know about whether their favorite team is going to go through. Keep one thing in mind: each team still has 4 games in hand. Of course, we are going to play a total of 6, but 4 games is what it comes down to, Floki.
Absolutely, you just get 4 games over here to try and make it or break it. And a lot of teams who weren't performing as well yesterday, the pressure is going to be on today to just try and wake up from the deep slumber and start putting up those numbers one way or the other. Placements or finishes, take your pick, you go for it, but make sure you get those numbers, because otherwise we might be saying goodbye to you in the bottom 8. And guess what? A lot of names out there that a lot of fans probably do not want to say goodbye to.
Of course, because if you talk about the leaderboard as such, which will be coming out, let's do one thing. Let's actually, again, since we did mention the iQOO 9 series, let's have the official word from the official smartphone sponsor of BGIS 2021.
Pew, pew.
Well, there you have it. You know, the question is, of course, what do you do when you have the monster inside?
Oh, yeah.
First of all, we unleashed it, but now what we got to do is we got to feed the monster gamer inside all of you. And, well, with that monster Snapdragon 8th Gen 1, I think it's going to be a lot easy.
Absolutely, and it's also got a couple of other features that you might not have known. Well, it has got the 120-watt flash charge, which basically means in 6 minutes, you can get to 50% battery, or if you're willing to wait for a couple of 12 minutes more, it's going to go all the way up to 100%, 18 minutes for a full shot. That's all it takes.
I mean, that is just ridiculous. 0 to
Yeah.
100 real quick. But again, before we do get on with the action, let's have a look and see what this bad boy is packing. Because as you mentioned, we do have the Snapdragon 8 Gen 1, the 120-watt flash charge, full coverage liquid cooling systems. That means, well, things might be heating up in the game, but your hands and your device is going to be cool. Of course, we also have the dual X-axis linear motor, which means, well, everything is going to be stable, and it helps in a little bit of photography as well. Now, the thing is, what stands out for me the most in this device is, of course, you and I, we played a few games of BGMI over the last couple of days that we've been together. Man, seamless gameplay, and if you want to have the ultimate gaming performance, well, this is the device for you. Either one of these of course, are the iQOO 9 series.
Absolutely. I mean, the best part about having a full coverage liquid cooling system is the fact that when you plug it into charge and you're still playing, it doesn't heat up that easily. So, you can continue to play. You don't have to feel like, gotta drop my phone because it's charging over here. Can't do two things at once. Not the case with this bad boy right here.
Looks like gone are the days when we had those little fans next to our devices, and well, it's better for everyone. Now, of course, let's find out what all the fuss is about, why we are even here, because a lot of money is involved, and well, the prize pool says it all. It's a whopping 1 crore rupees, and guess what? First place walks away with half of that, 50 big ones.
Absolutely, 50 lakh rupees to the victor over here. But of course, to find out who it's going to be, it is going to be one of these 24 teams, that is for sure. But to find out exactly who, well, you're going to have to wait for a couple more days in the grand finals. We also got a couple of rewards here for individual performances, with the MVP getting 1 lakh, the Lone Ranger getting 50k, Rampage Freak and Redeemer also getting 50k each, and most finishes by a squad getting 50k. I probably know a team that can fulfill that requirement. The name starts with G and ends with E, but there's a lot more other stuff to talk about. So let's jump to the point standings and see how they're distributed.
Well, the point distribution is something that you all are going to be familiar with. Of course, first place walks away with 15, second gets 12, third gets 10, and as we go down, well, you get the gist of things. Now, you don't want to be caught dead in the 13th to 16th position, because as far as placements go, you get nothing. But keep in mind, 1 finish equals 1 point, which basically I love the fact that, they are giving aggression a little bit of, well, moment in the spotlight.
Absolutely. I mean, for all of these aggressive teams, the dream game is trying to make it to top 4 or top 5 with 8 to 9 finishes to work with. You're making sure that you get a good average of around 50 to 16 points per game, and that is more than enough to make it to the grand finals.
And well, speaking of points, let's have a look and see which all maps are going to be played today, because I'm sure you already know, but the question is, do you know your ABCs? Because to kick things off, we are going to be jumping in Erangel, then we have Miramar, then we have Erangel, then we are heading to the tropical island of Sanhok, after which, of course, we have a Miramar and an Erangel as well. And as far as the ABCs go, well, it is going to be B versus C, A versus B, A versus C, B versus C, A versus C, A versus B. Calm down, people. I'm not having a stroke. I'm just reading out what's on the screen.
Absolutely. We're going to be having a lot of action-packed games over here, and especially for some of the aggressive teams on Sanhok, they would prefer to be on that map. I mean, especially for someone like God, if you manage to get on Sanhok, well, it's your oyster pretty much, because you like to be aggressive on a map where you can't really predict where the circle's going to go, or you can't really play for the zone as much. It's a lot better to go in and take initiative, take a couple of fights, and push the advantage that you already have.
I mean, especially for a team like God, they might just land down in Painan, and well, from there, if they hear a few shots, they are going to go out on the hunt.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But we also got a couple of other things in store for you over here. I believe we are going to be jumping into the teams right now and having a look at who else are going to be coming up.
Before that, let's do one thing. Let me just remind you, before we get all the action sorted for today, let's jump back in history, right? We're just going to go back one day. Day 3. Oh my goodness, we saw some epic comebacks, and a few teams did make some statements that they are going to run away with a few chicken dinners, which a couple of teams did. And before that, let's have a look at the overall standings, and if you can spot your favorite team, well, are they in the position that you had hoped for? Because at the tippity top, we have Skylights Gaming with 157 points, Team EXO in second with 145, and of course, Hyderabad Hydras, they made a massive jump yesterday, Floki.
Oh yeah.
They are now in third with 132.
Absolutely. A lot of teams breaching the 130-point mark over here. Well, not a lot. I mean, a couple of teams are breaching the 130-point mark. But I believe today, if Skylights Gaming really start popping off, maybe we see them cross 200. You know, that'd be a good number to hit. But we also got TSM, Godlike, OR, UDOG, and X-Park in the top 8 over here. And for the most part, as long as they don't have a lot of blunders today, they should be, fine and dandy and making it to the grand finals. Can't say the same for the teams on the next slide, though.
Well, the teams on the next slide, there you have it. Enigma Gaming, even they jumped up a few ranks after day 3. They have 89, tied with the Supari gang. And, well, you know what I'm going to say. We do give precedence to position over finishes. Now, of course, there are esports. Again, they had a good game last night. And they are sitting in the 15th spot with 77. Again, Floki, the margin for error A is pretty slim now.
Oh, yeah.
Also, the margin between the teams is not that great. But this is the slide you don't want to be. And of course, I am talking about the 17th to the 24th position. However, keep one thing in mind. If they have a couple of good games today, they might just edge past the others and make it to the top 16.
Absolutely. A lot of teams over here very close to making it. 7C, in fact, in that 17th place, should be able to make it if they get themselves a couple of top 5, top 6 finishes to work with. Not sure if I can say the same about Seoul, Chicken Rushes and 247 Gaming, though, because they might be in a world of trouble. You know, they're probably going to have to win at least 2 chicken dinners and then also play well on the other maps to make it.
You know, we did kind of see a little bit of a pattern breakout, right? Initially, Seoul did go for the aggression. They were out on a hunt, you know, trying to get some finishes to their names. And yesterday, I do believe they were a bit passive. I get it, you know, you want to try things out if something isn't working. But let me just give you a few stats and figures. Now, on day 1, Seoul ended up after 4 games with 13 points. And on day 2, they ended up with 39. So again, you know, you have your good days and you have your bad. Tonight, well, just might be the day that Seoul might just tug on your heartstrings. Now, of course, before we jump in the action, let me just remind you which all teams are going to be battling it out on the battlegrounds down below because, well, Group B is going to take on Group C.
Absolutely. And in Group B, we've got teams like the Hyderabad Hydras, 7C Esports, Tactical Esports, Team X-Park, Enigma Gaming, UDOG India, R Esports, and Seoul. But we also got a couple of other teams in groups here we're going to be having an eye on soon. UDOG India, though, I'm really expecting good things from them.
Of course, and the thing is, you know, they are going to go up against the likes of Godlike Esports, Skylights Gaming, the Orglist 5, TSM, 247 Gaming, Team EXO, Revenant Esports, and CO Rip Mizo. Now, let me just bring up the last team that I just mentioned. CO Rip Mizo didn't have the best of days on day 1. In fact, they were bottom of the table with 3 points to their names.
Wow.
However, they did manage to get a chicken dinner, and, you know, they have climbed up the ladder. Chances are they might just make it. But again, there is going to be a lot of pressure tonight. We get that, right? Of course, 4 games for some is going to be, well, nothing. But again, for all these teams, it's going to basically last a lifetime because as you love saying, you know, if they do make it to the finals, they have a chance for all that life-changing money.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, the money, I mean, I understand a lot of players are in it for the glory too, but the money is no small factor over here. You know, 15 lakh rupees for first place. I mean, these sorts of prize pools, they were relatively unheard of a couple of years ago, and now that you've got these big tournaments coming up, the pressure's going to be increasing. Even the players who have been veterans of the scene probably going to be feeling that too, you know, starting to creep up a little bit in the grand finals. But once again, the underdogs, they've got the least to lose, so I have high expectations from them for today.
Well, looks like business is booming, especially with esports here in India, and I'm sure, you know, in the coming few months, in the coming years, the prize pool is just going to keep going higher and higher, and I guess you and I might need to do a little bit of a switcheroo because, you know, sitting over here, we won't get any of that, but you know what? We love what we're doing, and I hope you all enjoy yourselves as well, because in a few short moments, the casters are going to stop talking, and, well, the action is going to break out in Erangel. But before that, now, we all know the pressure that the teams are in. Now, the ones at the top, you know, the ones that have a considerable lead, well, they are still going to be in a good spot. I don't think they're going to be worried at all, right? Again, the end game is you want to make sure you finish from 1 to 16. Now, for the teams that are on page 2, I'm talking probably 10 down. From the 10th position down, it is going to be a bit tricky. But again, all they've got to do is make sure they have a level head and, well, let their skills prevail.
Absolutely. I mean, for a lot of these teams, you know, especially from that 9 to 16 spot, it's going to be a bit of a harder affair because not only are they trying to make sure they don't get relegated, but at the same time, they're trying to make sure that they are able to score a couple of points, you know, maybe even break into the top 8. The teams in the top 4, though, I don't think they care anymore. I mean, Skylights Gaming, OR Esports, Godlike, these guys have nothing to worry about, so they can just, you know, just kick their feet back up. If they got a couple of experiments to run, in fact, I think now would be the best time, no pun intended, because, well, you know, the grand finals are going to be coming up, and you kind of want to have an arsenal of strats in your strat book.
You do indeed, and the thing is, you want to have an arsenal because if you just go with one play, if you are a one-trick pony, chances are that someone could be reading you like an open book. Now, before Erangel is spilled full of blood, let's have a look and see if you can spot where we are because, well, we are going to have a little bird's eye view as we fly, or rather soar, over Erangel. But for now, we're going to be hitting the ground as we go through the deserted street of Pochinki. And, well, I do want to see some action break out over here sooner rather than later. Now, we do know Skylights Gaming, when they are going to be in the group, they're definitely dropping down. The question is someone going to take the fight to them?
Absolutely. I mean, Skylights Gaming have been having a gala time just looting up Pochinki every single time they're on Erangel. Doesn't seem like anyone has bothered contesting them too much. Even if a team does drop nearby, it's potentially just for the little scraps of loot that they can find, maybe a couple of vehicles, and then they rotate out of there. So, Skylights Gaming getting free reign on Pochinki is not something I was anticipating coming over here. But we'll see if today that is going to change, and if they do end up being contested. I'm also hoping that a couple of other teams over here finally start performing, especially, UDOG, India, Seoul, all of these teams, they really need those points to make sure they're able to maintain that spot. UDOG India, just to go and add on a little bit more about them, I feel like they have been a team that is somewhat inconsistent. They do have their moments of brilliance where they, get themselves a bunch of chicken dinners, and then a couple of times they just got napping and you're wondering why would they do that and what the hell they were thinking. But I feel like right now for UDOG India, confidence is the biggest thing. So if they're able to feel a little confident today and they've woken up on the right side of the bed, I believe they're going to slaughter everyone on the server.
Well, I do believe, if you do look at yesterday and how the games went down, they again, late bloomers as far as UDOG India are concerned, because they did get that chicken dinner and, well, they did finish relatively high in the remaining games. And the question is, are they going to go down in ruins, or are they going to prevail? Because if that momentum is still there, if it's still pushing them forward, well, they just might steamroll the opposition. But now, ladies and gentlemen, this is all out the window, because for the first time on the last day of the semi-finals, the Big Bird is going to take to the skies, and, well, the weather does look clear. It is a nice sunny day for some gunning action down below, and if you know your map, you know where we are flying to. But, well, Floki's going to take over and let us know what's happening with the teams.
Absolutely, we're going to be flying all the way above Milta Power and going towards Quarry, a very southern favored flight path over here. So a lot of teams that like going up there towards Georgopol Hospital, Yasnia Poliana, going to be in a world of trouble because their rotations are going to take forever. And I see a lot of teams dropping in early, and it's probably the teams that do want to make their way towards those northernmost locations. I mean, Mansion is also going to be a little bit hard to get to. Yasnia Poliana is probably out of the picture over here. Even getting to school could be bothersome, but even maybe if you drop right about now, you should be able to get there in one fell swoop. Well, we'll see if that does end up happening, because a lot of these teams are going to be changing up their drop locations given that flight path, and we might be seeing a lot of early skirmishes breaking out given the fact that Sosnovka military base should be seeing a couple of teams coming in, and so should Pochinki and Ruins. Which means that I think for a change at last, Skylights Gaming might actually have someone contesting them. But
I mean, it looks like it, but the thing is, as soon as they drop down, things could be different.
Oh yeah, they most certainly could. It seems that if any team does end up dropping into Pochinki right now, it is going to be Skylights Gaming, but are they going to get... Oh, okay. Well, we're going to start right where we ended yesterday with a very eastern favored circle. Let's see what these teams are made of.
I think, again, looks like the action is continuing from last night, but the thing is, Team EXO now lead the charge in Erangel with 94 finishes to themselves. But speaking of Team EXO, looks like Punk is going to be looting their Milta, and the enemies might just see him sooner rather than later. Now, the circle is going to be a bit of a predicament for most of the teams that are going to be heading towards Georgopol, because again, we do see all those clashes, all the teams locking horn when they are in transit, and I want to see something different today. I want to see at least a couple of teams which have, their teammates riding shotgun, because you don't always have to get out of the vehicle. I know it's a bit of a risky move, but speaking of risky moves, looks like some aid is going to come in, and now they're going to just play bumper cars over here, because they know nobody has some weapons, and it is going to be a race to the first little bit of fortification. Some weapons are going to be picked up, but TSM, boy, they are playing a dangerous game. Now, of course, they are going to scoot a bit to the left in case 247 they decide to stop. Looks like it is going to be a race to Georgopol or the hospital or the compounds nearby, but for now, I do believe they were almost about to stop, but again, TSM.
What are TSM doing?
They're just applying the pressure. They are just going to try and bully them. Now, the thing is, if 247 Gaming know what their clothes look like, they might have an idea who they're up against, but it is going to be a race for the first gun, and looks like 247 beat them to the Georgia Paul containers and the warehouses.
Absolutely. I mean, TSM are not going to be able to get their hands on any of the weapons that are over here, but at the same time, I feel the information that they found has been absolutely worth it. Even though they chased and they lost a little bit of fuel in the process, it's going to be well worth it just seeing where the members from the side of 247 Gaming went to. And in fact, it does seem that there are a couple of members from the side of TSM in hospital already. So 247 Gaming, they might be walking into a trap. Shadow OG, he's got himself a couple of things to work with. And soon enough, if he sees a head peeking out and peering out for some information, he could blow it clean off. He's got the perfect weaponry to do it too. But in the meantime, Seoul, I don't believe anyone's going to be contesting them. They are having a very gala time looting, well, this little patch of the map. I do believe it is somewhere near Pochinki, or am I wrong?
It's actually, I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, it is going to be on the western coast.
So
they are going to be, in fact, west of Korea. There you have a look. The map is going to be popping up. Seoul are going to be all the way by the seaside, well, west of Gotka as well. And for now, the only team that is going to be dangerously close for them is going to be Oculus 5. And I don't see any clashes happening just yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit uncharacteristic of Seoul, right? Usually they do like dropping into mansion. It was in the circle this time around, but it seems that there's been a bit of change of plans over here.
Well, the thing is, you know, we do have a couple of teams that love dropping there, and they aren't going to take chances. Now, Godlike, they love going to Yasnaya, and sooner or later, once they are done looting, they have that little southern trajectory, right? So they do love coming down south, and if they see anyone in the distance, well, chances are they are going to fire a few shots, and looks like we are practicing for smokes already, because speaking of Godlike, I think they're already ready. Although they don't have any weapons, they don't have any helmets, they don't have any backpacks, they are still ready to go on the prowl. But for now, they are going to be looting Yasnaya while everything else is still calm. Now, if we have a look at the stats, boy oh boy, one thing pops out, and that is the total damage.
Wow.
16,807 to be precise.
Absolutely. I mean, Godlike have been adept at securing all these knocks. As you can see, the number of damage, the amount of damage that they have done nearly doubles the number of finishes that they have found. So clearly it seems that Godlike have no trouble finding those picks. Converting them into actual finishes and something tangible is something that it seems that they've been lacking a little bit of polish on. But once again, that is how Godlike likes to play. You know, they're okay losing one player if it means that it does result in a squad wipe. The question is, how do they play post that situation? Because it's one thing to get, you know, a wipe when there's 16 teams in the server and you lost one member. It's another thing to get a wipe when there's only 7 teams remaining and you've just taken out one. So Godlike really need to find that perfect balance between when to play aggressively, because their aggression or the mechanical skill isn't the problem. It's just the timing, that is.
You know, I definitely agree with you, but I am not going to be complaining one single bit, because they entertain when they go in for those fights, and you know, depending on whether they
X-Spark occupying Rozok. Towards the southern side there is Tactical near Farm, and towards Milta you've got Exo. So a lot of the entry points into the current circle, they're kind of being gate kept over here. And speaking of Exo, well, another interesting stat, they were the team that secured the second highest finishes yesterday.
The thing is, you know, of course, the second highest, you are right, but the thing is, you know, sooner or later the teams are going to move further inland. They are going to try and get a nice little spot for themselves towards the center of the circle, and a few options might just open up for all the teams heading down from Georgie. Now, Skylights Gaming, your leaders on the leaderboard with 157 points to their name, just a few points shy of 15,000 as far as damage is concerned. But again, since the blue is going to be on the move, Skylights Gaming, they are going to be in a good position since Pochinki is still in the circle. But if you notice one thing, U-Dog in there were dangerously close by, and sooner or later, if Skylights aren't careful, if they are, you know, taking a little stroll along that road, oh boy, a few shots might just come down via the church.
Absolutely, that road is not lonely at all. If you try and walk it, well, you're not going to be having any broken dreams, but also, if you try and walk it, well, you're not going to be having any broken dreams, but also possibly a couple of broken ribs or a broken skull, depending on where those bullets land. In the meantime, we're going to be having a look at TSM trying to make their way from the blue towards Rozok. Now, this could get interesting, because I do see a couple of other teams also going there. If you could get the map up on our screens right now, that'd be great. But yeah, TSM at this point, they are trying to make sure that they are able to group up as one. They will tag a little bit of the blue, you know, get some extra loot to work with. But once again, they can't delay the rotations for too long, because if you look at the map, well, the circle is going to be very, very unforgiving. You can only rotate in from one side, or well, 3 sides instead of the usual 4, and that could end up being, well, it could force TSM's hand, and get them into a fight.
It could indeed, but of course the TSM, they are looking good, 119 points, and they should easily make it through to the next zone. And now the circle is going to shift a bit further down south. That means all the teams coming in from George Paul, well, they have quite a long drive up ahead of them now. Godlike are going to be on the move soon enough as well, and when they are on the move, you better make sure that your safety is on, because if you accidentally fire a shot, chances are they just might come knocking. But as TSM do make it to the circle, they are going to pass themselves up. However, looks like Hyderabad Hydras could be coming in hot from behind as an airdrop does fall from the heavens above. It is an MG3. It does have a 4-time scope. I guess there's something for everyone.
Absolutely. Well, no particular sniper rifles this time around, if you know what I'm talking about. Unfortunately, or rather fortunately, there is going to be that M3. So we'll see if any team does decide to loot up that airdrop. It does seem that a lot of teams have their eyes set on it, and 7Cs are one of them. But getting towards it is going to be a risky proposition, because they'll have to give up their high ground and start fighting low ground, which is even dangerous than... I mean, it's even more dangerous than being the team on the low ground fighting against high ground players.
Now, the only issue with this place, the lumberyard, just south of the shelter, is that, yes, you do have a good vantage point, but the thing is, it is way too open, and you can be shot at from either side, like, TSM, speaking about shooting, finally, we do hear the beautiful sound of all those bullets leaving the barrel as a few shots were fired, and Ace Black, oh my goodness, looks like his buggy was concealed in the tall grass as well, properly camouflaged over here. Of course, he's making sure the paint job does him good. But for now, it looks like TSM have no idea that every single move that they make is being watched. And, let's see if HH are going to do something about this. Because for now, all the teams are going to move in. And again, like last night, we just might see some action end near the shelter and all the surrounding areas. Because, well, for now, all the teams seem to be heading in that particular direction. There you have it. We have a massive migration due south, and in fact the hills just south of prison could be a good spot to post up as well.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of areas in the map that are kind of good to hold for the time being, but it does seem that when these teams start rotating in, we're going to see some action breaking out over here. Of course, Hyderabad Hydras already have some information with regards to TSM's position, and now they have spotted out the members of Seoul. Seoul really needs a good game over here, and it doesn't seem that they have discovered the Hyderabad Hydras right behind them. In the meantime, though, Sagi taking up a fight against Korip Mizo. Not too sure who's going to come out on top, but a nade could be Sagi's undoing.
It could be indeed, or rather, Flick could be caught in the blast radius. There you have the grenade has gone out. The grenade does go, the car does explode, and well, Flick YD is brought down, and Sagi in the blink of an eye makes sure he finishes what he started now. Korip Mizo are going to try and make a move, but keep an eye out, I beg your pardon, on the buildings behind, because Sagi is going to have some people coming in, but for now, it's going to be him and a decade. Who's the talking? One of them hits the deck. That is not going to work right now. He gets the second knock as well. That means 3 to his name already now. The M4 is going to do all the talking. He does let loose. He's got to switch his weapon, or he goes to the reload. In fact, he gets the reload. Unfortunately for him, it was those bullets. It was a small magazine that did him in, but now Jake Boy's work is cut out because Enigma is coming in with full force now. Rex is downstairs. The other teammates are coming in. Eggy is going to be there, but the thing is, the floor is lava, and Jacob Boy could be burned to a crisp, but it's going to be Enigma's Molotov that is going to make quick work of the remaining members of CO. Rip Mizo. Jacob Boy is still the last man standing. Meanwhile, on the other hand, oh my goodness, Goliaths are colliding as Godlike take on TSM.
Absolutely, a lot of teams clashing up against each other over here, but the teams that really Mizo's time might be ending over here in the first game, and yes, they will be taken out in 16th place at the hands of Enigma. They bite off more than they can chew. Sure, they get one finish for their troubles, but that is all they will find, and in the meantime, another fight is breaking out between Godlike and TSM.
Also, looks like Seoul is caught between a hard rock, a rock and a hard place. There you have it. They are getting shot at from a couple of teams. 247's Rahul is going to make sure that Brox, is put 6 feet under. TSM are now going to be blazing on them as well, and I even saw Team X Spark take a few of their members out, and with that, Seoul, the big dogs, are going to be out in the 15th position. This is not looking good, but Jonathan, he knows what the enemy is. Jonathan jumps, he shoots, he gets that knock, and now he is going to go for the much needed cover, and
the pan!
There you have it, the pans come out, of course, and that one's going to hit the noggin, of course, adding a little bit of insult to injury.
Absolutely, Godlike Esports, not only are they doing some physical damage here to all of these teams, there's also some added mental damage with that pan finish, making sure that the enemies are tilting just a little bit in this game.
You got to keep in mind, Jonathan is panning the members of T, TSM. And if you know your history, well, there is a little bit of history over there, but this is what I'm talking about. Oh my goodness, Neo, he was almost taken out, but looks like he is going to stop a few bullets in his track. And well, Zegod was on hand to make sure he helps his teammate out. Again, TSM losing a couple of members early on. This is going to be just a little bit too much for them. Rocks over here, oof, he couldn't really do anything as well. That vehicle was burning, and well, he was losing his HP piece by piece.
Absolutely, and the best part about this all is the way Godlike executed it, right? I mean, they don't lose a single play in the process, something that they were sort of struggling to do yesterday. Now it seems that they are off to that brilliant start, and decided Team X Spark also in a brilliant spot. They've got themselves a decent position over here. 4 members alive and 2 finishes already, so Team X Spark starting to take up the action themselves. We'll see if they can hold up against the likes of Godlike, though, because it does seem a lot of teams are converging on their position.
The thing is, Godlike isn't going to be staying in that spot for too much longer because, again, they are hungry. They want some blood. They want some finishes. And as far as TX is concerned, they have a good position as well. So, you know, none of these teams are going to be willing to move. What Godlike is going to do is move behind and come back. But wait a second, we have another fight breaking out at the shelter. It is going to be UDOG India as they are taking on Skylights Gaming. Now, 2 of the members are down. Sarmaj is going to go from the side. In fact, with that AK and a grenade combination, looks like a couple of the members are going to be taken out. But Bakar is going to be knocked down. However, looks like Sarmaj is going to be on hand to make sure his teammate, well, is still in the standing, still in the fray. And now they are going to hesitate just a little bit because, again, you got to be careful. The enemies could be lurking down below.
Absolutely, but they will pick up 2 finishes against the members of UDOG India. UDOG going to be down the dumps for the time being, and well, it looks like our esports going to share a similar fate as Hyderabad Hydras find and strike right at the heart of their opponents, and seems that well, UDOG India, TSM both going to be down to only 1 member, while our esports, they lose a limb, but they're still very much in this game.
I like the fact that although we are seeing early fights, oh my goodness, they are basically do or die, and all teams are getting wiped out. Now the circle is going to shift a bit to the west, and like we anticipated, you know, the shelter is still going to be in play. We still have a lot of compounds nearby. We still have some high ground now. The question is, where are all the teams going to be heading to?
Absolutely. Well, we're about to find out where all these teams are going to be making their way towards as well. Revenant Esports have discovered where the Hyderabad Hydras are, and with the Ace Black down, this could be problematic for them. Ace Black will still somehow survive, though. That nade does not connect towards him, but the M4 will, and it will put him 6 feet under. Top Dog being responsible for that finish. Hyderabad Hydras losing 1 members, but EXO in the meantime, well, they're still making life a little bit difficult, and Hyderabad Hydras caught between a rock and a hard place. Another nade's going to come flying in, but a little bit off the mark.
Have a look at Striker's position. If they move up the right, they are going to have to go for that position. Fierce is going to be the first one in the line of defense. Striker is going to go in. In fact, he is going to make it inside the house. As Fierce is going to be falling back just a little bit now inside the house. We are going to have a little bit of a tango sesh. The question is, it's not the kind of dancing that you and I are used to. There you have it. Striker has been struck out, and with that, wait a second. Are you telling me that Hyderabad Hydras are going to bite the dust? Yes, they are. The head has finally been chopped off, and this time, 2 are not going to grow back, as Hyderabad Hydras have been eliminated in the 14th position with just 1 finish to their name.
Hyderabad beat Hercules. Their heads killed, cauterized, and made sure that none of them can grow back up now. And well, there still might be a couple more labors that the side of, Team EXO might have to accomplish if they want to get that chicken dinner. But in the meantime, there are a lot of teams in the vicinity over here, and it seems that Godlike might get a taste of their own medicine.
I saw something that I liked. I saw an M24 go off. I saw someone's head being popped clean off his shoulders. Let's see if the finish is going to come in, because for now, every single entrance to the shelter, every single bunker entrance is going to be occupied by 1 team, and now TX, well, they don't want to feel left out as well. Now Samraj's, Picard's, I beg your pardon, position is going to come into fire elsewhere. Avi is going to take out Mavi, and well, Enigma Avi is going to make sure that he is put in the ground. Now, Team Xbox, they are a 3-man squad. However, we still have Gil, we still have Ultron, and we still have Scout OP. 1 good grenade, 1 good knock could be the little push that they're going for. Forget the grenade, forget the knock. They are going to go in full force, and well, for the time being, they have some semblance of cover, but they've got to be careful. Have a look at that. Our esports at one end, 247 at one end, and like mole rats down below, we have Skylights Gaming.
Absolutely, a lot of teams in the mist over here, but we'll see if Team Xbox continue to hold on to this position. They've got Scout in a very, very good spot, and it seems now their priority is trying to go out there maybe and occupy some different area, because they won't have the information to work with otherwise. And even if Scout does tell them where the whereabouts of the teams are, they're not really going to be able to be activated. Well, I like that. They're trying to trap the side of Skylights Gaming, and here, in fact, from the other side, Godlike will throw in a nade. Soundraj going to be on his feet, crawling about, waiting for Desperate to get him back up, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen, because Jonathan feeling brave, feeling ballsy. He's looking to push forward over here. He's got the M4 in his hands, but in the meantime, Austin Body does land a sick headshot, manages to secure a knock, and Godlike, they have got a couple of things to do right now. On one side, there's Team Xbox. Skydance Gaming could also come out if they're not careful. Godlike need to be very, very cautious in how they approach this.
Oh, I'll tell you one thing, they are going to be heading inside. Oh, Z-God almost escaping that grenade over there. Now Gil does have an angle on him. He does shoot, and well, the bullets are going to whiz past over Z-God's head. Z-God does have to patch himself up just a little bit because now he's going to come under fire from 3 directions. Gil could be taking him out. There you have it. The grenade goes boom, and Z-God is going to come down on his bloody knees. Now the follow-up grenade is to make sure that he is going to be taken out. Or is this for Neo? Nope. It is for Z-God himself, and with that last grenade, well, that final blast, he is going to be put 6 feet under. On the other hand, does look like Godlike Jonathan was down on his knees, but the patch should be coming up sooner rather than later. But wait a second, respite is nothing for this team right now because Enigma Gaming are joining the party as well. Gale is going to be taken down, which means now everything is going to come on to Scout OP's heads. And in the meanwhile, Austin Bartek still going ballistic with that M24. Eki, what did you do over here? I know what he wanted. He wanted to go inside and throw the grenade inside the little tunnel. However, the enemy came up and, well, they surprised him just a bit too quick.
Absolutely. Now they're going to reduce to 2-man roster. They're going to have some trouble trying to fight their way out of this one. But Ultron has been knocked down, and seems that Scout is the only one standing on the side of X-Park. On one side, you've got Skydance Gaming. On the backside, you've got Enigma. And looks like Gumla Boy in the meantime will knock out Pakar with a nade. What the hell is going on here? Enigma, in the meantime, still trying to take this fight. Scout surviving somehow by the skin of his teeth. Can this man stay alive for just a little bit longer? No, he cannot. He will be put 6 feet under. Awi gets the credit for that with the nade.
Well, the thing is, when you are in close spaces, you don't really want grenades going off everywhere because you cannot escape all that deadly shrapnel. And, well, speaking about escaping things, Austin Bartex and his M24 are doing quite a bit of talking now. Evoke was just knocked down earlier, and, well, his teammate made sure he got the finish. But for now, Revenant Onko, he does lob a grenade. It does look good. However, the bounce is just a bit too much, and although Bomber did take some damage, it isn't going to be enough to put them down on their knees. And now, Onko, they are going to be deploying some smokes, which means the push is going to be coming in. They do have the numerical advantage. Keep that in mind. 3 versus 2 is something that they do know because, well, they did just reduce August 5 to the August 2. But for now, there is going to be a little bit of stalemate. You got to be careful. Godlike, they have moved away from the shelter, and now they are on that mountain above, primed to rain down death and destruction.
Absolutely. I mean, Godlike in a very, very good position over here towards the late game. Not really something I was hoping to expect because I've seen Godlike being eliminated fairly early on, courtesy of their aggression. Rex trying to stay alive over here, trying to make sure that he can make it to the next circle.
Beautiful!
Boy, that nade
Beautiful!
from Top Dog completely puts August 5 6 feet under. All of them have bitten the dust. And, well, all the credit is going to go to Top Dog for it. What a great nade coming out from that man.
The best thing is, if you don't succeed at first, try and try again, because we did see the grenade bounce off the wall, and then finally, the moment he got it through that little creek, through that little opening, well, it was all she wrote. But on the other side, we are going to witness some action breaking out again. Grenades are going to be the meta, as Sensei was brought down. Now the Revenants again with another barrage are going to make sure that Immortal's mortality is tested, which means only one man is left standing, or rather, down on his stomach. But looks like that wasn't for too long, because yet another grenade came in, and with that, another one bit the dust. For now, Skylights Gaming reduced to a one-man squad, as Gumla Boy is going to go in for the revive elsewhere. Our esports, they do have a good position. However, keep one thing in mind. Oh, buddy, the circle is on them, and sooner or later, from behind, Godlike should be charging in on their position.
Absolutely. Our esports, they might not see this coming. They need to dot their I's and cross their T's, because right now they've only got 3 members alive, and 2 of them are focusing on the front lines. Canary, and, well, he's been tasked with watching the flank over here. He spots out a member of from the side of Skylights Gaming, excuse me. Not the members from Godlike, but still, I don't think it's going to be nearly enough. With all of these members closing in around the side of our esports, they need to head in one particular direction and start taking those fights a bit too seriously.
And looks like taking fights seriously is something that did reach Tactical Esports' team as well, because they are picking up the finishes, 4 finishes for themselves right now, and looks like they are going to be unleashing some hell on our esports. But now for our esports, I love the fact that they are deploying the smoke grenades, because they know Godlike are going to be coming through them. There you have it. Rockstar knows exactly what's happening. In fact, a few grenades almost shook him off his feet, but he is going to retaliate in kind, and, well, that could be his doing, as Jonathan once again is going to get a knock, and knowing the boys from Godlike, they are going to move in, they are going to push right now, and they do not love wasting time. Neo is going to have a little bit of an advantage. He does see the enemies, he shoots. In fact, he is going to connect with a couple of them, but I like the fact that they are aren't being a little bit, impractical over here.
yeah.
They don't want to extend too much because from afar they could be shot down, and well, from below grenades can come up as well.
Absolutely, the cast can also be popped if they're not a bit too careful. Neo is going to get shot down, but Jonathan will be put down. Neo is going to be the one who gets the responsibility for that with the headshot. And now a 1v1, it seems, rather a 2v1 as Jonathan and Clutch got still standing. And Neo, he might be knocked down on his feet, but he's not out of this fight just yet. Clutch gonna take it upon himself to push forward, but another nade is gonna explode right in his face. That Bunky could also be his undoing if he does go close to it. It could go boom, and he might be 6 feet under too, so he's gonna prioritize healing himself back up and then pushing in. But in the meantime, look at Tactical. They have eliminated a couple of members from the side of Skylights Gaming. I think they have put them out as well. They will be eliminated in 5th place, and Godlike will be able to find members from Tactical in return. Yes, indeed, that was the case. Skylights Gaming out in 5th place.
Well, we're down to the final 4 teams. It could be 3 in just about a few seconds as Canary is going to take the front off that big gun. And with that, 3 teams are now all that remains. 10 people still alive with Tactical Esports, Godlike Esports, and Revenant Esports all vying for that delicious chicken dinner. Now, RNT, they do have a good spot, although it is a bit too exposed. Lucky for them, no one is going to be behind them or to their west because, well, although Godlike have the high ground, they have a good position. Tactical, they have the numerical advantage, and have a look at that. They are going to go in for the split. Now, the thing is, you got to keep your enemies guessing. Now, Top Dog, if he sees something just from the right side of the smoke, well, he might just say something, but he's going to do all the talking with his bullets.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if Godlike end up coming out on top because they don't really have the members to do it, but they do have a decent position. So maybe if they start, taking out the members, they do see they could put Tactical in a world of trouble. But look at Revenant in the meantime, just around the corner, hidden in the grass like tigers, and well, they haven't been spotted just yet. Jonathan responsible for knocking down Clutch as well. We'll see if Clutch God can show them who the true Clutch Master is. Wait, Neo is also in the mix over here, and I don't see him anywhere on the map. Where the hell is he? Is he on a big flank?
The Neo is still just a little far back because what he's going to do is he's going to massive rotation. He's going to try and surprise RNT from behind. And again, like I said, if Revenant are careful, they could be pinned to this. It looks like Clutch God is going to be taken down by Hitman. He's making sure all that accuracy counts for something. And now Neo, there you have it, like a snake in the grass. He is going to be crawling his way towards his prey. Question is he going to be smelt by all those members down there, or is he downwind from them, which in that case, well, he might just sneak up on them. Tactical. Wild 69 does take a few shots. Now Clutch God has been picked up as Jonathan is going to take some cover behind that vehicle. The thing is, it's already done, so you don't really have to worry about this, but oh my goodness, this is the moment I'm waiting for. Neo, he is trying to stalk his prey. In fact, he might just make a little bit of a little visual contact over here, but looks like Austin Bodex is anticipating that, and now he's going to move a little bit further to him. Have a look at how RNT are staggered. 2 of the members are forward, and Austin is staying back exactly for something like this.
Absolutely, but does Austin know that there's someone coming in from the flank? He doesn't need to anticipate this. Instead, he's trying to look towards the right flank. Instead of Neo might just still be activated, but he will be shot down. And look at that, Revenant are going to finally collapse on the side of Godlike. Jonathan, the only member still standing strong. Can he win out this 1v1? He's trying his best. He ducks, he pops, he weaves, but he cannot do so.
It's an MG3 versus an MG3, and looks like the Revenants are going to be coming out on top this time as Godlike are going to be eliminated in the 3rd position. Boy, oh boy, looks like, they have the same firepower, but they came out on top. Now Hitman going in. He does get the better of Top Dog, and looks like this could be it as Encore gets some much needed cover in the nick of time. But now Wild 69 is going to go on the right. He is bobbing and weaving. He is zigging and zagging. He is shooting, but he gets taken down instead. Now it's going to come down to a 1v1 situation, and there you have it. Tactical. Oh my goodness, it was a bit close over here, and they almost let it slip through their fingers, but I think they're back. I think they heard all that we've been saying, and Tactical Esports just won the first chicken dinner here on the last day of the semi-finals.
Absolutely. Wipe all the sweat off of you Pro Tactical fans, because boy, that looked close, but Kid in the end clutched it out. Once again, great patience being displayed by Tactical. They were getting shot from multiple angles, but then Neo gets up on the flank, fails to connect a couple of shots, misses, and that little miss just enables Revenant to just flush out the side of Godlike and send them packing in 3rd place.
Of course, we kind of have the volume turned down just a little bit. It must have been deafening for all the players in that last circle, because you had an MG3 at one end, you had an MG3 at the other, and the RPM was definitely turned up to 900, and well, all I could hear was brrrr. That is all I could hear. I'm sure you all would agree as well. But again, what a game coming in from Tactical Esports. We were kind of beating around the bush. We were kind of joking yesterday that they need to up the aggression. And when you have, I do believe, around 8 finishes, it is not going to be a bad start to the day.
Absolutely. I mean, they've got themselves 8 finishes to work with over here. Once again, getting those couple of points. But this is the final day, and it's going to be a little bit hard for them to try and claw their way back up to the light. Because once again, they're going to need to do this consistently over the course of the next 3 games too. Because if they don't get top 6, they might not make it to the grand finals.
Now, if we learn anything from day one, again, before that, Saki over here, making sure he holds down the fort, but the last man, Jacob Boy, got the better of him pretty much because, well, that M4 only had 17 rounds left in it. He could have gone for the reload, but again, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Now the retaliation does come in as Jacob Boy is finally put out of his misery, and with that, CO rip Mizo with an early exit, but Neo over here, oh my goodness, I mean, talk about, dodging bullets. He is taking them and then runs over the enemy, and TSM definitely felt that in their boot camp.
Yeah, I mean, Neo just running all over his opponents right now, and in the end, sure, he missed a little bit, but that's all right. Godlike, once again, this is a great performance for them. This is a team that consistently goes for those finishes. So any placement points beyond that 6th to 5th place is just a bonus, right? They survive until that 3rd place, get themselves 10 points to work with. I'm quite sure they're going to be pleased with their performance given the fact that they're already on top. And well, nothing beats adding a little bit of insult to injury against TSM, giving a taste of their own medicine.
And I love it, of course. There is all these teams over here, they know one another and they have some history, and it's always good for all those bragging rights. Now, RNT over here did do a good job as they did get the better of HH. HH were looking good, but unfortunately, like you mentioned, they were caught between a rock and a hard place, and well, their lives were snuffed out, unfortunately. Fierce with some fierce protection, making sure no one invades his house.
Absolutely. I mean, the only thing you can really do in this situation as teams is maybe drop a couple of smokes, maybe pop your own vehicles, get yourself some cover, and then isolate those fights, right? Because if you try and fight a war on multiple fronts, well, it's simple math. The numbers don't add up. You're going to be fighting 2v3 or 2v4 at the very least, and that is going to end up being your downfall. But this was the moment where Team X-Spark had their downfall. They thought they were in a very good position. Unfortunately for them, Godlike was coming in from the backstab.
I hope we do get to see some sniper action in the highlights because, well, Austin Bot X was popping off with that M24 not once, not twice, but 3 times, and all 3 times he connected with the head. Now X over here again taken down by a barrage of grenades. Looks like someone did call an artillery strike on their location. I'm going to be looking forward to the match summary because normally we talk about the number of grenades used and we talk about how many finished people and send them to the depths of hell. I want to see how many knocked people out.
Absolutely. Even I want to find out how many people were knocked out in the end over here. Well, I do imagine there should be quite a many, but the one knock that is probably going to be the most, the heart-wrenching one is the knock that Skylines Gaming did, on their own members. I believe Gamla Boy was the one who ended up knocking down Pakar. Bit of a mishap over there, but once again, Skylines Gaming, I mean, they should be thanking their stars because, I mean, if there weren't any teams behind X-Spark, they would go in and they would completely surround the side of Skylines Gaming. They wouldn't have any room to work with because on the exit there would be Team X-Spark, and on the other side there'd probably be a couple of other teams. I believe there was X or someone watching that other flank.
I don't know about a couple of teams. I saw 4 over there, Floki, so it would have been problematic indeed. And also lurking down in the corridors, in the shelters, along with them was Lone Man from UDog, and this grenade was just beautiful again. Top Dog did miss it the first time. It did bounce off the wall and well fell outside again. Just try again until you finally succeed, and that is exactly what happened. But amazing sprays coming in from Gamla Boy in this fight. Again, I like the fact that Godlike, they didn't extend a bit too much. However, it does seem like they could have finished this fight a lot quicker, but of course with grenades raining down in your direction, pretty much on your face, the best thing is to move back just a little bit, let them extinguish all their utilities, and when everything is silent, go in with that MG3 and just put everyone down.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw a lot of MG3 action over here. Unfortunately, no AWM, but there's always Miramar for that. Maybe we're going to see a couple of...
Hey, man, I saw some M24 action. I'm a happy boy.
Absolutely. Well, if you were there yesterday on Miramar, I believe it was the 2nd edition, you might have seen a Winchester knock right off the bat. Could have been happy to witness that. But, yeah, Godlike as well in this position. Neo, if he just connected with the spray, this is a completely different fight. Unfortunately, just that one little miss ended up costing Godlike that 2nd place, or maybe even the 1st place spot.
It could have. Again, that means all the better for Reverend over there, because keep in mind he only had 27 bullets left in that little chain magazine of his, and at that rate of fire, if a single one did miss, it could have been a different story altogether. But Tactical Esports definitely getting the job done in the end, and looks like they do have a few new plays in their playbook. Maybe they were holding back, or maybe they've come with the mentality that tonight is the day. I mean, tonight is the day. Well, today is the day because tonight is part of the day, isn't it?
It is.
It is, but of course today is the day that it's the last chance. This is when they can make it or break it, and we already know know who got the chicken dinner. Let's have a look and see how the other teams did, because the point standings are popping up on your screen, and with 8 finishes and the chicken dinner, Tactical Esports finish with 23.
Absolutely great finish for Tactical Esports. Have been completely dominant since day one. They got 2 chicken dinners. They were up at 45 points, and then over the course of the past 2 days, they only managed to score, I believe, a collective total of 18 points, getting up to 63. So a much needed chicken dinner for them is going to fill them with some hope. You've got Revenant Esports in second place with 22, Godlike in third with 20, and you've got R Esports in fourth place with 12. Skylights Gaming, Enigma Gaming in the double digits, but after them, everyone else in the single digits. In fact, 247 Gaming, they only have 5 points to their name.
Well, 5 points, of course, there are 4 of which did come via position, so they are going to be a little happy about that, but of course, they need to up the aggression. They need to just amp it up just a little bit, but Soul, it is going to hurt everyone's soul right now, because they are in the 16th position without any points, although they were eliminated after Hyderabad Hydras. With that 1 point, they're going to be a bit higher up. Now, let's have a look and see who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP, and well, drum roll please, it is going to be Jonathan from Godlike, and oh my goodness, have a look at that damage.
My goodness, 1,200 damage done. That is enough to knock down at least 3 squads by yourself if you know what you're up to. And Jonathan, I mean, he most certainly was the MVP for his team over here, because I do remember him, just pulling out a lot of 1v1s in the end. Assists and headshots also up there. But let's have a look at the top 5. Let's see who the other 4 players are in his wake. It's going to be Encore from Revenant and Top Dog as well. We got Tactical Kid and Saggy from Enigma in, the follow-up over here. Encore with 5 finishes and 695 damage done. 4 finishes for Top Dog with a similar amount of damage done at 650. But there's also a couple other stats that we're waiting for, notably the match summary. It's going to tell us how many grenades were popped and how many resulted in finishes.
I want to bring something up about Tactical. I'm going to hold on to the thought, because there you have it, 110 grenades were used, and 8 of them pretty much sent the people, packing back home. Now, 5 airdrops were looted. I think that's the highest I've seen in the game so far.
Yeah, I mean, that is the highest amount of airdrops that have been looted in the game so far. But the longest finish distance also a little bit unusual for the map of Erangel, 305 meters, and I believe I know the person responsible for this. But before we move on to that, let's have a look at the finish to damage chart and see what those numbers look like.
Well, of course, it is going to be a little topsy-turvy with a couple of teams outperforming the others, and Godlike and Revenant Esports, boy oh boy, they did a lot of damage. They dealt a lot of destruction in this game, and except maybe a couple of teams, Soul, of course, 95 damage. They did try to put up a fight. Unfortunately, it was just too little, too late.
Absolutely. I mean, you see Godlike as well as Revenant topping the charts in terms of damage done. You also have a couple other teams with a decent amount of damage done, notably Tactical as well as Enigma, but Enigma failed to get those, placement points to sort of justify all the finishes that they found. So, not a bad performance by them by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, the way they came in to back up their teammate, when they saw Rip Mizo just trying to getting that first finish, great stuff by them, but
the cavalry could have come just a
little bit earlier,
bit quicker. Had they been there, just a few seconds earlier, I think they might have been a 4-man squad by the end of that little skirmish. But again, credit where credit is due, and Saggy definitely made sure he laid down the law. Now let's do one thing again. We are going to be pitting 2 players up against one another. Who is going to come out on top? Because this time in the player face-off, on one side we have Jonathan, and can I get an encore? Because on the other we have Encore from Revenant Esports.
Absolutely. Well, Jonathan getting the lead in terms of damage done. 1,267 damage to his name. He's got 2 assists and a headshot to work with as well, and having some slightly lesser survival time. Quite considerable given the fact that he was against the side of Encore and Revenant did eliminate them. So not a big surprise there. But we also have something else for our viewers here.
And we talk about players. Let's do one thing. Let's bring all their teammates around as well, because now it's going to be the squads that are going to be pitted up against one another as they do face each other. It's going to be Godlike Esports once again going up against the Revenants.
Absolutely, Godlike Esports. They've got a decent amount of damage done. 2,300 points nearly, just one shy of reaching that number. But on the other side, Revenant not too shabby. 2,103 points of damage done. They have a higher number of assists compared to Godlike, although slightly lower headshots. And these are the number 2 and number 3 teams being pitted against each other over here from the previous game. And Revenant were responsible for taking out Godlike. Quite surprised that their stats would look this much lower than the side of Godlike. like.
It does, but again, I expected a bit more damage coming in as a team, but then when you have one man dishing out all the damage, Jonathan with his bullets, Jonathan with his grenades, oh my goodness, this guy can do everything. But again, Revenants, they put up an amazing fight, at the end, but it was Tactical Esports that came out with the chicken dinner. Now, the thing is, Tactical Esports, they played it smart this time. Now, they did get into a little bit of a skirmish mid-game when they were trying to make their way into the circle from the south, and the thing is, they did manage to wipe out a squad.
Yeah.
Now, what they did while everybody else was losing their heads around them, they kept calm, they let them do all the fighting, and then at the end, that is when they pounced on, anything that was left in the wake.
Absolutely, and this was the similar playstyle that they were following on day one over here, so no big surprises. I mean, Tactical falling back to what they're comfortable with, but I do believe something else is overdue over here, something that they've been waiting for.
Well, you and I have been waiting for this as well, because the overall standings are going to be popping up on our screens now, and well, Floki, is there going to be a change? No, for now, because Skylights Gaming still at the tippity top with 169.
Absolutely, but it does seem that Godlike has moved up a notch against the side of Hyderabad Hydras, a 10-point lead against them. And OR Esports down in the 5th place. Of course, they haven't played a game yet, but TSM, UDog and X-Park all maintaining their spots. Unfortunately for UDog and X-Park both, they didn't really find as many points, so maybe in the next game they could be knocked down a peg, although that does remain to be seen for the time being. But these are the top 8 teams right now, and on the other side we're also going to have 8 teams, not doing as well, the 9 to 16th place, but all the teams in top 8 having more than 100 points. That is a sight to behold. Enigma Gaming with 99, they're the ones gatekeeping everyone from reaching that top 8 with 99 points to their name.
And of course, they're just one shy of that big ton. But if you have a look at 16, that is what is going to be, my focus over here. 80 points for Only Glitch, 80 points for Celsius Esports. Now, Celsius are going to have the advantage because they do have that one chicken dinner. Now, just keep this number in mind. 80 for now, with 3 games to go for some and 4 to go for the others, which means, the teams on the last page, which is going to be coming up in just a few seconds. Or you know what, let's just do it right now, because all the teams from the 17th to 24th position, let's have a look. 79, 77, even up till, I would say, 67, even 57 for Seoul. Again, they need to have some amazing games, at least a couple of chicken dinners or a high fragging affair if they want to make it to the top 16.
Absolutely. The best part about this all is just Tactical saying goodbye to the bottom 8, being like, you know what, we got one chicken dinner, we belong here no longer, and they move up in the world, of course, in that 9 to 16 spot. But Old Hood Esports, Seoul, Reckoning, Chicken Rushers, all of these teams, they need to start piling up those points if they want to make their way towards that top 16. Rip Mizo as well, they've already played the game, and the fact that they're still in the bottom 8 is a cause for concern.
It is a cause for concern, but again, they were the first team to be eliminated on Erangel, I beg your pardon, on this day. So again, it is going to be a shaky start for them, but like me, they are late bloomers. I love saying that, and they do kind of hit hard towards the end of the day. Let's see if that is going to be the case, because that was exactly the case on day 2 and day 3 as far as CEO Rip Mizo are concerned. And in fact, talking of days, on day 1 and day 2, I do believe they had a collective of 15 points.
Wow.
And, it is going to be a little problematic for them.
It most certainly is, but I do believe that we're going to be having a look at the next matchup as well, seeing what teams are going to be there in the group so far. So let's quickly have a... Nope, never mind. I spoke a bit too early.
Again, the thing is, you gotta basically do the good thing.
I need
You
to
have
pace
to
myself.
thank our sponsors, because, well, you are not letting go of that device. I am, of course, talking about the iQOO 9 series. This is the iQOO 9 Pro. He has the iQOO 9 in matte black. But you know what? Before, we're not going to do the talking. Let's do one thing. Let's have another official statement from the sponsors of BGIS 2021.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021 powered by the iQOO phones. My name is Floki. Joining for this one is going to be the beacon of hope himself, Spiro. You are right here, right now. You were watching the game. I saw you from the corner of my eye over there. You saw Tactical's performance. Are you impressed? And is this something we can expect from them in the coming games too?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for the lovely introduction, Floki. And yes, I think day one, if I'm not wrong, Tactical, they managed to win two chicken dinners back to back as well. This is the last day, this is their last chance, and now they are looking to do the same. They want to repeat history, but talking about history, let's have a look about our second game. Group A versus, if I'm not wrong, it is going to be Group C. And we have Reckoning Esports, Oldwood Esports, OR Esports, Only Glitch, Team Chicken Rushers, the Supari Gang, Team X Lions, and Celsius Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. You got a lot of great teams playing over here. I mean, a lot of these teams from Group A getting their first chance, but on the other side, we've also got Group B playing again with Hyderabad Hydra, 7C Esports, Tactical Esports, X-Park, Enigma Gaming, UDOG India, R Esports, and Seoul. Well, one of these teams might not be making it towards the very end unless they start performing right here. I mean, this is, the last, well, I guess it's the third last chance that they have from the members of Group B because after this, only 2 maps away them, and maybe, getting 2 chicken dinners on those maps could also potentially not be enough to push them to the top 16.
Well, this is almost the finals before the finals, Floki. I mean, this is the last opportunity for a lot of teams to qualify through to the grand finals. And, it was not a great game for Team Seoul. They have to perform well. They only got 3 games remaining, and now they need to get 2 back-to-back good games if they want to qualify. But talking about some positive news, Team Revenant, what a way to make a comeback. I mean, come at the hour, come at the team. Team Revenant, Team R Esports, both these teams played really well.
Absolutely. I mean, all these underdog teams, once again, like I said earlier, this is their moment to shine, right? This is the final day. The pressure is going to be on all the teams who have, made a name for themselves because everyone's going to be looking in their direction, trying to see if they're going to qualify or not. For the underdog teams, they don't really care too much. They've not got that much to lose because no one really expected much of them anyway. And it seems that all these teams who have a big name, the weight of expectations is sort of, being a burden on their shoulders right now. So they probably need to let go of those shackles and be free. And maybe, just maybe then they can show these underdog teams who they really are and why they're so well respected all around.
Well, to all the invited teams, they have everything to lose, Floki, as you said it. But to be honest, they have the experience. They can do it. I mean, it all comes down to that experience, that confidence, that skill level, and I would love to see if they're going to play well. Team Revenant off to a great start, but talking about the Rising Stars, yes, they don't have anything to lose, but they have everything to win, Floki.
Oh yeah, they've got everything to win right here, Spiro, but at the same time, you also have to remember that the next map is going to be Miramar. Now, this is a map where teams who are more experienced, teams who have played more often, like you've said before, the more experienced you are as a team, the more you're going to prefer playing Miramar because that is how much more the room for error is on that map. So as long as you've refined your playstyle, you've got nothing to worry about. But for some of these teams who are not played Miramar as often, this might be the map where things start getting a little bit shaky and topsy-turvy for them.
Well, absolutely. I mean, expectations, confidence, momentum, everything comes into play today. But you know what comes into play the most? It is going to be desperation for a lot of teams. I mean, they are desperate. They're desperate to qualify. If you qualify, if you become, the top 16 teams in India, that's a big thing, right, Floki?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, being the top 16 in India and BGMI is a big achievement over here. Some of the biggest names, but for the meantime, we're going to stop talking about the teams. Instead, we're going to be having a look at the map of Miramar and seeing just how beautiful that lovely desert dunes do look on a hot sunny day. As it is indeed a beautiful day. We're going to be zooming out and having a look at what this map has to offer. Lots of hilly terrains, lots of good places to hold. Well, if the circle doesn't go a Los Leones, we could have a very interesting match at our hands, which has been the case. Yesterday I don't think we saw a single circle go over Los Leones.
Absolutely. I mean, we are witnessing some really good circles, to be honest, and I would love to see how those things are going to turn out today, Floki, because as we were mentioning earlier, the pressure is high, but only on the teams who are about to qualify or who are about to get eliminated.
Oh yeah.
The top teams on the table, they have no pressure whatsoever. They just want to come, they just want to enjoy. Maybe they just want to ban each other.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe they just want to ban each other. I see what you did there. I know who you're talking about, but the question does remain, if you're a top team right now, do you try and maybe start experimenting for the upcoming grand finals because your spot is secure, right? What about the other teams? I mean, what about, the teams who are, right below them? Do they also feel that same level of comfort? Because I know for a fact that Skylights Gaming are probably not too concerned with where they're placed right now. For them, they probably have a couple of strats brewing up in their strat book that they might want to try. do you think this is the time and spot to try them, or do you think that they should kind of maybe wait and do it some other time, maybe on the first day of the grand finals?
I mean, I don't think they are going to try anything on the grand final stage. This is the time. If they want to try something, they can try it today. But I think teams have practiced hard enough in scrims and all. They don't need to try it on the greatest stage of them all. I mean, this is BGIS right here, right now. I would love to see if they are going to try something new. I mean, some new drops, some car clashes, some drop clashes. We love some entertainment, Loki.
We most certainly do, and well, the game should be starting soon enough as we're going to be jumping into the map of Miramar, folks. Let's see where the flight path is going to take us. My co-capitan, I do think we're going to be flying high above the plains of El Zahar and making our way towards El Pozo. Well, it does mean that there is a possibility of a southern favored circle. We could see it going towards Los Leones, but once again, it is all numbers, it is all a chance. We might just see the circle go further up north. Who knows this time around if the stars, well, they're in a favor, we're going to see Campo Militar in it.
Important map for a lot of teams. I mean, talk about Reckoning Esports, talk about Team Soul, R Esports, Team Celsius. Every single one of these teams are under the cloud there, under the weather maybe. But this is going to be so important. Let's see where they're going to go. Talking about Miramar, Skylarks Gaming, as usual, they're topping the charts with 64 total points. Meanwhile, OR Esports, not so far away, it seems, Floki.
Absolutely, OR Esports not that far away, and well, it seems that they are going to be dropping somewhere close to El Azahar. We'll see where the team in grey is going to be going. I believe they're going to be moving towards Tierra Bronca instead. As well, that's a decent enough spot to go. Maybe you even get yourself towards Campo Militar, but rotating out of there can be a nightmare if the circle doesn't form on top. Now, Los Leones, Chumacera, La Drolera, even Val del Mar Val del Mar in particular should be a little bit harder to access because it's a little bit further away from the flight path, but all the teams who are going towards the southern end of the map, they should be having their pick, and well, there you go. It has been a long time since we've seen something happening in Los Leones, and this time around, that is where the action could be brewing.
Los Leones is a wonderful city, the biggest city if I'm not wrong, and you can get a lot of loot there. Meanwhile, talking about Only Glitch, another team who is feeling the pressure today. They need to get those points, and they need to get them right here, right now, because if you leave it for later games, I think you will feel a lot of pressure, and especially those top teams are not going to be they're going to be so aggressive. They're not going to show any mercy.
Oh yeah. They most certainly aren't. I mean, the top teams are not going to show any sort of respite. They're not going to show any sort of restraint in going forward and taking the wrong fights too, because, well, they might just be headed for some mutually assured destruction. They know they're going to be doing good. Might as well then try, to go forward and see what sort of mechanical mistakes you make when you get put in a bad position, and, try and work your luck, because you never know when that little practice might come in handy. In the meantime, Only Glitch gonna be very, very happy just snagging up all the loot near Cruz del Val, and well, once they're done, they can make their way towards Los Leones. But in the meantime, we're gonna turn our attention towards the house of the patron. We are in Hacienda del Patron, and it seems that Enigma Gaming have no one in sight to contest them.
It's a great place. Look at the loot already. Eggy got level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, level 3 bag, 5 bandages, 2 first aid, 1 painkiller. He's already filled with loot, and I would love to see if he can use that mini to perfection. Talking about total points, they managed to get 99 total points. Pretty secure, they must be feeling right now, Floki, but I think if you can get 120 points first, then you can do whatever you want to do. I don't think after getting 120 points you are going to get eliminated. Plus, it's a nice feeling to cross the 100 mark.
Absolutely. I mean, once you just cross that 100 point mark, you can just sort of, take a chill pill. But 120 is, the most safest cutoff, right? 120, you're guaranteed you're not going to be taken out over here. And, well, I mean, once these teams know that they have nothing to lose, that they have nothing to fear, well, they're going to go in guns blazing, full monkey mode, push forward and see what kind of shenanigans they can get away with. Dave, in the meantime, has found his hands on an M249, and we'll see if he can put this to work. But UDOG India, they've had a bit of a quiet day, or rather a quiet day yesterday. They did get 1 chicken dinner on Sanhok, I believe. So it wasn't all that bad for them, but they kind of need to do a little bit more here if they want to get to the top 16 and qualify. Because otherwise they might not be able to get any sort of money after all their hard work over here.
Well, I think UDOG India played really well, and I think they are going to qualify. They just need 5-10 points more, just for satisfaction purposes, to be honest, Loki. I mean, they already got 112, or maybe 117 if I'm not wrong. So they're feeling good, they are looking good, they are in form, and they are fearless, because their fearless player is playing so well.
Absolutely. Well, he is going to be absolutely fearless, like his name suggests. Every single time Fearless and Rambo are the last two members alive, something crazy happens, man. I don't know what is it with the duo, but it seems that those two together, they really pack a punch. OR Esports, well, they just passed by the Nightmare region from yesterday, where I believe they met the members from Team X Lions, almost ended up being taken out 1v4, but in the end, I believe Vexy clutched it out for his team. So OR Esports gonna try and avoid that nightmare situation. Thankfully, this time around, X Lions isn't in the server, so they don't have that little thing to worry about. However, they are gonna have to be careful with where they step foot, because while this part of the map is empty as of now, the circle could shift a little bit towards the north and force them to try and face off against a couple of these teams to get themselves deeper into the circle. Hyderabad Hydras, in the meantime, I believe that in La Cabrera, their rotation in towards the southern circle is going to be a little difficult to pull off.
A couple of great days for Hyderabad Hydras. After day one, they were at the 22nd position, Floki, but after that, they managed to make a beautiful comeback. They got 133 points to their name with 89 position points, which I believe is just amazing to have. I think Hyderabad Hydras, they are feeling it. They are in good form. They can play a little aggressively today. We'll see how they're going to cope up with the amount of teams that we have in this lobby.
Absolutely. Lots of wonderful teams over here in the lobby trying to make a name for themselves. I'm even talking about Seoul. X-Lines are also in the lobby. Never mind, I was wrong about that. So, yeah, OR might have something to fear after all, but yeah, I do have to say that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter which teams you're facing in a lobby, because if you want to be the best, you got to learn how to beat the best. And if you're intimidated by all the teams in the lobby, then, well, maybe the stage isn't the one for you. Well, we'll see if Tactical Esports can repeat the performance in Game 1, because they are going to sort of need something like that to make sure they're able to maintain their spot in the top 16 and see their way through the grand finals. And once again, a lot of these teams who made it from the qualifiers really started to make a name for themselves. Oh boy, that pickup truck. I mean, the good thing is it's got good suspension, so you can, control it rather well. You don't have too much to worry about. But once again, we have seen a couple of cars being flipped over, and I do remember that buggy trying to flip that sports car back up on top and get it on its four tires. So you'll see if these players have any vehicular accidents in the meantime. But Tactical Esports, a relatively timid performance by them so far. Lots of position points, not that many finishes, only 8,200 damage done, but still have 3 chicken dinners to their name.
Well, day one of quarterfinals, they managed to get back-to-back 2 chicken dinners. After that, it seems like, Floki, they managed to have that shroud of invisibility because they were invisible. But right now, they managed to make a comeback. It's day 4, it's desperation times. They managed to win the first chicken dinner. The second match is here. Would they be able to get decent points? Now, that is going to be the most important question for Tactical Esports. Meanwhile, if you have a look at the zone, Team Seoul already rotated through to a decent spot. That's their drop location as well, and they are going to get a decent loot. They need this match to be good.
Yeah, they most certainly need this match to end up working out in their favor, because if they don't get that top 4 or top 3 spot and they don't do it consistently, they are out and eliminated. And for Seoul to not make it to the grand finals could be a sort of a big blow for the team. So yeah, they're going to try and make sure that they play this one out properly. And, well, just go into this with confidence, because it does seem that everything that Seoul has been trying, it hasn't been working out. So at this point, the only thing that can save them is that good old false courage. Just even if you're not feeling confident, just pretend you're confident, and maybe naturally the confidence will follow through when the time is right.
The best thing they got, are the prayers of all the fans, the wishes, the positivity of all the fans. And I would love to see, they always tend to make a comeback, and this comeback story would be like a fairy tale for Team Seoul if they make it. But talking about Team X Park, what a day yesterday. Yeah. What a beautiful day. What a Miramar to have. Team X Park, they managed to get a lot of points from the bottom table, bottom slide. They managed to get into top 8, which was great for Team X Park.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if they can put up a repeat performance of that this time around, or if they can just crash and burn. That spark will not really fully ignite, as they've got themselves a decent spot to hold. They're very happy with the position they have over here, right at the smack dab center of the circle, and it is gonna be shifting in just about a bit. Let's see where it's gonna go. It's gonna go further into the center, as well, all the water is out of the picture right now. Los Leones still inside, but Picardo and Graveyard also in the mix over here, and no teams occupying that position. So all the teams coming in from north, I'm talking Old Hood, I'm talking our esports, they could potentially eye up that spot for themselves. Of course, they don't know that there's no one there, but yeah, they should be able to get themselves a home inside the circle.
Well, I can see some water there. 7C is there in the center. Jokes apart, but yes, they have a beautiful position, Floki. I mean, they got the loot, they got the drop as well. Level 3 helmet, level 3 vest. I wonder if he picked that AUG, which is a wonderful weapon, but I don't think that he picked it. Seems like that, we'd love to see. But talking about Spray God, he's a brilliant player, right? The way 7C is playing, it's good. But again, desperation times for them as well. They need some points on the table, and if they can get it, they would feel comfortable. If they are not having those points in this game, it would be hard for them. Meanwhile, what just happened there? I mean, Playzone getting the first pick, it seems, on Man TOP.
I mean, I'm not too sure what the hell happened, but I believe they should be okay for now. Well, it seems that the members of 17 have spotted out someone in the buggy. Who the hell is it? That's the question. Oh, it might just be the Hyderabad Hydras. Or I could be wrong. Well, we'll find out which team it is soon enough, but Spray God is keeping them at bay, and that is what's most important over here. That pickup truck from this distance can't really be popped with the M4, but maybe if he had a DMR or even a sniper, it could be a different story. Reckoning Esports find a member of Celsius, happy with that information, will be backing off and making their way towards safety.
Now, Reckoning Esports, I mean, the first day was great for them, second day was average for them, third day was not good for them, and fourth day, I mean, it has to be good for them if they want to qualify. Reckoning, talking about the players, they got Spray, Abrar, Skulls, and Maxi-OP. They had their highs, they had their lows, but we know these players, they are quality players, and they would love to qualify today.
Absolutely. I mean, Reckoning Esports want to try and make sure that they get to that top 16 spot once again, because they would hate to go out in that, you know, 9 to 20, sorry, that 17 to 24th spot. Not really a place where a team of their caliber should be. And although esports, well, they need to consider their options carefully too, because while our esports are around the corner, if they take a fight and miss their shots, well, not only are our esports going to have the information that there is someone behind them, but they will also be able to sort of adapt to that. But it does seem that Sultan connects with that M4. He spots out a couple of players, they will switch over vehicles, but now the time for Oldo to rotate out has come. And sure, that vehicle, it might be smoking over here, but Rockstar should still be able to make enough use of it to get himself inside the zone.
I have to say, Floki, I'm really impressed by both these teams. Already Esports and our Esports played really well, but that guy, Sultan, I think he is gunning for the MVP, not only for this game, for the tournament, I would presume, because he already got iQOO MVP 3 times. Wow. That guy is just ripping things apart. Meanwhile, talking about Team Soul, they spotted TSG Krish, the superhero, the Indian superhero, is now running away, trying to survive.
Absolutely not very heroic of, or rather heroic of Krish over here. Well, we'll see if he is gonna, you know, maybe redeem himself later on when the circles do start closing his soul. They make their presence felt. They know that if they reveal their hand a bit too much, they could end up being spotted, but they're still preventing the side of TSG from moving in deeper into the circle, so maybe, just maybe, this could work out for them. However, with Celsius Esports closing in, with TSG, Hyderabad Hydras, and XL in, you know, earshot distance of them, they could be in a world of trouble if they fire off a couple of shots and don't connect, because everyone is going to be in on the commotion and everyone's going to want a piece of that finished pie. In the meantime, Reckoning Esports, they have lost Mr. Spray Spearo. I'm not too sure how they dig themselves out of this one.
Beautiful nade coming in from Maxi. Maybe these nades are the way to get out of this troublesome situation. Vexy just got taken down by Maxi. Maxi has to be careful. Team OR trying to, I think they want to surround Reckoning from three different directions, Floki. Let's see if they're going to be able to.
Yeah, well, let's see if Reckoning Esports will be surrounded or if they will be able to try and break their way out of this one. Abrar will eat an aid. Half of his HP gets taken away. But the question is, can he be taken down? Another grenade is going to come through, keep him at bay, and keep the rest of the members from Reckoning Esports also at bay. While OR, they will get Vexy back upon his feet. And Jerry is there to make sure he's watching the push from the doors area. So he's going to make sure that no one can really get in here for free. Question is, can he convert multiple knocks into finishes? Because there might be a couple of players swarming out together.
Beautiful nade parade, I have to say, coming in from Team OR Esports. I mean, they managed to make sure that Vexy would come back, they would revive him. Now it's a 4v4 altercation between two great teams. One team already qualified and other one who's struggling to qualify.
Absolutely, both these teams, well, have a lot to lose and a lot on the line over here. We'll see if they're able to good spot. I mean, OR Esports are relatively less concerned about their position, but they still want to make sure that they don't end up being eliminated in that bottom spot. And OR, well, they've got all four of their members back upon their feet. The question now is, do they go back in for the fight, or do they just take a chill pill and instead focus on rotating in? Because the circle has shifted. And once again, you don't want to be the team that is late to that third circle, because the real estate starts getting snatched up very, very quickly, and fights might just break out and you may not have enough time to decide what you want to do. Maxi OP, well, he is going to be hearing all this commotion, so he has an inkling that maybe the opponent team could be leaving, as they will be leaving them alone. And yeah, it seems that Reckoning Esports is going to be A-okay for the time being. They've got the vehicles to rotate out as well. Nothing should really come in their way, and the circle.
Well, I have to say, OR Esports, they made a right decision there. They already got the points. They could have just gone and attacked Reckoning Esports, but they are sticking to their normal strategy, basic stuff, favor the zone, and that is important for them. But talking about UDOG India, what a team they are turning out to be. Rambo, Dark, Fearless, and Dave, all four becoming the superstars they always dreamed of.
Absolutely. I mean, they are trying to become the superstars that they once hoped that they could be, but the question is, can they actually perform in this match? Because that is the only time we'll find out what they're really made of, and if they're superstars. But in the meantime, Chicken Rushers, they are also looking to get themselves a chicken dinner. Can they actually find it though? Because they are still in that bottom 8 spot, and if they want to make it a top 16, well, they're going to need multiple chicken dinners and multiple great performances to push them up. Speaking of the circle, it has shifted further down south towards Los Leones, and right in the center you've got TSG as well as the members from Enigma holding those compounds.
Well, pretty much expected circle coming in the favor of a lot of teams who expected that. Team Enigma in the center, TSG there as well. We see Team Hyderabad Hydras coming in from the southern region of the zone, and they have a decent compound, or maybe I would say decent ridge in the zone. Meanwhile, talking about Chicken Rushers, if I'm not wrong, they managed to get one chicken dinner in this competition. They would love to get some more, because if they can get 3 back-to-back good games, then they can qualify. Meanwhile, talking about 7C, now they are rushing in. Maxi managed to get knocked by falling from the vehicle, it seems, Floki.
Okay, yeah, I mean, a little bit of rash driving over there, but Skrillex, or rather Skrills, is going to be knocked down by the grenade. Not the singer, folks, not the singer. The player, Skrills, is going to be knocked down by that nade, but 7Cs, well, they're going to have to step very, very carefully over here, because they are on land right now, and it does seem that a couple of members from the side of X-Lines have them in their sights. Sarang going to pop a smoke, going to get his teammate back up on his feet, but once again, if they're not careful, 7Cs, they might get taken out over here. And well, it does seem that Reckoning Esports, they see a weakness and they strike right at the heart of it. Prince also knocked down, and Sarang is just on nurse duty over here, picking everyone who's fallen back up. In the meantime, Celsius Esports, well, it looks like the first pick of the game is finally going to be drawn. Wixky will get the credit for that, as I believe it was a member from the side of Tactical Esports who got taken out, although I could be wrong. In the meantime, Viper will get a knock on Hero with the Mini 14. But we're going to continue to turn our attention towards Reckoning Esports, who do seem to be in a bit of a stalemate at this point. 7C's Esports, they're not really going to try and take up a fight against Reckoning just yet. In fact, Reckoning going to try and rotate out instead, but we'll see if 7C's are going to shoot them in the back, as I do want to find out what is happening on the other side. I don't believe there's going to be a fight happening over here, so if we could turn our attention towards the side of maybe only Glitch and Tactical, well, that would be great, but it does seem that Reckoning Esports are going to continue to hold on to this area for the time being. The pickup truck has blown up, so Skrills has been provided with some cover, and it seems that there's going to be nothing standing between his way and certain victory. As long as 7C's Esports stay down there, they're not going to be able to move out, because our Reckoning Esports, they've got that high ground to work with.
It's the pressure speaking, Floki, it seems. I mean, both these teams, they are desperate to get some points on the table, and that's why they're not willing to fight it out just yet. Talking about Team Soul, they just spotted 7C and Viral trading some shots with 7C, and they're rushing in. But the Stammer Team Soul, they decided it's time to rush in. Team Soul on the back foot. Viewer just got knocked. Rox would love to deploy a smoke and try to revive Viewer, but it's not going to happen for Team Soul.
Absolutely, Team Soul, well, it doesn't look like they are going to be able to go in over here. The nades come pouring in from the side of 7Cs, but can they actually connect? No, Rox will stay alive. In fact, Soul, they come in from the wrong side. Fear is also going to be knocked down over here. What the hell is up with these rotations from Soul? I don't quite know. Rox is going to be biting the dust. Viper still inside the cover of that smoke. And I believe soon enough, Viper is going to be eliminated soon after. Rox will also bite the dust. Oh my god, he is taking some damage over here. Still trying to fight his way out, but 7C's Esports, they've got the numbers, they've got the men. And it seems that Rox is not going to be long for this world. They will also spam the smoke and clean up Viper. Soul being knocked out in 16th place. Once again, the first team to be wiped out of the board.
Completely, I don't understand what they were trying to do. I mean, there was no smoke in their way. They should have rotated from a different angle. They knew someone was there. It was an open field. It was an invite party for Team 7C, and they just ate the dinner. Meanwhile, talking about Reckoning Esports, they wanted to do the third party, but I mean, none of 7C players are knocked down, so they are just staying quiet at this point of time.
Absolutely. Reckoning Esports as well as X-Lions both just staying put because 7Cs don't really have a place to go. They're going to have to pop a couple of smokes if they want to try and make their way out. And it does seem that there is an orb in play over here. Sniper doing justice to his name. Will knock down Canary, but the question is, can he actually finish him? Aladdin going to drop a smoke to try and get to that bike, but well, I'm not too sure if that bike is the best vehicle to have in this situation. Unless he's planning to go the long way around, that bike could be his undoing. But they've also got the option of a couple of other vehicles over here. 7Cs, if they want, they can carpool and make their way out of this, well, horrible spot.
Sometimes you just need speed to enter the zone, Floki. Maybe that is why that bike is coming into action. Meanwhile, X-Line Madhav getting into play, but Team X-Park also coming in, getting the knock on Team X-Lines maybe. But 7C, X-Line, Team X-Park, they're into a jiffy. A Bermuda Triangle is forming there.
Yeah, the Bermuda Triangle is forming in the meantime, and we're going to be turning our attention towards the side of Team X-Park, who, well, they have the high ground against the side of X-Lines, and X-Lines might not be long for this world. Madhav's going to be the first one to get knocked down. Simple as well as his teammate. Samurai is going to get blown up, the vehicle blown to smithereens, and Team X-Park will get themselves 3 finishes to work with. Wait a second, no, they only get 1 finish. It was actually Reckoning Esports who stole those finishes right out of their mouth. And now Team X-Park, upset as all hell, they're going to try and get some revenge. 7C Esports, the prime target for this aggression. But I wonder if they're actually going to be able to clean them up. In the meantime, Oldwood Esports in a world of trouble. That nade is going to knock out Crazy and put him 6 feet under 2. No, he is able to get into cover in the nick of time. And it does seem that Tactical will use their weapons to finish off the job. Sultan is also going to get cleaned up. Olympia ends up going down from OR Esports. A lot of teams biting the dust over here. And in the meantime, OR, they've got Evo still standing. Only Glitch now in a 1v1 against the members of OR. It's going to be Evo versus Botslayer. And Botslayer still crouching, still healing, still making sure that if there is a misstep by Evo, he can't punish him. But Evo instead is going to focus on getting his teammate back up on his feet. And now with 2 members in the fight, it's going to be a lot easier for OR to finish what they started.
Well, I think he had 2 options there. He could have rushed in, but he decided to go away. He decided to wait for it. The patience is going to pay off or not. That is going to be the big question for only Glitch. Meanwhile, talking about the zone, Floki, I think RE Sports Rockstar is the last one standing for them, and he's outside the zone.
Oh yeah, look at that. Jelly now having the number on the sides of only Glitch. Well, they started something that they could not finish, and now the members of OR are here to punish. Jelly still waiting around the corner, waiting for a reload to come in, and now they are going to double peek and put him 6 feet under. OR Esports, a masterclass in how to take these fights and turn around from these corners. But in the meantime, that same stalemate, that same ceasefire continues between Reckoning Esports and 7Cs as the tensions are high. But it doesn't seem that any team is willing to pull the trigger just yet.
Well, now both these teams just got warmed up and they want to enter the zone, so I would love to see how they are going to do that. Meanwhile, talking about the zone, Team X-Park is going to the team, the only team who is in the zone entirely. Meanwhile, talking about Reckoning Esports, they are desperate, they want to enter the zone, but it's not going to be that easy, Floki. I mean, they have a lot of teams to face off. TSG is just in front of them, 7C on the left. They got Enigma to deal with, they got X-Park to deal with. If they want to enter the zone, they have to fight it out.
Yeah, this is a very clever move coming in from Reckoning Esports because I don't think 7Cs have the vision to try and figure out what Reckoning Esports are up to. If they maybe see them on the hood feed, maybe they can figure out where they are, but it seems that Team X-Park have been put 6 feet under as Guild got taken out over here. Krish will bite the dust. Look at that beautiful nade come pouring in. And now Enigma turning their attention towards the members of Chicken Rush as they going in alone on the buggy sniper. He was so beautiful with the arm, but the arm is going to be out of the picture as Shot Boy, the only member standing now from Chicken Rush, is carrying their hopes and dreams over here. But U-Dog is coming in. They smell blood in the water. They smell chicken in the air. And boy, do they want some for themselves. As elsewhere on the map, Reckoning Esports going to be throwing up fists against the side of TSG. But can TSG hold strong? Yes, they can. D-Sync is actually going to pull off the 1v2 over here. The finish is going to be confirmed as well. As Skrill's going to try his best to get some revenge. He will get one. But how many more can he actually find? In the meantime, U-Dog going up against the side of Tactical. I believe 3 members from U-Dog are still standing strong, and they should be able to put out, the fire that is lit on the side of the members of the Chicken Rushers, as well as the members from Tactical Esports that may be crept up. Could be big, but I wonder if that's going to happen. I'm not too sure.
Well, a couple of nades were being prepped there, but no need found that way. Meanwhile, Last Man Standing coming in. Tactical is doing good. They are looking good. Hitman with a 1v3 against UDOG India. That was immaculate coming in from Team Tactical. The Last Man Standing, the last hope for Team Tactical now is in a 1v1 situation against Chicken Rushers, Jet Boy.
Absolutely. Well, he is in a 1v1 on the other side, though. Chicken Rushers, they do have another member keeping their dream alive. So even if they end up losing Jut Boy, they can maybe get some placement points. But once again, that is a long-distant fantasy. And in the meantime, Reckoning Esports, they will find a knock on the members of 7 Seas. In fact, 7 Seas are out. They have been eliminated over here. And Tactical Esports and OR, they've got 1 member each. The only teams who've still got 4 members alive are the members of Enigma. X-Spark, with 3 players still standing, can do a fair amount of work, but Ultron and Scout need to get into a better position to do so. Look at Scout, he's got that desert ghillie suit. Can he actually make work with it? Reckoning Esports, 2 of their members knocked down abroad. The only person still standing. Can Mavi win that fight? Oh, he is prone. He is trying to stay alive. Is there a nade? No, there is not. Scout will be finished off in the meantime. And Mavi and Ultron, the only members still standing. Enigma spilled out of the water. Coming up, but abroad, as well as Mavi, both in fact going to turn around and slap the members of Enigma right in their face. Abroad going to take out another member from Enigma. In fact, the truce has been called in by the side of X-Spark, as well as the team on the other side, and seems that Team X-Spark will be going forward and finding themselves a couple more finishes to work with. And well, teamwork makes the dream work. When your members are gone, you take the help of the enemy team instead.
What a match this is turning out to be. Mavi, with the help of Abrar there, they managed to take out 3 players of Team Enigma. And what a beautiful scenario coming in from Team X-Spark. They managed to get 4 finishes there. Mavi with 4, and total Team X-Spark, they managed to get 6 finishes. Now, it's the time to find who will win the chicken. You know why? Because we have like 5 teams remaining, and all 5 of their teams have only 1 player remaining for them.
Absolutely. Well, this is a 5-way 1v1 standoff. Who's going to come out on top? That is the question. No knocks at this point. Only a couple of finishes to work with. Hitman will find the first. He's got a couple of smokes to work with, but the blue zone closing in from the distance, it's going to make it a little bit troublesome for him to try and move out, because he doesn't really have a lot of cover to work with. I think he might be done for. Might just be going for those heal battles, and Hitman at this point is just prioritizing staying alive. First aid kits being used. Jelly, that nade being prepped up. Where is it? It's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to connect on anyone, but Jelly doesn't know that, so he has cleared that area for now. We'll look in the other direction instead, where Hitman continues to heal himself back up. Alright, I guess we aren't on Miramar anymore. We are on the map of Sanhok, because Hitman, well, he's got a couple of first aid kits to work with, and he will make this a heal battle. There you go. Once again, he's trying to heal himself back up. Make sure that at least he can survive and get a couple more placement points. And well, the play zone will lock down Sagi, and Hitman's dreams will come true. He will get an extra 2 placement points courtesy of those med kits, or rather those first aid kits. And Hitman is done. It is going to go the side of Team X-Spark somehow. Bobby stays alive until the very end, gets his team those placement points, and that is all she wrote as X-Spark find the chicken dinner on day 4 as well.
I mean, that's why they call him the magician, right? Magician Mavi, managing to get the winner chicken dinner for his team. You know, it was a bad situation for Team X-Spark. It was a bad situation for Team Reckoning. Team Enigma, I thought they would come and they would, take out both the teams. But, they joined hands together, and Abrar and Mavi, they managed to get the better of Enigma.
I mean, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and it seems that to the side of Reckoning Esports as well as Team X-Spark, they just called a momentary ceasefire to deal with the members from Enigma coming in from the high ground. Enigma, I think they're probably going to know what their mistake was now that they realize that they lost a fight that they probably should have won. They all went in one after the other. Once again, that coordination, that combined push didn't really come through, and as a result, it seems that to the side of Reckoning Esports as well as X-Spark were able to get the better of them. This wasn't supposed to be any one of those teams' matches. It was supposed to be Enigma's match. They had 4 members standing strong, but for some reason, they just couldn't see it through. Let's now have a look at the highlights and once again put all of that into perspective.
Well, Team Reckoning, by hook, by crook, they managed to survive till the very end. That was a brilliant performance coming in from their side. A lot of players got knocked, but 7C versus Reckoning, it was a fight that was advertised there, but never happened.
Yeah, I mean, 7C's and Reckoning Esports once again just having a bit of a stalemate. No one really making any sort of moves, because they both know that if they move, well, that could be the difference between them being eliminated and them making it to the grand finals or not. Soul, I mean, I don't even know what to say at this point, Spear. I mean, this is just I don't know. I mean, this is just desperate from them. This is nothing else. I mean, they're letting the desperation sink in. They're making plays that they know are obviously very, very risky. They're paying the price for it.
Maybe the pressure is peaking right now, Floki. I mean, this was not a genuine move coming in from Team Soul. It was an empty area. They know the players are there in front of them, and they just gambled it. You can't do gamble. This is BGMI. This is not a poker tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't just, play the odds over here as, well, it seemed that Team Soul, they certainly tried, but the cards just not in their favor. The Spotty Gang as well, I mean, kudos to them. They were very, very sneaky with a couple of their finishes. But Enigma, this is the moment they take out Sniper with the who has the arm, and Chicken Rushers were in a world of trouble over here because Jutboy is all by himself and UDog and Tactical are fighting amongst each other.
I mean, 7 people were fighting in front of him, but he is the one who managed to survive that fight. This is incredible, right, Floki?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think anyone would have expected Jutboy to live over there. And it seems that UDog India, they were too busy being occupied with the side of Tactical to even realize that there is another team and another member in the middle of those compounds. And well, in the end, it does seem that Reckoning Esports were able to come out on top, but yeah, they failed to see it through until the very end, and it seems that Team X-Spark got the better of everyone somehow. And I think Enigma, they've got no one to blame but themselves, because it was sort of their mistake that they all went in one by one instead of going in as a unit, making sure that those players would be overwhelmed and they can't take those 1v1s.
I mean, look at them. Like, look at Mavi's HP. Look at Abrar's HP. There was no option for team, both these teams. But they somehow managed to win that one. First, Abrar, he managed to get the first one knocked. Then Mavi would chip in. Then Abrar would chip in. Without any HP, these two players, they managed to take out Enigma. That was just beautiful. It is immaculate the way these teams, they want to survive. Meanwhile, Reckoning, they were desperate and they managed to get a lot of points out of this game. Mavi, the magician, once again, another chicken dinner. And I have to say, it was back-to-back. Yesterday, last game, they managed to get a chicken. Today, it was their first game. They managed to get the chicken. Would they be able to get the hat-trick in the next one? That is the question now.
Well, everyone is hoping that they do manage to get that hat-trick. But once again, you have to remember, I believe 2 games have already been played for the side of Group B. So, Team X-Spark, yeah, I mean, it seems that they are only going to have 2 more opportunities over here, Spiro. And, well, if they do get the hat-trick, I think a lot of fans are going to be pleased. But before we show you guys the overall standings, let's talk about the match and the point standings over there. Let's jump into the points table and see which team came out on top, as I have no doubt that the first place will go to Team X-Spark with 15 placement points and 7 finishes to work with.
The greatest thing is, I mean, I still remember day 1, Tactical Esports came in, first 2 games, brilliant, and now day 4, couple of games, brilliant again. They got number 2, not the chicken this time around, but that's okay, right? I mean,
second place,
it's better than third place, fourth place, and any other place it seems. So yeah, Tactical Esports, they managed to get 7 finishes for a total of 19 points. Number 3, we got OR Esports with 6 finish points and a total of 16 points.
Absolutely, the best part about this is that Tactical Esports are making a comeback on the final day, but you know what, let's single out one player and pick out who's going to be that iQOO MVP over here. I think I know who it's going to be. Well, oh, never mind, it is actually going to be Maxi OP from the side of Reckoning Esports. Well, took me a second to get that right, as I was surely expecting Hitman to be there, but I guess it wasn't him. But we also got the top 5 players coming up. Let's see the other 4 following in his wake.
I mean, look at the healing of Maxi there. I mean, it was just brilliant, 326 healing for him. But Team X-Spark, Mavi is there. Look at the damage Mavi has dealt in this one. 1000 plus, 1066 to be exact, for 5 finishes. Number 3, we got OR Jelly, the IGL of Orange Rock. We got a couple of IGLs there, it seems, for Floki.
Oh yeah, lots of IGLs over here on the top 5 player squads, as we've got Dark and Sagi in there as well. But let's have a look at the match summary for now, see how many grenades were popped and how many resulted in finishes. Out of 93, only 2 resulted in finishes, but look at the healing done. I think I know the man responsible for it. It is Hitman from Tactical.
Well, it was a combined effort, but yes, Hitman managed to chip in at the last second with 8 first aids. He had 8 first aids and he was doing the heal battle there. Meanwhile, total healing is more than 13,000. To be exact, it is 30,299. 59 players got knocked, 57 were finished, 4 airdrops were looted, and 35 players got rescued.
Yeah, lots of airdrops being looted, it seems, this time around. A lot of teams going in for those slightly riskier plays, as on Erangel we saw 5, on Miramar we see 4. Now we're going to have a look at the finish to damage chart and see what those numbers look like. Spiro, well, it seems that a lot of these teams are dead even.
Well, it was a great competition. I mean, look at the number of finishes there. How many teams got 7? I see 5 teams who got 7 finishes each. That is just amazing, right? I mean, UDog India, Team Enigma, Team X-Spark, Tactical Esports, and Team Reckoning managing to get 7 finishes each. 7 is a good number.
Most certainly is. It is lucky number 7 for a reason, and a lot of these teams getting themselves 7 finishes to work with. Of course, some of them are going to be feeling the impact a bit more, like Tactical Esports, because they survived until the very end. Other teams, perhaps not so much. And, you know, credit where credit is due. It seems that Tactical, I don't know what's up with them, but today they are really putting up a great performance. One chicken dinner, and on top of that, they get second place in the next game. I believe if they keep this up, they just have another game where they're just maintaining their spot. They'll qualify to the top 16. They're going to be making it to the grand finals. But we do have another interesting stat coming up, Spiro. I want you to take the lead on this.
Well, let's pit two players against each other. Let's have a look at player face-off, and we are having Team Xbox Mavi against the OR Esports Jelly, both the IGLs. I mean, they're wrecking havoc from their sides. I mean, it's all about that, right, Floki, that the leader comes in front of you and he manages to get all the things for your team. Mavi, meanwhile, getting 5 finishes. Jelly also got 5, but the damage is the difference.
Absolutely. Mavi had the highest number of damage done with 1,066. Not 130. That is a very, very low number. But let's have a look at the squad face-off. Pit an entire squad against each other. See who comes out on top over there. Yeah, I am talking about X-Park going up against Enigma Gaming. And well, a couple of stats do look similar, Spiro.
Well, it do look similar, but look at the difference there. The only big difference that I can see is their positioning. Team Enigma, who should have gotten the chicken dinner, got only few points. I mean, how many they got? 8 points. They got only 8 points. But look at Team X-Park. They managed to get the chicken dinner, solo man survival. I mean, we've been saying it from day one, Floki. Now, one player can get a lot of points.
Absolutely. I mean, it seems that Team Enigma, everything was laid out for them on a platter. All they really had to do was make sure that they cut down on their mistakes. They don't do anything, and that's all they had to do. But well, they get a little bit too eager. They go one by one, and they just end up combusting, in a bunch of flames. And at that point, Enigma, well, they were really thinking what the hell went wrong. Well, when they check the replay, they will know that it was the fact that they went in one after the other, giving both Abrar and Mavi just 1v1s, and they won those 1v1s so easily.
Another problem that I saw there was the communication issue. I mean, I don't think these players were talking with each other that much, because Abrar's position should have been known by the players who came first. And, the last guy who came there, he was looking at Mavi. He was not looking at Abrar. So the positioning is important. The information is important. And I don't think they were relaying those information to each other.
Absolutely. I mean, it seems that there was a bit of a communication gap between the members of Enigma. And the only way you can solve that is...
by talking.
By talking in-game. Now, of course, there are teams who also, fall way on the other side. They tend to talk too much and focus a little bit less on the game. But communication needs to be short, crisp, and precise. If Enigma had that, could have been looking at a very different game. They missed out on a margin of 7 points. So they lost 7 points purely because they went in and they got eliminated in that 4th spot.
But right now, it's time to show the best slide of the day. It's time to show overall standings. Number 1, we still have Scarlet's Gaming, who played 13 games, and they have 2 chicken dinner for a total of 169 points. Above and high, they are feeling good there. Number 2, we still got Team Mixo with 13 games. They got 147 points. Number 3, we have OR, who's making a jump there to number 3, dethroning Godlike and Hyderabad Hydras to go a little higher.
Absolutely. Well, we've also got Team X in 6th place, jumping up a spot, getting themselves 123 points to work with, although UDOG, India and TSM not too far behind with 122 points each. And in fact, OR Esports, the only reason they're above Godlike despite having the same points, once again, is because they have more position points, or rather more chicken dinners compared to the members of Godlike Esports. And well, if the chicken dinners were even same, their positioning points would come through. Now, let's have a look at the other side. The 9-16 spot, a place where teams don't really want to be, but if they keep performing at the stage or at the level that they're performing at now, they're going to be able to make it to the grand finals, and that is what really matters.
I mean, apart from Enigma, I don't think any team is safe at this point of time. As we told earlier, I think 120 would be a decent cutoff point for top 16, so they would love to get there. Meanwhile, Tactical Esports, what a jump from them, from the last page to top 10. It's almost like a fairy tale, right, for Tactical Esports?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But once again, I wouldn't say they're out of murky waters, because look at that, they've got 104 points. But you know what, let's look at the teams in the bottom 8 instead for now, and see who is over there. It is 7C Esports in 17th place with 80 points to work with, but closely behind them are Rip Mizo, with 79 points to work with, and Reckoning Esports right behind with 78 to their name.
Now the big thing is 7C Esports and Team Soul, they only got 2 games remaining. Whatever they have to do in those 2 games, and it's going to be so difficult for Loki. I mean, the pressure is rising. It's the biggest tournament of their life, and they need to perform. The pressure, the expectations, and both these teams are invited teams, so I don't know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they don't start performing right now, then, well, there are going to be a lot of eyebrows raised, a lot of fans going to be disappointed, but, the story is going to unfold. Be a little bit patient. We're going to be taking a short break for now because the players, they need a break, and so do we. They just need to load up on some chai, get some tea going in their systems, and when they come back, they're going to be fully locked and loaded for the next couple of games. Until then, you're watching Battleground India Series 2021. We'll be back after just a short break.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके, तो फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. My name is Angad the Experiment Chahal, and I love saying this. I just love saying this. As the mischievous devil leaves us, the last hope for humanity is here. But don't take it to your head, all right? Nah, I'm just kidding with him. Of course, it is Sparrow, and Sparrow, boy, last game, Marvi making sure he got Team Xbox that mantle, got that chicken dinner. These guys are looking good.
I mean, big players always come in handy when the pressure is on, and yes, Mavi came in and he played incredibly well. But talking about pressure, a lot of players are feeling the pressure at this point in time. Let's have a look at the players who are going to play. Let's have a look at the teams who are going to battle it out in the finals before the finals, as I say it.
I like it because it is going to be Group A going up against Group C, and well, we have Reckoning Esports, Old Hood Esports, all the esports are here. We have OR as well, Only Glitch, Team Chicken Rushers, the Sapari Gang, Team X Lions, and of course, Celsius Esports.
Who is feeling the heat themselves, it seems. I mean, they are at number 16 right now, and if they want to qualify, they need to perform. But talking about Group C, we are having Godlike Esports, Skylights Gaming, Orgless 5, TSM, 247 Gaming, Team XO, Revenant Esports, and COX RAP Mizo.
Well, of course, a couple of groups, one group that isn't playing, you are going to realize that, Seoul just has 2 games left. We're going to come to that at some point because, again, yes, they are cutting it a bit too thin. They are leaving it to the last second. And, we were talking about, even in the last game, the rotations were a bit questionable, if I may say so, especially, it's been a pattern because they are getting caught out in the open and, well, they paid the heavy price. But that is a story for later because first it is going to be Group A, as we mentioned, going up against Group C. And again, for a lot of these teams, 3 games in hand here, Sparrow. Oh boy, I mean, I can feel the tension. My hands are shaky with all the adrenaline. I can only imagine what they must be going through.
Well, it's going to be just amazing to see. I mean, we are going to have live cams in the finals, and we are going to see that when the hands are shaky, the sweat is pouring down. It's going to be just so much fun. But to reach the finals, you need to get those points, and to get those points, you need to play in Erangel. Also,
the best thing is that, when the POV cams do come on, I love the fact that we can actually talk about that right now. You can also see all that emotion on their faces, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And, that actually just helps us and all these fans, all these viewers watching to connect to your favorite players just a little bit more. But again, that is going to be a story for later. Right now, as you mentioned, we're going to be dropping down in Erangel once again. And boy, oh boy, if the circle from the last game is anything to stand by, things can go either way.
Well, last Erangel, I was just sitting there and I was watching the game, and I have to say, XP, I was just there, just right there. But I have to say, the match was chaotic. From the moment they, landed on the ground, it was chaotic.
And the thing is, normally we see a couple of knocks and a couple of finishes early on. This time we saw squads getting eliminated early on in holds. A couple of them went down. Seoul, unfortunately, well, they did go down quick in the last 2 games. Again, I know I'm beating around the same bush. They still have 2 games in hand. If they play with their hearts out, they might just get through. But again, I do understand the pressure is mounting because, the majority of the fan base over here are supporting Seoul. Of course, they are the old dogs. They are the top dogs from back in the day. And, the top dogs are going up against all this fresh meat. And that would not have been possible without these bad boys in our hands.
Well, absolutely. iQOO 9 series. He got the 9 Pro. I got the 9. The matte black finish. I love this one.
I've fallen in love with this now. I think this is my go-to device. Of course, this is the 9 Pro as you mentioned. And do you want to switch the devices for a second? I mean, come on. You can give it. You actually gave it up? Wait, boys and girls.
I have the Pro now, so your
loss.
loss.
I see, it's my loss. I guess I can kind of match it up with the blue over here, but of course it would not have been possible without these Goliaths supporting us. And, it's just amazing that they have this pedestal and everyone is given a fair chance. Now, speaking of fair chance, everyone is going to be boarding the plane sooner or later. But for now, it does seem like life is coming, alive on the spawn island as all the players are going to be hustling and bustling. And I love saying this again, before we go to all that carnage, all the death, all that destruction, let's once again see and test your memory if you can spot out where we are in Erangel, because, well, we are going to be soaring high above the skies. And talk about soaring high, we're going to start things off at the military base.
Well, this is the Seven Sisters. As I love to say it, Seven Sisters. I don't know.
Radio Tower.
There are a lot of names for it, XP, but yes, military base island. Going to be so important if the zone is going to be in it. And we all love military base zones as casters, as a fan, but teams, they don't like it that much, XP, do they?
The military base was my go-to drop spot, or still is my go-to drop spot whenever I do play BGMI. Of course, my playing days have kind of been cut short over the last couple of years. There you go again with the old jokes. Yes, Sparrow, I'm getting old, and at some point, you can't really play. Your mind is a bit too slow. But no, I mean, that is of course all jokes and fun banter over here. And my reactions are still a bit quicker than you, all right? So let's get that out of the picture now. Of course, this island is going to be scattered with remnants of past wars and of course buildings laying in ruins.
Ruins again. Team X Park would love to go there. I mean, it is their go-to spot if they land nearby and the zone is there.
I want to see some action up in Stolber. Like they tease us with all these shots of the ruins atop that mountain. I want to see some action because again, amongst the ruins, Sparrow, oh boy, you can make a lot of plays.
Well, Starball, I have to say Starball is a wonderful place, but it's a very rare circle, XP. So if the BGMI gods listening to you, I think
they don't. I think they're on your side because you are a pious man. You do like praying every once in a while. And did you do a little prayer for Stolber yesterday?
Well, no, not literally.
Wow, I mean, basically I asked for that and I shall not receive what I have asked for. But now, ladies and gentlemen, as we have a look at the ruined castle, we are going to be flying high above the green, luscious plains of Erangel as the big bird is going to be up in the sky. And well, looks like we are going to be heading north.
Well, we are heading north. It is starting near Sosnovka military base island, going towards shooting range. Actually, it is between Zerki and shooting range, so it is a western kind of a plane path. And if you want to go towards the eastern shore, towards Novoripnoy, Milta Power Prison, Mansion, Lipovka, Yasne, Polyano, Stalbar, or Kamishki, it is going to be hard for you. But meanwhile, these teams, they have that kind of experience now, XP. They know where to find the vehicles, but the problem is, if you know, your opponent also knows where to find the vehicle.
Absolutely, and just speaking of a few more stats and figures, let's just have a look and see how the teams are doing in Erangel itself, because for now, Team XO are going to be leading the charge with 96 points, Skylights in second with 86, and of course Godlike, well, they are going to be creeping up that leaderboard. Let's see if they topple these two teams by the end of the day. Now, as far as top 5 players are concerned, it's going to be Jonathan leading the charge with 18 finishes. Now, as all the teams are going to be dropping down, of course, Revenant are there, they might just head to Novo, they might just head to Milta. They have those options. But the Lions, again, with their preferred drop spot towards the south of the South Island.
Well, as the finals, they are coming close. Jonathan is getting back in form, and that's a great side for all the Godlike fans. I mean, there are 2 Godlike players in the list. We have Neo as well at number 5, who got 16 finishes in Erangel. But now let's focus on the map. Orglis 5. They're desperate, but
I like
now,
this.
let's see. I mean, we were talking about military base island zones. I mean, we were talking that we like it, fans like it, maybe the players won't like it, but here you go.
So for the last Erangel today, this is what we're going to do. We're going to be talking about Stolbert throughout the entirety of the plane path. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a southern shift, and well, a few teams are going to be happy with their location, and a few might just come in. Looks like TSM are going to kick things off as Mental Yam. Well, he is going to be taken down. As Shadow, on the other hand, has that AK and he rattles us off, and with the Ratata, Rahul is going to be brought down as well. Of course, all this carnage taking place north, and looks like again they're going to add some salt to the wounds as 2 of them have been punched out.
Mind games by TSM. If I'm not wrong, they got banned as well in the last one by Team Godlike, so they are feeling it. They want to. They want some revenge, but meanwhile, talking about Godlike, they are on the backward because CEO RIP Mizo would get the better of Neo Flick Whitey with the first finish.
Man, we've got to be careful with our words because whatever we are saying suddenly looks like they are going to be springing in action. Of course, Neo was taken down, but looks like, he was taken out as well. And again, a 3rd punch finish coming in. Oh my goodness, TSM are going to make some statements. Keep one thing in mind, Sparrow. Everyone in this game has access to the kill feed, and they are making quite a statement.
Now, this could be a boxing game, boxing match day, it seems.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yes, on the right corner, we have in the blue, Team TSM. In the left corner, there was a team called 247 who only have 1 player remaining. Meanwhile, Team Godlike also lost a player. So, RAP Mizo off to a wonderful start, Floki. I beg your pardon.
It's all right. I feel younger the moment you said that name because apparently you think I'm a bit too old. Don't worry, we're going to have a talk later on. But of course, the last man standing from 247 Gaming is going to be Mega Arceus, and well, he is out of there because he doesn't want to have anything to do with TSM. Now, the thing is, Jotboy has been spotted, or at least his sound cues have been given away because Jelly, he is going to be lying in wait over there, and of course a lot of patience being displayed over here. Now the thing is, Jotboy, if he does pop out, if he isn't aware that the enemies could be nearby, since his teammates are a bit far away from him, he could be taken out, and looks like he might want to find himself a helmet. Otherwise, well, those big ears are going to be lopped off.
Maybe those big ears are going to help him listen to OR players really well. Maybe not, I'm just kidding. Meanwhile, talking about Jutboy, yeah, he needs to find a helmet really soon because OR Esports Jelly is just ready for him. And to be honest, talking about Jelly, he managed to get 5 finishes in the last game, so he is in form as well.
Oh, he's in form, and of course, now the sound cues are being given out. Jelly still holding his position. Now, if Jutboy decides to, move towards the road or cross over, Jelly could be in prime position to knock him down. Now, as it jumps out, this could be when Jelly might just pop out. This could be when he might just shoot a few shots, because have a look at Evo. There you have it. Just the moment that I said it, Evo is going to come in. Oh, he sees him. He sees him. Jutboy is oblivious to the fact that he might just be knocking at death's door sooner or later. There you have it. Shots are being fired, and it is going to be Jelly making Jutboy so jelly.
Maybe, oh, I wanted to say that. I was just about to say maybe he's just feeling a little bit of jelly at this point of time. Meanwhile, there you go. It happened there. Jutboy was eliminated. But at this point of time, talking about the zone, there are a lot of teams who are going to rotate early. Team EXO, they were trying to rotate early. They already got to the bridge. Team Revenant could be the bridge blockers this time around.
They could be indeed. And let me tell you one thing, Sparrow. I hope the circle kind of stays somewhere in the middle because I want to see some bridge action. I want to see a good old-fashioned blockade. I want to see some burning vehicles on the bridge. Now, of course, it isn't part of the meta. But again, I want to see it. Now, as you did mention, EXO are trying to move in across one side. On the other, it's the Supari gang with Daddy in the lead as they make their way across, and well, OG are a bit too far inland. That means they have no opposition in their paths.
Look, I've been seeing EXO from a long time, and usually what they do is they rotate early. They rotate really early to the military base area if the zone is there, but these days the zone is not going towards the military base area. I mean, it gives you hints that it is going towards the military base area, but it comes back always. So now they are thinking well, they are evolving, they are improving, and meanwhile, talking about TSG, yeah, what a team they are turning out to be. First 2 days were just immaculate coming in from their side.
Oh, they were doing good. And in fact, if you do want to hear a few pointers over here, the Supari gang did end day 1 with 42 points. And day 2 wasn't as good, or was it? Because, hold on, I'm going to have to go through my notes over there. They had 25 on day 2. So a little bit of a dip. And, of course, day 3 was another day. There you have it. They got aggressive once again. And this time they ended with 22 points. So, they are averaging decent number of points. Let's see if day 4 is when they can do better than day 1. Of course, late hitters or heavy hitters, I beg your pardon, late bloomers is what I was going to say. Now, you did mention Team EXO, so what should be their strategy as they make their way? Because again, for now, they are still north of the bridge. They still have control of the bridge axis. Are they going to take it, or are they going to wait for the next circle to form?
I think they are not waiting for the circle. I think they're waiting for their enemies. They want to take the control of the bridge. They want to get some finishes. Again, Team EXO, they got a lot of points already, XP. I mean, I don't think they are looking to get a chicken dinner or something like that. I think they want to be a little aggressive.
Well, a chicken dinner, pardon my pun, is going to be like a cherry on top of the cake for them right now. Again, it's all about making statements. It's all about infusing fear in your opponents because, again, this might be the finals before the finals, as you love saying, but we still have 4 days of grand finale action to come. But before that, we are still going to be here in day 4 as Erangel is going to be on our screens. Game 3, after which we are going to reach the midway mark. But for now, the circle is going to be, well, where we left it last. Teams are migrating. Do you see any clashes happening anytime soon?
Well, not right now, but how these teams have evolved already. I still remember quarterfinals. As soon as the military base circle was there, every single team, they were driving recklessly towards the zone. But now they have grown. They know this Erangel is going to be devilish.
Have a look at the top of your maps. Now, of course, we do have OH coming in, and C or Rip Mizo could be tangling with them sooner rather than later. But someone who's not going to be moving in a hurry is Mega Arceus from 247 Gaming. He's going to try and come in someone's wake and, well, avoid all the commotion. Looks like we are going to have some fights break out. There you have it. Oh, Crazy is going to make sure that Reverse is going to be put in the ground, and with that, we do have multiple fights breaking out. But for now, we might just have a look. Oh, Austin Bodex. Oh, if only you had that big bad sniper, maybe he would have taken a few shots. But for now, he's not going to give his position away. In fact, they're going to just try and see where all the teams are heading so they know, well, where their position is in the next few circles.
Look, the thing is, he's not taking a shot. He's just relaying information to his team. That's a great thing.
All right, we got one coming in. We got one on the side. We got one on the left. We got one on the right.
Absolutely, these calls are going on right now. But the best thing is, I mean, with this kind of information, if they can find out one guy in the open area, they can just wreak havoc on them, and Paradox is looking to do just that. He's waiting for Fierce to make a mistake, and the moment Fierce is going to come out of that compound, he is going down.
Well, I like the fact that Fierce is still being careful. Now, he might have an idea that, somebody could be lurking around. Looks like the circle might, in fact, just implode in on itself towards the center. And, in fact, one of the bridges could be in play as we wait for it. There you have it. It is going to be pretty much concentric, as we did kind of expect. And now, all the action is going to be on towards X-Line's position. For now, Revenant with a few shots of their own. Looks like they finally have let loose a few bullets. And, well, the position is given away. But, as far as Fierce is concerned, I wouldn't really be too unhappy right now, because the distance is just a bit too much.
I'm unhappy right now. I mean, I'm thinking about the players at this point of time. Look at this devil zone. Let's call it the devil zone. I mean, Erangel is being naughty in the semifinals.
Well, that is good, because it means more drama, more action, more carnage, and, well, more destruction for all of us watching at home and us in the studio as well. Now, of course, a few teams are still going to be braving the blue, as that Tesla is doing something it's not really meant to. A little bit of off-roading. Maybe you want to get yourself the Cybertruck. For now, it looks like only Glitch. They have been spotted out in the distance. They're going to be caught out as Gamla Boy is going to come in from behind. The old other warrior lets loose with his M4. Unfortunately, Somraj is going to get out of harm's way, but oh my goodness, Gamla Boy went right into a trap, and Slayer is going to get the better of him. He is going to try and finish him off, as Destro is going to take some desperate cover behind that buggy. Now all attention should be on him. Destro's position has been given away, as he is going to hit the deck, and there you have it. One of them is going to come in. In fact, a grenade is coming as well, but Blaze is going to be taken down. Yes, he is. Destro still full of HP. He is going in for the kill. Oh my goodness. Levi was almost brought down as well, but it's going to be Bot Slayer's grenade that puts him on his bloody knees.
I have to say, beautiful teamwork coming in from both these teams. X-Lions took one mountain, only Glitch took the other one. Scarlet's Gaming had no way to survive that, I think, plan, it seems. Meanwhile, the last man still standing. I would love to see if he's going to get a lot of value out of it. It is going to be Pukar, and I wonder if he's going to survive for a longer period of time.
Man, again, we talk about isolating your opposition, and Skylight's over here. Again, I get it. You come off the bridge, you suddenly take a right. You don't go for the hill straight away, because somebody could already be there, and looks like Pukar is finally going to be caught out. He's taken out elsewhere. One of the Lions is all by himself. He needs his back to come by, because Samurai is going to be a bit low on HP. Daddy's in a good position. Daddy comes out. He shoots with that UMP, and there you have it. They are going to be brought down. That grenade was dangerously close to knocking themselves out, but for now, TSG on a good high. They have 2 finishes to their names.
Meanwhile, all the esports and RP Mizo still going all out. Their rotational clash is still happening, and Godlike is not far away. So there could be a really great battle between them. Meanwhile, Orglis 5 is going against Team TSM. Orglis 5 desperate for some points. Let's see if they can take out the TSM themselves.
Speaking of great battles, of course, you just took the words out of my mouth. There we have it. A great battle is going to be ensuing on our screens right about now, as Aquanox is trying to get a few angles over there. Unfortunately for him, it isn't the one that he needed. On the other hand, looks like, oh my goodness, what a perfectly timed grenade. iQOO did flick as well. Flick White, he's going to be brought down now. iQOO is going to be moving in. iOSO might just come on his side. There you have it. iOSO, in fact, from that flank, is going to make sure he ratatatatata's off with that AKM, and with that, iQOO is going to be brought down now. He's going to make sure he patches himself up before he goes in for the revive on his teammate, as the blue is going to be chipping away at the HP as well.
He needs some medkits, it seems, and they don't have any kind of feelings. They don't, both of them, they don't have any kind of feelings, and they are looting the body. Are they going to find some medkits there? No, they are not. Maybe one of them got some medkits, but OH is rushing in. Meanwhile, on the other hand, TST is rushing in on the Lions. They are the back foot, and Madhav is in the corner. Let's see if he can survive.
Well, we've already seen a couple of Niles being knocked down. Looks like a third A is going to be brought down to its paws, as Madhav is going to be brought down, which means there's one man standing. The circle has made a drastic shift. We're going to bring that up in a second, because, well, TSG is going to make sure that his days are numbered, and now the last line, well, he can't really do a lot without his pack. As Simple is going to be brought down, and with that, Team X Lions out in the 15th position with just one finish to their name. Now, if we could have the map pop up on our screen, something interesting is happening, because, well, the circle, the zone is playing spoil sport. We have gone back up to the north, which means all the teams that came down south, well, they better get in the cars and get the hell out of there. For now, looks like Godlike could be hitting up against, well, it does look like OH.
Well, told ya, this is the devil circle. Again, I was talking about Team XO not making the move there. They were waiting for the zone to come in. They were thinking, shall we go, shall we not go? And they went there.
Have a look at that. OR Esports now, they had that good high position. They, in fact, have the bridge all to themselves on the eastern aspect, and, well, they are getting the scout out of there. For now, OG, they're going to make their move as well, because all the bridge action that we were hoping for might just be popping up on our screens, as Daddy, he wants to make sure he has enough loot. And, well, when you have some bullets lying around, when you have some scopes, I think loot is going to be aplenty.
Loot is going to be a really important thing in this kind of a circle. You can be underwater, you can go towards those compounds, you can heal, you can do a heal battle as well. Meanwhile, talking about other teams, I think Team Reckoning managed to get the better of this zone. They are in the center and they are having a decent compound.
Well, the best thing is, all the action is going to be taking place pretty much around this little circle, as of course the zone has forced the teams to move into each other's proximities, as Notorious and the boys are trying to find a little niche for themselves. For now, they do have a few boulders to work with, but I'm pretty sure, fortified, cemented buildings is going to be a better option. But the thing is, teams are going to be coming across on the bridge. Shots are going to be fired, but it's going to be Sultan who takes down Rexy on the other side because, well, action is breaking out everywhere now. Aditya and his teams, they need to move in. Looks like Jelly is going to come in for some much-needed redemption. 247 out in the 14th position as Chicken rushes. Well, their position was rushed by TSG. In fact, TSG just drove past them and looks like they are doing a lot of damage, but it's going to be OG Blaze who's going to be blazing with his UMP, and the Notorious is going to be brought down, but TSG Daddy makes sure he gets that finish.
Beautiful positioning, I have to say, by Only Glitch. The players are ready. They are waiting for anyone who can come from Military Base Island as well. But right now, look at the number of players nearby. They got Chicken Rushers, they got TSM, they got TSD. Every single of these teams, they want to enter the zone, but it's not going to be easy.
I think you're going to agree with me. CR should not have been in this position so open. They were a little hesitant. It did seem like, when they did get on the buggy, they were trying to back off just a little bit, but looks like GSG had other ideas with this grenade. Does Daddy have some ideas for Vampire? Yes, he does, but Vampire right now is lurking in the shadows. That means the Sunlight A is not going to get him, and well, he is still going to be at maximum strength, although he just has half his HP. Now, this could be problematic. If they do spot him, they could shoot at TSG, and well, they might just take some damage from the blue zone, and they might just take some damage from Sniper, but looks like that is all she wrote, and well, Godlike over here, Jonathan getting the better of Evo.
Well, Godlike, they're off to a wonderful start. They lost Neo early on, but they managed to find one finish. Now they have to enter the zone and look at the zone. Talk about the zone. This is it. Cluster Compound is going to be the name of the area that is in the zone. And Team Reckoning, they would love to enter that area at, I think, number 1 position.
I think everybody wants to head to that position because, like we said, of course, you want to hide behind a wall, then a plume of smoke. But for now, shots are going to be fired, and it is going to be Reckoning going up against OR, but Jelly gets the better of Skrills, as Skrills is going to be brought down in an instant. Now grenades are going to go off because Organist 5 are moving in as well, and Jelly's got to be careful because it has just gone down. Rexy's coming in hard. He is coming in hard, and there you have it. He almost gets another knock over there. He does run one over. Unfortunately, Kilo is going to be on point to make sure he puts him 6 feet under. Now they are going to take some cover, but looks like he is going to go in for the finish. That is a good choice. I like this. One of them is going to pick his teammate up, while Bomber, he is going to try and see if he can spot the last man standing from OR Esports as Jelly. I guess they're going to go for a little bit of a truce over here, Sparrow.
Well, I was not expecting that from Orglis. I thought they are going to rush in. They know that OR, they don't have those players, and that nade coming in. Exactly. They knew the exact position of Jelly, it seems. Meanwhile, Godlike on the back foot.
The best thing is, it was Bomber who threw that grenade, and well, he definitely bombed that team elsewhere. Reckoning Esports, they are trying to hold their ground, and you did mention teams are going to be heading their way. Exo is coming under fire. Before he could hit the deck, he was taken out, and of course, it was Maxi with his M4 doing all the damage. Now, when you see smoke, you are going to pump it full of lead. That is exactly what Reckoning Esports are doing right now. Elsewhere, we are going to have a few fights break out, as there still could be some action on the bridge, but that is a good grenade. Is it going to hit its mark? Nope.
Well, I have to say, XP, Team Reckoning, their rotations are just amazing today. The way they managed to get into this cluster compound, have the zone, but right now Maxi is playing with fire. Both of them are playing with fire. They're in the open area. They just want to take out Exo by hook, by crook, or by those nades.
Or by those nades, and sooner or later, as that smoke dissipates, you might just see a few bullets coming in, but looks like Clutch God, on the other hand, is going to get the better of the opposition as Dreams. Well, he is going to be living a nightmare right now as he went booming with that Celsius Esports eliminated by, well, everybody as they go out in the 11th with 2 to their name.
The last guy got finished by falling. That was a blunder coming in from Team Celsius. What have you done, Team Celsius? You need those points. You are at number 16. You can't do that.
That is going to hurt.
Team Godlike, they got the easy way into the zone as Team Celsius were not able to hold the ground. Team TSG, they're just trying to survive.
They see your gun?
They saw the nozzle there.
You can see the muzzle of your weapon, and now you can see the backpack, and now, of course, they know that someone is down below. Now, Nikhil's position could be given out as well, but the funny thing is, there is... hold on. Let's see if he timed it properly. He does lob it down. It is going to go boom, but it bounces off just a little bit. But now TSG are going to be aware that, hey, wait a second, there's somebody over there, but Desync over there from that little rock out in efficiency is going to get the better of him, and now he, in fact, even lays down shots at Bot Slayer. Bot Slayer almost getting knocked out as well.
It was a brilliant opportunity for
Look at
DT69, but Revenant, who are desperate as well, and they are in the water. Meanwhile, Sultan getting the better of Clutch God, and Sultan himself is a Clutch God, it seems.
Oh, he is a clutch god, of course, multiple MVP. I do believe he does have the treble already. Now, the thing with Godlike is they are in a bit of a tricky situation. They only have the cliffs at one end, and well, down below you have a big drop. That is somewhere they do not want to go. But the thing is, they could squeeze them in. Have a look at that. That is what I was just going to bring up. They are in some semblance of cover. I would love to see OH push up on them, but they don't have to, because both these teams, they have to move to the next circle.
You know what, XP? What a game this is turning out to be. We are, 19 minutes on the clock. We only got 10 teams.
Wow.
I mean, that is the difference.
This is not the same Erangel that you and I have been used to. It looks like action is going to be breaking out early. Like you mentioned, 28 people still alive in this game, wanting that delicious chicken dinner. But now, Klaus, is it going to be Christmas once again? Because he does know where the enemy is, while his teammate is going to be scrambling for some cover and, well, for some vehicles as well. Now, looks like TSM. Oh my goodness, that is one lucky man over there, surviving by a sliver of HP. Lucky for him, he wasn't taken out, but looks like someone is going to be taking a few shots as the Scar L is going to be reloaded. And soon, Blaze is going to be blazing on his opponents. I like OG's position, but the thing is, they have to come down. They are still out of the circle, and for now, as you mentioned, Reckoning are looking good, as well as Team XO.
Well, Reckoning, I think they have a beautiful place in the zone. Team TSM also getting a decent place in the zone, but I'm worried about Revenant. If they are able to get the top 5 position, that would be just amazing for them. And what's just happened? Some Rohit Shetty movie stuff going on here, XP.
Absolutely, and they didn't really have a lot of options, because if they went by land, well, they would have been taken out. What they're doing now is making sure they have a little bit of cover down below. They can, in fact, step in their vehicles, pass themselves up. But what happens when the circle shifts away? That is a gamble that they are going to be, well, thinking about right about now. For now, Ninja. Is he going to be sneaky? Is he going to lob that grenade with perfection? Because it does seem like it's good. There you have it. Bomber is going to be bombed upon, and there he's going to go down. He hits the ground, and whoa, we have some car 98 action, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want the screen to go anywhere else. I just want to focus on Ninja all night long, because chances are he just might connect one right between the whites of an enemy.
Well, he got the level 1 next to his team. He has to be careful, but there's no fear in him. He's just peeking it, he's just shooting lead, he's just sweating bullets at this point of time, and that's more.
Well, now he's going to pop his tires, making sure that he has some semblance of cover over here, because you got to make sure you have that makeshift fortification. But the thing is, look at how TSM are spread out. They have good control over here, and sooner or later they could be racking up finish after finish, as Blaze just might find out. Now he wants to jump in, but a grenade is going to come in. Unfortunately, it is going to bounce off those cliffs, and for now, Blaze, I don't think he has a lot of healing on him. He is applying some bandages. Maybe he might just have a few first aids as well. And now Blaze OP with a grenade. It is a bit to the left, and now he can turn his attention elsewhere.
This is going to be a really important game. I would love to see if he saw Slayer. Yeah, he
I
saw
love
that
this.
Bullets. I think he
the
saw the
traces.
bullets there. Yeah,
Yep.
he saw the bullet traces there. That nade is going to be important, but it's so hard to connect that nade at this point of time.
Because they just keep bouncing away from the opposition. Right now, Levi is going to make landfall a bit quicker than Desync and the boys. He does pop some smoke. Quick thinking coming on his part, but now he knows that someone is nearby. He knew that there were other fish in the sea, and just have a look at how all the teams are spread. Reckoning on one side, EXO in the middle. Now they do have control of all those buildings, which means everyone else, well, their days could be numbered. OG in the water, TSG in the water, and TSM, all they have to do is shoot some fish in a barrel.
Well, there's still some space inside the zone, some water inside the zone, and if you want to survive, you have to go there. But look at the number of teams. Revenant already got a decent spot there, but would they be able to climb this mountain? That is the question in my mind.
Well, the thing is, if you know your spots, if you've been in this situation before, you do know that on this cliff we still have a couple of ways that we can, move up top. But for now, they are going to be happy with the position. Oh my goodness, Desyn's position has been given away. You do have to come up for air at some time. Unfortunately, us humans, we haven't really evolved gills as yet. Maybe in the next 3,000-4,000 years we'll have that discussion later. But for now, Paradox, again, they have a nice little niche for them. They don't have any finishes. They definitely need some, because well, this grenade could be it. Flick could be in world of trouble. There you have it. Flick goes out with a grenade underwater, and with that, CO rip Mizo out in the 10th position with 4 finishes to their name.
I was wondering, XP, are we going back underwater? Because we came from there, but it's okay, XP. Let's see, let's find out. Meanwhile, Paradox trying to take out all the esports. and with that M4, he can do that. I mean, I would love to see if he's going to jump down there.
Now the thing is, have a look at his teammate. He is going to be behind them. Austin Bodex could be getting all this information, and although if this grenade doesn't work, that might just be it. If it does not bounce away, although it was just a little bit too long because, yep, it did bounce in a way that he did not want it to. Now he is going to go for another one. Oh, he spots the enemy. Claus might have just made a mistake, and Claus is going to pay for that with his life. It does seem as his teammate Austin is going to be opening up from the other end.
Well, this is going to be a really important battle between Sultan and Paradox. 1 versus 1. Sultan is coming in, and they have no idea about each other. But yes, Sultan comes in, finally getting the better of Paradox and getting another finish to his name, which, I mean, he got 4 in total, it seems.
Well, looks like I love saying, he is the Sultan of Swing. He is going to start singing, and all the other teams are going to be in dire straits indeed. But for now, TSM Blaze, he does have a grenade. In fact, he spots Jonathan in the distance. He does rattle up a few shots with that suppressed AKM. Unfortunately, all it's going to hit is pin air. Now, TSM, again, they have a good semblance of cover. They have a good position. And Nickel, again, still swimming out at sea. He wants to make landfall, but keep in mind, someone else is going to be nearby. If he does throw a grenade over here, and if it's time to perfection, looks like another team could bite the dust. For now, 6 teams still alive, 12 players, well, trying to murder one another.
Look at the zone there. Team Reckoning in the zone. Team EXO in the zone. Meanwhile, Team TSM Equinox is trying to find some fish in the water. Nickel, being the last man standing for TSG, is desperately trying to survive, but the zone is going to, either the zone is going to get him or TSM.
I must say, TSG, they've had a good game. 9 finishes to their names already, and all Nickel's trying to do is make sure he gets some position points, but with this final boom, is it going to be it? Because, well, it is just going to be a bit too short. Now Nickel is going to make a desperate landfall. That is exactly what he does, and well, ladies and gentlemen, he has made it, which means TSG are still secure for maybe a few more position points, but the circle has shifted away from him, and, well, I don't see any way up unless he wants to, take down a few boys from TSM. It all is going to come down to what we see on our screens right now. Reckoning in a good position. They haven't really made a lot of noise. Well, they are doing so right now because Sensei was almost knocked up, but keep in mind, TSM are going to be coming in from the right.
Now, TSM, they want to enter the zone. They have laid some smokes down. They want to enter, but it's not going to be easy. God, like Glusgod coming in, getting the better of TSM Blaze, OP, and Orglis 5 is still the last man standing. Glusgod now, he has some idea about him, but not the exact position, it seems.
Although Glusgod did get that knock, looks like EXO are going to steal that finish. Again, it doesn't matter how you get your points, by hook or by crook. 1 point is definitely coming in your favor. Now, the last first aid is going to be picked up. Evoke is going to get up. Yes, he does. He does give his position away. He does shoot. He does fire. And in fact, he gets the better of Glusgod. Unfortunately, he could not convert that to a finish, but luckily for Glusgod, Jonathan is going to be on hand as Orglis 5 are eliminated in the 5th position with quite a few finishes. Now we are down to the final 4. TSM just has 1 man surviving. Godlike surviving with 2, Reckoning with 3, and Team EXO with 3 for now.
Now Godlike, they're yet to get a chicken dinner in this semi-finals, but yes, TSM is done and dusted. Now EXO, Immortal, with a fearful nade there. He knows exactly where the players could be. 1 nade could be the end for Team Godlike. A beautiful nade will do some chip damage there, but not enough, it seems.
Well, the first grenade was overcooked. Let's see if the second one is going to be good, because Glusgod is going to be taken down as Immortal. Well, he is living up to his name, and now the follow-up grenade is going to try and go for Jonathan.
Exactly.
That is beautiful. Jonathan almost getting wiped out, and with that, Godlike could have gone, but now he still has some HP. He's still crawling, and he has that bush for cover. Now he patches himself up, and Immortal, again, if he has an idea that someone is going to be nearby, he just might shoot, but then when you have a ghillie, all this tall grass kind of helps as well. He has a ghillie, he has a growth star, he has level 3 armor, he has a level 3 vest. Oh my goodness, this is going to be amazing. Can he use that rapid fire to his advantage, or is Godlike going to be taken out in turn?
The best thing is Immortal has no idea if there's a player there. I mean, he is looking for them, but I mean, he got no idea that where the exact position of Jonathan might be. Now it's going to be a 3v1 battle where Reckoning Esports,
they're going for it.
Chicken dinner, but Team EXO, they want it. They're feeling it, and Sensei is pushing in.
And I love the fact that they do have all the CQB weapons. We have the UMPs, we have the Grotzas, and of course grenades do wonders indoors as well. Sensei's good. Sensei's good. Of course, there was some smoke being deployed over there to make sure that their vision is going to be obscured. Now, that was a good play on them, because now that means Reckoning Esports can regroup in one house. And, well, when you have to defend one house, things become a little bit easier unless this happens and you are reined in with a barrage of grenades. For now, Jonathan, again, he is keeping his cool. cool, and just as I say his name, Immortal, well, he did spot him out, and with that, Godlike are going to be out in the third position with, well, quite a few finishes, 6 to be total.
Look, rushing this compound, to be honest, it's going to be really difficult for any team. I mean, they are in the basement. They're just holding angles. I mean, it's a crossfire by Team Reckoning and Team EXO. I would love to see if they're going to go and going to get it done.
Well, they are going to be, laying up all those crossfires. But the thing is, Pero, if they do deploy some smokes coming in, it could be something. And there you have it. Reckoning Mr. Spray is going to get the better of him. Fierce almost got taken down as well as, Immortal is going to be looking on from behind. Fierce, of course, is going to be finished now. It means they are just 2 men standing from Team EXO, and all Reckoning have to do is just bide their time, have some patience, as Sensei is going to make a move. Sensei does take a few shots. Mr. Spray does take some damage, but now they're going to be running around. There you have it. Uproar takes the bait. He comes out. He is brought down. Of course, Immortal making sure they have a few angles. Max's position is given away as well. He is going to be shooting in, and how the tables have turned. Sensei, of course, can't patch himself up just yet, but he knows something's happening. Oh my goodness, that UMP could be coming in handy, but he gets taken out because Maxi was peeking at the right angle, and with that, EXO are down to 1 man. Question is, they are going to test his immortality. He is going to come in. Mr. Spray hits the deck, and well, living up to his name, does spray a lot of lead in his direction. Now, Immortal is going to be caught off guard, and there you have it, surrounded like an amoeba and basically suffocated until he went down.
Beautiful gameplay coming in from Team Reckoning. The moment I saw them rotating towards the cluster compounds, I knew they are looking to get that chicken dinner. And believe me when I say that, Team Reckoning, they were in the last half of the table. They were in bottom 8. They managed to get the chicken. They managed to get some decent points. The crossfire was brilliant. The cover that they were giving each other was brilliant. And yes, they deserve. Actually, sorry, I need to correct myself. They earned this chicken dinner.
They did earn this chicken dinner, although in the finish department, they are going to be a bit low. Only 4 finishes for them. But again, chicken is chicken, and that is what they are walking away with. Now, of course, EXO, oh boy, they did put up a fierce fight over there. I love the way that, Sensei and Immortal had a little staggered formation, and the enemies, Reckoning Esports, they did take the bait, and it was even Stevens at one point, but again, that little peek from Maxi down there got the job done. And in case you missed any of the action, I'm pretty sure you didn't. We all have been glued to our screens, but in case you did, well, we got you covered there because the highlights are popping up now.
Talking about the highlights, this was a wonderful game. There were a lot of altercation early on in the game. TSM using some punches there to get the better of their opponents. 247 Gaming, I would love to talk about them XP right now because I don't think they can make a comeback now.
I mean, let's be honest, and let's not beat around the bush. Yes, it looks like this is it for 247. It could be it for a couple of more teams, but again, they still have another game in hand. And you know what? Let me tell you one thing: the fact that 247 Gaming made it to this point through the online qualifiers, through all the grind, and well, I definitely think they've won some space in our hearts. One of the best 24 teams in India.
Aman Pooja, to be honest, he managed to break a lot of hearts.
Are you sure it's a he?
Yeah, I think he managed to break a lot of hearts, it seems.
Of course.
XP. Meanwhile, talking about Scarlet's Gaming, they're still number 1, I think. I don't think Team EXO can topple them, or can they?
Well, we're going to have to wait and find out when the point standing does come up. But again, Skylight's Gaming, boy, this fight was pivotal because they were isolated 1 by 1, and only Glitch got the better of them, as was the case with the X-Lions. Now, we all know Lions, they love that pack lifestyle, and when they are separated, they are going to be just a bit too weak, as we did find out on the screen just moments ago.
Meanwhile, Orgless 5, they managed to get some points after this game. Team COX RIP Mizo. Yes, the nade was perfect, but the will to survive by RIP Mizo, that was just immaculate.
Keep one thing in mind. He hears the car coming in. He has a grenade, lobs it over the house over there, and he anticipated that someone is going to be rushing towards his position, and well, he was correct. Now, Jonathan over here, again, they did get a few good finishes, but like we did mention, they were pinched in. How they got out of that situation is a mystery to me, because we did see Jonathan right up there until the end. In fact, Jonathan, 5 finishes, man. This guy was on fire.
I told you, right? The finals are coming and the big boys are now turning it up, and yes, Jonathan is one of them. Meanwhile, this nade by Bomber bombarded Team OR Esports entirely. Meanwhile, OR Esports sitting comfortably on top of the table, so they don't have to worry about it. But Reckoning, they had to get some points, and boy oh boy, they managed to get some.
And of course, they had that trigger discipline. Oh, Desync, you are one lucky man, because had you not been wiped out, well, looks like, oh, there you have it again. He did go for that med kit. Had it been like a second too late, or had it been a bit too close, well, that would have been all she wrote for them. Now, OG over here, I like what they're doing. I get the idea, right? Of course, you want to make sure you take your vehicles to the bottom of the ocean with you. Maybe even meet Davy Jones over there. But the thing is, the circle tends to shift away, so that plan goes kaput.
Maybe they were trying to find some SpongeBob there, but it's okay. XP, I think they wanted to survive. They wanted to make their cars the submarine that it can be. Meanwhile, Sultan, again, he came in. He was knocked first, but he got revived and then he took out Paradox.
You know, speaking of submarines, we might just see some amphibious vehicles coming up in the next few updates. I'm not giving out any spoilers. I'm just being hopeful right about now. Maybe in the not so distant future, we could have all the advanced warfare to ourselves. Now, Sultan over here, boy, oh boy. I mean, I was wondering, hey, what is he doing? Because Claus did the same thing. Claus was taken down, but Sultan, of course, when you are the iQOO MVP 3 times already, you definitely are packing some heat. And talk about packing heat, Evoke over here, trying to evoke some rage or some reaction from Godlike, but Jonathan was on hand for his teammate.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Immortal, he managed to do a 1v2 with those beautiful nades of his. That was just amazing. I mean, you know, when you see when you see someone you nade, when you hear someone you nade, and Immortal just did that. Jonathan in the end was surviving with a level 3 helmet and a vest and a Groza, but he had no healing. He only got bandages to his name, and in the end he was taken out by Immortal.
You know, as a player myself, well, the days have gone by, but of course I'm going to hold my thought for just 1 second. Now, this is what you were talking about. They had the right angles, but this little bait over here, Sensei, baits him out because, of course, they anticipated, you know, he's going to go in for a reload, but Immortal was standing by to make sure his teammate got some much-needed assistance. Now, over here, had Maxi OP not gotten this knock, we might have seen something different, but now as Immortal was left all by his lonesome, all Reckoning had to do was surround him and put him down in the ground, and with that, of course, they did manage to get the job done and walk away with the chicken dinner. A good game coming out, a different Erangel for us to see, because as you mentioned, you know, by the time we hit the 15-minute mark or something like that, we just had 10 teams alive and 28 people still vying for that chicken dinner, but now we know who won. Let's have a look and see how the teams did, because, well, the point standings are popping up on your screen right about now.
Talking about points, I mean, Team Reckoning, yes, they were desperate. Yes, they were feeling a little low, but they managed to make a brilliant comeback. Now, with 4 finished points and a total of 19 points, they would now feel comfortable in top 16, I would presume. But number 2, we got Team Exo sitting, you know, in top 3. They are relaxing, they are chilling, they're focusing, and they are doing well.
Again, for them, you know, of course, I don't want to say this, but it is like a practice match, right? They are established. They know that they're going through, so they can actually try some new things in the following games.
Well, even for Godlike, I mean, the way they're playing.
For everyone on the first page, I think, you know, well, not for everyone. Ooh, things could still go wrong, but, you know, talking about things going wrong, some things always go right. On the other hand, because the iQOO MVP is going to be popping up, and it is going to be Jonathan once again from Godlike Esports with 5 finishes to his name.
Well, again, he came in, he conquered with 5 finishes, 864 damage, 3 assists, but let's have a look at top 5 players. It is going to be TSG Daddy. Oh, I was not expecting Daddy. He managed to get 5 finishes and almost the damage of 700. Number 3, we got Old Hood Sultan with 4 finishes. Look at the damage there, XP. With 874 damage, 1 assist, 3 headshot. He managed to play really well. Number 4, we got Immortal, the man himself who managed to take out Team Godlike in a 1v2 situation. At number 5, we got TSM Equinox, who was stuck there, who was trying to survive, but in the end, Sultan got him.
I like how, you know, every single team is being represented over here. Normally, you see the entire team, but now let's have a look at some more facts and some more figures and some more numbers on your screen. I mean, if you weren't sick of it by now, well, we're going to make sure we help you out. Now, 80 grenades were used, not the highest that we've seen in Erangel, but still, you know, a lot of bullets did the talking in this game, and I do believe only 6 sent players down to the watery depths, well, I was going to say the fiery depths of hell, but I kind of just messed that up. Take over, Sparrow.
Well, talking about total healing, it is 8600, total knocks 63, total finishes 58, and 3 airdrops were looted. This was the 3rd game. In the first game, there was 5 airdrops looted. Second game, 4 airdrops looted. In this one, there are 3 drops which was looted.
Now, let's give our viewers some visuals, because the, well, finish to damage performance is coming up. And does this look like your city, as you love saying?
Nah.
Nah? You have a few more taller skyscrapers over there?
Not really.
Not really. Again, I'm going to ask you a few questions later on. But for now, as far as these tallest skyscrapers, as apparently we're calling them now, TSM are leading the charge with the maximum damage, 1970 to be precise.
They managed to get 8 finishes to their name. Meanwhile, Godlike, they got 1224 damage for 6 finishes. Team Celsius, they're feeling a little bit bad, it seems. I mean, they need to wreak some havoc in the next one.
I know you wanted to say they are feeling the heat, but he is going to be saving his punchlines for later. But again, you know, maybe they need to turn the thermostat up or down just a wee bit, because again, they are at the cusp of just, you know, losing everything. It could just slip away from their fingers, as it could for a lot of these teams. Now, you know, the next game is going to to be something that everyone is going to be waiting for, because certain teams are going to be coming back, and well, the question is, are those certain teams going to make it through to the grand finals? But before that, again, I love the fact that the Erangel we witnessed was something different, and there was action aplenty right from the get-go. I mean, forget action plenty from the get-go. We had people being punched out right at the beginning.
Well, absolutely, but let's pit two players against each other. Let's have a look at player face-off, and let's see which two players are coming in right here on our screens. And we got Godlike Jonathan going against Team EXO's Immortal.
Well, of course, Immortal, as I love saying, did test their mortality. In fact, he did get the better of one of his teammates, but Jonathan, in fact, Immortal was the one who got them both, but at separate occasions. So, EXO, the way they were spread out at the end was one of the reasons they could do that. Now, of course, Jonathan with 5 finishes, Immortal with 4, and if you look at the damage, it isn't going to be too much, just 100 points differentiate both these gentlemen. Now that we've had a look at the gentlemen on our screens, let's have a look and see how the squads did, because, well, now it's time to put two squads up against one another, and this time it is going to be TSM going up against, the Icy Cool, the Supari gang.
Well, double T is going against each other. Finishes, talking about them, TSM managed to get 8 finishes. Meanwhile, TSG, they got 9 finishes to their name. TSM, they got the better spot at number 4. They managed to get 8 position points. Meanwhile, if you talk about Supari gang, not so much for them. They managed to end up at number 6 position.
I mean, not so bad for both these teams, and they are looking good. Of course, they've got to make sure they have this momentum till the end, because yes, they might make it to the grand finals, but also it's about the bragging rights, and looks like TSM could be bragging quite a bit. And 247, well, they are definitely going to feel the brunt of it.
Look, to be honest, I mean, there are a lot of teams who are feeling a little bit pressurized at this point of time. 247 is one of them. Team Soul is one of them. Even if you talk about Team Revenant, they're not feeling well, but they managed to have a decent game. They managed to have a couple of decent games. But is that going to be enough for them?
I mean, you and I, we already kind of know the answers, right? I mean, we are doing our best to be as neutral as possible. I don't know. Do we? Huh? A little bit of controversy breaking out over here. Ladies and gentlemen, is Sparrow. Well, I'm not going to bring it up right now. But again, anything can happen. Anything can happen. If they get a few early finishes, they might have the momentum. They might just feel good in their heads. The little weight, the little pressure, the little anticipatory pressure, in fact, from all the fans could just be lifted. And, well, some teams might just make it through. But before we get into all the carnage that is going to be in Sanhok, again, anything that we're taking away from this game?
I just want to say that these teams now, they have to realize that they are in they are in a need of a lot of points. They need 30 bombers now. I mean, I don't think 10 points, 20 points are going to help them much. Team Soul, Team 247, even Team 7C, they need those 30 bombers to come in. They need the chicken dinner. Let's see if they can get it.
We keep talking about, how David is going to be going up against Goliath. Well, we're going to find out right now, because this is the moment you've been waiting for. The overall standings are popping up on our screens after 3 games, the last day of the semifinals. And, well, are your favorite teams going to be there? We just had a quick look at what's happening at the other side.
Boys.
I don't like one thing. Why is their studio bigger than ours? I mean, I think I'm a big boy. I need some space over here. But again, all that aside, we are going to be hopping over. But I do like seeing that helmet pop up on our screens every now and then.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I've been there, XP. That studio is indeed bigger. It's okay, XP. It happens.
A moment of silence in the chat, please. And you better not be gesturing to us right now, Floki. But there you have it. The overall standings are coming up. And Skylights, oh boy, they still have the lead, but it has dwindled. Only 4 points separate Skylights with 169 and Team EXO with 165.
Now again, Godlike is coming in, and they are coming in strong. They want that number 1, it seems.
They'll take it. The way they are playing, Sparrow, they will take it.
Oh boy, they want it. Number 4, we got OR Esports with 146 total points.
98 finishes. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not. The century is coming. The century is going to happen today. Meanwhile, number 5, we got TSM with 1 chicken and a total of 138 points. The way they are playing is really, really good. But meanwhile, number 6, we got Hyderabad Hydras. Are you kidding me? They got 91 total position points.
I guess a little bit of a switcheroo taking place, but of course, 98 finishes. It just has a different ring to it. Under them, we do have Team Xbox with 123 points. Then, and looks like you want to point something out.
There's a fact there. I mean, can you see it? Godlike Esports is the only team who are yet to get a chicken dinner.
They need it?
I mean, they don't need it. They're in top 3.
They need it. Answer this question in the chat right now. Does godlike esports need a chicken dinner, or do you want to see them topple the tables without any?
They will need it in the grand finals.
I mean, that's a different story again. This is the finals before the finals, but let's have a look at the second page because, well, Enigma still where we left them in the 9th spot with 114, and again, only Glitch, 88 points. The last time we had a look, they had 80. Again, not a lot of points in the last few games. The chances are slowly dwindling away, Hesbero.
Absolutely. I mean, they need to perform well. Meanwhile, talking about tactical esports, look at them. They have 3 chicken dinners to their name. And I was talking with Floki, and I was telling him that after those chicken dinners, they have that Harry Potter shroud of invisibility because I don't see them after that.
You couldn't see them, but of course they did make a little bit of a splash in the pond today as they got their 3rd chicken dinner in Erangel earlier this day. Now, this is the page you don't want to be in. And let me be honest with you, 7C still have a chance. They do have 80 points. Even a couple of decent games could propel them to greatness because remember, only Glitch had 88. Now, Team Soul. This is going to be the elephant in the room, and their chances are looking slim until or unless, like you said, they get a couple of 30 bombs.
They need 30 bombers, they need back-to-back chicken dinners, and if they can do that, they can still make it. Yes, Team Soul can still make it, but talking about Celsius, Already Sports, RIP Mizo, Orglis 5, and 7C Esports, they might get away with the 15-20 if they can get that. Even they can qualify.
You know, I love your optimism. This guy always sees the glass half full, not half empty. But again, you know, I mean, it's true. They can make it. But the question is, all that pressure on them, are they going to be able to do so? Because again, you know, the hands are going to be a bit shaky. And, well, when the adrenaline is coursing through, it's not just always, you know, fair flight. It is that response. But again, they have so much more, you know, just weighing them down.
Diamonds are formed under pressure, XP. Diamonds are formed under
pressure.
pressure.
What happens when you are already a diamond and then on top of that more pressure is put on? Chances are it might just crack up a bit. But you know, again, all of this would not have been possible without that on our desk right now. I, of course, am talking about the iQOO 9 series, and well, when they give you a grand stage, when they shine the spotlight on you, the question is, what are you going to do? Are you going to take that opportunity, or are you going to let it slip through your fingers?
It's going to be so important for a lot of these teams. They have to make sure that their dreams become reality. They're already in top 24. That's a good achievement. I mean, to be honest. But right now, the best achievement is to reach the grand finals. But talking about iQOO 9, I mean, the performance of this device is just flawless. You want to change again? I mean,
I want it back. And of course, this is the iQOO 9 Pro. That is the iQOO 9 with the matte black finish, which is just, oh, so sexy. Now, the thing is, we are going to have an official word once again from the official smartphone sponsor of BGIS 2021. Well, hello and welcome back. I'm just a bit disappointed because as hope has floated away, this little bundle of mischief has come back. Of course, I'm talking about Floki. It's lovely having you here. You know, I just love messing with you.
Oh,
now, you saw the last game. It was a different Erangel. I mean, you were jumping up and down on the side, pretty much distracting us throughout.
Absolutely. I mean, when I was watching the game, I didn't even know what to think of it. I mean, Sultan, how many times is this guy going to come in clutch? I am not going to have enough fingers by the end of this tournament just to count how many times this guy has saved his team's butt from a dire situation.
You know, when Claus went by, we saw him being taken down. Then Sultan did say, I was like, wait a second, why are you making the same mistake? I guess I had to eat my words back. Before we jump into Sanhok, ooh, spicy. Let's have a look and see which all teams I like that. Which all teams are going to be battling it out down there on the tropical island, because it is going to be Group B taking on Group C. And well, there you have it. Hyderabad Hydras, 7C Esports, Tactical Esports, Team Xbox, Enigma Gaming, UDog India, R Esports, and of course, Seoul.
Absolutely. Well, it seems that some of these teams need to play a little bit better if they want to make the cut. You know, top 16. It is an elusive place as of now, and so if they don't start
It's an
performing
illusion.
yeah, it is an illusion over here. But on the other side, we've got Group C. Godlike Esports, Skylights Gaming, unfortunately did not have a great performance in the last game, but there's also August 5, TSM, 247 Gaming, XO, Revenant Esports, and COX Rip Mizo. Now, Rip Mizo, like you mentioned earlier, did have the best of starts. You know, they were at the bottom of the table. They were the bottom feeders, but eventually, you know, through perseverance, through hard work, through sheer will, I wanted to add an adjective there, but I guess if we use creativity, you'd know what I was going to say, but... Absolutely. I mean, you know, now they're here at the top, in the top 16. For them, it's going to be about maintaining that spot, because now all these experienced teams who are down there in the bottom 8, they're going to bring out every single strat in the book that they have been saving.
I mean, you know, they're going to throw anything that they have at their disposal. You're going to see some pans being flung, even a few crowbars going
That
in every
didn't end
direction.
well.
If we had some rocks down below you could pick up, they would be flinging that as well.
yeah.
A lot of stone pelting. But again, you know, this is it. This is their chance. Now, for a few teams, it is pretty much over. We are going to have to say goodbye to them. Of course, we are going to have to say goodbye to a lot of teams at the end of this day. But the thing is, give it your all. I mean, what do you have to lose? You are cornered like a you know, rabid animal, and that is when those animals are the most dangerous. You got to come out swinging, and you never know. Even if you don't qualify, you might just win a lot of hearts.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, just go down swinging, throw down a couple of wild haymakers, and even though Rocky lost that first fight against Apollo Creed, he was able to come back and take him down in the second movie. So, yeah, you know, all's well that ends okay. This might not be a tournament, but the next one just might.
The next one just might, and again, I just love all these Rocky Balboa references, and if you haven't watched the movies, well, what are you up to? Because they are pretty good. Now, coming back to the matter at hand, Sanhok. Now, we've seen we've seen a weird Erangel, right? I mean, you don't expect this kind of action at this stage, but again, it was the zone that was playing its own haymakers. It was playing spoil sport because it went down, it went east, it went west, and then it goes back up again. So all the teams that came down to the military island, they were like, oh man, now we have to go back through that same thing once again. And a few teams did make it, but a few were lost out at sea.
Absolutely. I mean, the circle was just sort of playing, you know, pinball with itself.
Bing, bing,
as,
bing, 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 bing.
Absolutely. I wonder if it's going to hit the jackpot anytime soon. But on Sanhok, I believe you're going to see much of the same. And because Godlike are here on the server, I believe things are about to get very, very interesting. Because the only thing consistent on Sanhok is how you play and how consistently you get those finish points. And Godlike are adept at doing just that.
I mean, like we said earlier, you know, the moment they have a weapon with maybe a magazine, maybe two, I think they should carry like an extra magazine on the hip, right? The moment they get that, they hear some shots in the distance. Boy, oh boy, they are going to be like a bat out of a cave and head straight in that direction. And they might rack up quite a few finishes. They might get taken down, but it doesn't matter when you have like 10, 15 finishes to your name already.
Absolutely, but much like Icarus, Godlike need to be a little bit careful. They get too close to the sun, the wax is going to burn off of their feathers, and they're going to fall down from the divinity above to the depths below, and it's not going to be an easy landing for them. They will fall flat on their face. However, when you're so far ahead, go ahead and do what you want. Who the hell cares?
I like that last one. You've been doing some reading. Now, of course, just to remind you once again, all of this is possible only because of the iQOO 9 series that we hold in our hand, and I've got my Pro back.
And I've got the non-pro back because, well, there is a pro in the house.
Matches your jacket, though, so that's a win-win for you.
That is
But
true.
of course, you know, I love the fact that it is powered by BMW M Sport, and well, I do like me some Beamers, but you know, we do have the Snapdragon 8 Gen 1, and of course, the wattage has been increased to 120.
Oh,
and
yeah.
wait, how much was it? Was it
5
about
minutes?
5 or 6 minutes?
6
maybe?
minutes for 50%, yeah.
That is just ridiculous. But now, you know, I mean, of course, they have given us so much. It's only fair that we give back to all you lovely viewers. And of course, I'm talking about the iQOO giveaway.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And well, if you want to be a part of that giveaway, make sure you Google search iQOO's website, you go on there, you register with the links that they have, and well, you put in a few basic details, and towards the end, you might get your hands on one of these bad boys right here. And well, who knows, that might just be the device you need to kickstart your own BGMI career.
I just did that right now, real time, and that's it. I'm done. Maybe I just might win something. Maybe I just might win an iQOO 9 for myself. themselves. But again, with that out of the way, oh boy, this is the moment I've been waiting for.
Do you look at the way I'm seeing you right now? Are you actually looking at my eyes?
You're not taking this phone away from me,
I'm
first
not
of
taking
all,
the phone.
and you're
I am
not
taking that
cancelling
entry
my...
out.
Nope. I don't think you have that much power over this thing now. You might.
Oh, no.
I mean, I just met the dude. You might. I'm just kidding. Do you have that? Do you have that much?
Well, you know, I like to keep it a
clout
mystery.
over here. Huh?
Maybe I do. Maybe I do. You never know what I've got up my sleeve over here. But I want to see what these teams have up their sleeve because Sanhok is about to pop up.
I mean, you do share the name with Loki. I mean, he is the true god of mischief in Norse mythology, by the way, in case anybody's into Vikings. But now, the thing is, all the players are going to be running around in Sanhok. Some of them might even, pick up a few vehicles and just go and scout out or just have a good time and, take all the sights in. And speaking of taking the sights in, let's just do the same because I do believe we are going to be soaring over the jungles of Sanhok. But the thing is, where are we going to start?
Yeah, well,
that's a compound.
That's a compound and that's a hut, and there you go. That is all you need to know about this place. I am not going to say any further. Not going to take myself
Beautiful
into any
palm
deep
trees
holes.
all around. What more do you want, Floki?
Oh, absolutely. But well, I wonder where this place is. It must be Hutton.
Must be Hutton because I've never heard of anything with paradise in its name. And well, looks like this little resort does have some good rooms. I mean, I like it. Maybe we might want to go and spend the night over there. But the thing is, what's going to happen sooner or later is that there is going to be a few sounds. We're going to have some noise disturbances. A lot of are going to be going off, and soon everything is going to be painted red.
Absolutely. Those MG3s, man, they could be coming in handy. We saw that last time around, but maybe on this map, we'd like to see a little bit of different action. I want an arm to come into the picture. We see those going up against each other. There was an arm on Miramar, by the way, that unfortunately did not get the opportunity to see, but I'm quite sure you'll be happy to know there was a knock secured with that weapon.
Oh my goodness, I gotta watch that again and again and again. But no, don't give me hope. Now hope's already floated away. Don't give me these little, that giddy feeling on the top of my stomach. I cannot take it anymore. But of course, I am good with anything. But the thing is, what's going to happen now is in about 20 seconds, we are going to be jumping onto the plane. It is going to be flying high. The plane path doesn't really matter, but it does make it a little easy for some teams to, decide where they want to drop to. Are we going to see some action at the boot camp? Are we going to see something down south at the docks? I know it's called, every single time. Why did you make me look at that? I was trying to just focus on you right now, but every single time that mannequin, boy, gives me nightmares. But for now, the game is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen, as the Big Bird is going to take to the skies and, this time around, pretty much in the center.
Absolutely, doesn't even matter where the flight path is, except, if we see something really, really crazy like a flight path all the way up north going from the west to the east or vice versa. Well, that is the only scenario where it might actually matter, but well, with this flight path, nothing really changes. Now, the question is which teams are going to be dropping into boot camp? Because once again, central part of Sanhok, probably the best place to drop in if you can hold it. And boy, do they have some high-tier loot stored up there. A couple of level 3 vests, a couple of level 3 backpacks, helmets to work with. And well, before you know it, you're going to be kitted up to the teeth, and you're going to have everything you need to take a fight. I wonder if Godlike are going to change things up and go there, but no, they do seem to be making their home at Painan.
Looks like Soul's position is going to be contested because U-Dog are going to be heading along with them, and I guess they do want some glory for themselves because if you take out the big dogs, well, you kind of have made a name for yourselves. Or could it be the other way around? Forget that. Stop the press, ladies and gentlemen. As we are talking about Soul all the way down south of the docks, well, the circle is going to be all the way to the north, and I like that we still have a lot of water right at the beginning.
Absolutely. I mean, once again, every single time a circle is a little bit in the water, it just means that we're going to see a fair amount of action at the periphery, and the fact that this is Sanhok is going to amp it up to an even greater level. We could potentially be seeing, 2, 3, maybe even 4 teams being eliminated, and well, don't hold your breath, don't spook yourself, those are a bunch of mannequins, and we are at the place where we started off. A good horror story to be told there.
When I used to play Sanhok, I've actually come up to this room a couple of times and just let loose with my magazine as Ultron is going to let loose with his UMP because Reverse is going to be taken down, and now he switches to the QBZ, and with that, the first pick is coming way, and this time it is going to go Team Xbox way.
Absolutely. Team Xbox starting off on a strong foot over here. Godlike somewhere or the other might be a little bit envious. They're usually the team to get that first pick going for themselves, but oh boy, I actually really want to look at the map right now, because if you look at Team Xbox position, they could be in some really, really deep or shallow waters, given the fact that we are in Sanhok, but they could be in trouble is what I'm trying to say.
They could be in trouble, but the thing is, it's still early in the game right now. I mean, they might actually want to come back to the main island sooner or later, but right now, we are going to have a look at some underdogs go up against the big dogs. Woof woof, as UDog India are planning to take a fight with Seoul, and it looks like Seoul, they have an idea that someone is nearby because Yuva is going to be lobbing a grenade. Unfortunately for him, none of these doors are open, and for now, Dave is going to be in a good position. Now, there is a little bit of a stalemate. Now, the thing is, they want to make sure the enemy makes all the mistakes, so I want to see UDog, spread out just a little bit, maybe try and get a few of those flanks in their advantage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, UDog, they sort of need to spread their wings over here. Every single time you try to fight a team, it's better to try and come at them from multiple angles. Sure, it can be a little bit scary splitting up your forces, but if you know for sure you're taking the initiative, there's nothing to be afraid of, because you're all going to go in at once and catch the enemy team by surprise.
The thing is, right now, Seoul has a couple of members still a bit far away, as QBZ is going to be fired off, and it's going to be Yuva who does a little damage on the opposition. Now, we do see two members over here. Have a look at the top left. You do see Rox and Wiper coming in hot, and they have a vehicle to themselves. And, well, if you missed that first little knock and pick, we got you covered here because the replay is going to be coming in.
Wow.
Oh, my
Out of the
goodness.
sky.
Okay, there you have it. Rip reverse was not even allowed to touch ground, and before his body could hit the ground as well, he was taken out in an instant. I mean, boy, talk about not even making it to Sanhok. His corpse landing and splattering all over on the ground below.
Absolutely, a very ominous start here for the side of Core Rip Miso, but maybe, just maybe, they can turn the tide of battle, but given the map, I don't think they might have gotten themselves hand a lot of loot. In the meantime, we're going to continue to focus on UDog, who are yet to surround the side of Seoul. Now, Seoul don't really know exactly where UDog are up to, but they have left Viro in charge over here. Even if he gets knocked down, the rest of the members are spread out far enough so that they can punish all the rotations that will come in from UDog. Now, of course, both teams don't know this, but I still like the anticipatory approach coming in here from Seoul, of course showing that they are a very experienced team.
Experience does count for something, but on the other hand, looks like Immortal is going to be putting a few bullets in the enemy as Hyderabad Hydras. One of their members, Ace Black, is going to be brought down to his bloody knees. Now, this is the moment first needed. He knows that they are going to be occupied with a little bit of revive going on over there, and now they can close in the distance. All three members are going to be rushing their position. Manti gets to the left of the rock. He does drop a grenade. In fact, he peeks to the left. Let's lose a few bullets. Unfortunately, all they're going to hit is thin air. Now, the firebombs are going to be working as well, but keep an eye out on Exo. If they come in from the right, it could be problematic. Immortal is going to be brought down, and Manti OP is still holding his ground. Now, Immortal's down on the ground, making sure he finished what he started, but Manti and his teammate come under fire, and Striker, he is a bit too far.
Absolutely, I mean, EXO just turned the tide of this battle all the way around. Hyderabad Hydras will lose two members trying to get one from the side of EXO. And EXO are like, well, you want it? Come get it, baby, because we are not afraid of you at all. We will give up as many lives as we need to, but we will stand our ground in the meantime. Well, looks like Team X Mark, they're fighting the side of TSM. I believe Gil has taken out Aquanox, and TSM are one member short.
Something else kind of did just pop up in the kill feed. I'm not going to talk about that just yet. We'll bring that up later after production does give us a few tips over here. But Striker over here does take some cover behind the rock. Carry is going to be nearby as well. He is going to shoot, making sure he suppresses the opposition as EXO now find themselves in a bit of a dicey situation. They are going to come under fire. Unfortunately for them, they do have the semblance of cover in the form of, well, A, the houses, and B, those massive boulders that seem to be lying all around.
Yeah, and once again, a bit of a stalemate coming in from the side of Hyderabad Hydras and EXO. I really would like to have a look at the other fight breaking out, because Scout OP has been knocked down from the side of 7 Seas, and Aladdin is still standing strong. Scout might be confirmed, but no! Look at the cover coming in from Mobby, the IGL coming in handy to save Scout's life and make sure he can still stay strong, but Mobby is on the retreat for now, so maybe he values his life just a little bit more. He's like, nah, Scout, you messed up, pay the price, sure, I'll find a knock over here, but that is just for those extra finish points.
Of course. Also, it could just be that, they need to know that they have to cut their losses, because if he did go in the way 7C were established on that compound up top, well, it could have been problematic. Now, oh, how the tables have turned. Last we saw Seoul trying to envelop the opposition and, snuff their lives out, but looks like UDog are going to do exactly that. Now, Seoul are running around. They are trying to find where the UDogs went, but looks like they might just find out a bit too soon. Now, Brox does have that big bad gun in his hands, the M249 with 146 rounds, and, well, if he lets it loose, he could do something, but someone else let something loose. It's going to be Shadow with the grenade. Down goes Spray God, I beg your pardon. Sarang, in fact, is going to be down on his knees as well, and now he goes in and makes sure he gets those finishes for himself. Now, moments ago, we saw 7C take on TX. Looks like TSM wanted to join the party as well.
Absolutely. TSM come, kick the door down, and all of a sudden they find two 7C's members lying on the floor, finish them up, and now 7C's with only two of the members still standing. They've got a very, very uphill battle to fight over here. I'm curious to see if they can even climb that mountain. It doesn't seem like Soul can climb that mountain though, because Rocks, he has been pushed and he has been put down. Well, oh my god, he might be able to do some work with that shotgun at close range. It doesn't seem like they're going to be pushing him just yet, but they know exactly how scary that weapon can be at this range, and it seems that they are going to wisen up to that fact. Viper is going to come in the meantime and provide some semblance of cover. A little bit of loot available as well. That is super risky. Viper's actually just going forward over here, and finally he's going to have Viewer to join in as well. But Fearless holding his ground around the corner. Oh, he's going to spring out with the UMP. Gets one. Oh my god, he will pull off the 1v2.
He does pull off the 1v2. Now it's going to be all up against Vero. Vero is going to be coming in hard, but Fearless, oh my goodness, this man shows no fear as he is ready for the enemy. But unfortunately for him, it is going to be Vero who puts him down, and all the Soul fans around the world are going to be elated because your boys just wiped out the underdogs from UDOG India. And well, they have 3 finishes to their name, and for now, they also have 3 members alive and kicking. However, the problem is all this commotion attracted all the animals, all the predators nearby, and sooner or later, they could be going up against Skylights Gaming again. The Circle A is way far away, but Skylights Gaming know exactly where Soul is, and looks like they want to set up a couple of blockades.
Absolutely. I mean, Skylights Gaming, they're going to be the ones just standing there like bodyguards, preventing Soul from taking the road deeper inside. Now, Soul, they start the option of tanking the blue a little bit, going all the way around. It is a longer path. It is going to end up wasting a couple of healing resources, but that's okay if it guarantees that all 3 players can make it. The only thing that could potentially spell trouble for them is Godlike towards Cave, because that is the only team who's going to stand in their way coming in from the western side. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards 7Cs, who did get taken out by the members from TSM, but with 2 of them standing, maybe if they catch them by surprise, they might have a fighting chance.
They might have a fighting chance, but for now, it is going to be a little bit of a long-distance engagement across the open sea. As 247's Pooja, again, he is trying to get a few shots on Gil in the distance. Now, they didn't have the best of the last few games. In fact, they are at the bottom of the table. But again, a massive game could just win a few more hearts in the process.
Absolutely, and we're about to find out if 247 Gaming can actually clutch it out. They've been just sitting at the bottom of the table over here, and if they want to take that top spot, if they want to reach top 16, make their way to the grand finals, get their hands on some moolah, well, this is where they have to perform. X-Spark standing in their way by the bridge. Love the awareness coming in from Mavi, just proning down for the moment, not really revealing too much of his body, and with both members on either side of the bridge, well, they've got this area covered. Now the question is, how many teams are they realistically going to be able to gatekeep? Because it only seems that apart from 247 Gaming, there is, RE Sports coming in. The circle is going to shift, and Team X-Spark, well, they're in prime position, but right behind them is TSM. One false move, and they could be out.
Looks like the Juggernauts are going to have to lock horns at some point. But the other question is, which team or which Juggernaut has more momentum, and are they going to be crashing through all the opponents near them? Elsewhere, Soul still out in the blue. They can brave it for quite some time. Of course, it isn't going to be chipping away as much as we think just yet. But boy, oh boy, Skylights Gaming, they are ready. They are waiting, and they want to be the ones that, take out Soul from this game, as they did in Sanhok yesterday.
Absolutely. Well, I'm not sure about Pavlov's dog, but I do think that Skylights Gaming are salivating at the moment at the sight of Soul, just looking to put them 6 feet under. And well, TSM, they are going to be wisened up to the fact that is a Tesla Cybertruck coming in the picture. I didn't even know that skin existed.
It does, and in fact, we were talking about it, but it looks like the Tesla Cybertruck is going to come into fire. Lucky for them, it is bulletproof. And,
is it?
Well, it is. I mean, if you go by the show, it still is. The thing is, they were knocking on the door earlier. Yep. Now, the thing is, man, we have the similar interests. We watch the same things. That is so awesome. I guess that's why we are so much in sync. Now, of course, talking about Team X-Spark, they do have the higher ground, while TSM are going to be in the compounds down below as Blaze. He does see some movement in the distance, but for now, he is going to hold his trigger. Elsewhere on the map, everyone is going to be coming in. In fact, August 5 are in a good position. They have the North all to themselves sooner or later. However, Skylights Gaming could be joining them. Soul, still out in the blue. Looks like they just might come the aquatic way, or they actually do have a few vehicles at hand.
I am not too sure what I think about this. With Soul, it seems that every single time you've seen them, it is always one extreme option or the other. They never seem to find that middle ground, never seem to traverse, carefully and willy-nilly. It just seems that they are a bit too scared or timid at this point to take that cautious part, to take the part which does require a little bit more vigilance from their side.
Now, there's a very thin line between being scared and being cautious, right? I mean, would they be scared? I doubt it. I doubt it. They wouldn't be scared. They are being cautious. Would that lead to mistakes? Absolutely. Like I said earlier, they are leaving everything down to the last second. In fact, I liked one thing about what Seoul did right now. They anticipated that time in and time out, Skylights Gaming, they have been there waiting for them.
Yeah.
Maybe they did a bit of scouting. Maybe they saw some silhouettes in the distance. But for now, we are going to be heading back to Team Xpark as they are getting ready to make a little charge on TSM's little fortification.
Absolutely, TSM. Well, it is not a bunch of pucker houses over here, but I do think you see something in the distance. What was that gas for?
I do believe a fight is going to break out as Rahul is going to be taken out by the play zone. That is not what I am talking about. What I am talking about is this side, because on the other side, we did call it. Looks like Skylights Gaming have caught up with August 5, and well, August 5 looks like they are a little bit hesitant. They have given up that compound. Of course, that compound is atop this little hill. Of course, all the terrace farming around, make sure that you have a good lay of the land. You have a good 360 vigil. But also what can happen is grenades can come bombarding in, and well, in those enclosed spaces, shrapnel is very difficult to avoid as Mavi is going to be taken down elsewhere.
Absolutely, and now Kilo is just going to make sure that he's got Bomber's flank covered over here. Making sure no one can slip through the cracks. But once again, August 5, they give up that little piece of high ground. Now, maybe Skylights Gaming can move in, and they don't potentially need to rotate out over here. But they're going to have the advantage taking the fight from the high ground.
There's something else that I kind of noticed that is pretty amazing. So now, Tactical Esports, the tactical team that they are, have 3 members in the circle. They aren't fighting yet, but one of their members is out in the blue. He's making sure he loots every single house, probably the insurance policy.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure Val69 is going to be kitted to the guilds with first aids. But for now, looks like Mental Yam is going to get the better of the opposition. But now, looks like SG are moving in. They are going to be spotted, and Kilo is going to get the Gumbler Boy. Now, that is when the remaining members of OL need to push in. There you have it. Zigzor is going to make his move, and Bomber, well, he could throw a few bombs of his own, and from this prime position, Kilo is getting some amazing angles. Lucky for him, this massive boulder is going to make sure the grenade falls to the other side of it. And, well, for now, OL, look at that. They are moving in. Question is, are they going to pinch their lives out?
Well, I'm curious to find out, but in the meantime, we are going to turn our attention towards Xpark and TSM as well, who do seem to be in a bit of a tussle, but back towards the fight at hand. Skylights Gaming, well, it seems that they are one member short now, and August 5, they've got a decision to make. Do they press with the man advantage, or do they back off? Both options are not wrong, but the question is, do they have the vehicles to go out of this? This could be dangerous. This is weird coming in from August 5. They need to drop a couple of smokes right now, because of Skylights Gaming peak, these are just slabs to the slaughter here.
And also, speaking of tacticals, Wild 69 looks like my game plan was not correct, because he probably did not find any first aids, because the play zone has taken him out, which means Tactical are now down to a 3-man squad. As the circle is going to be shifting just a wee bit to the west, a few teams are going to be happy. And once again, Godlike, they have been quiet thus far. They haven't really made a lot of noise. They haven't really even, rotated towards the opposition. But now, when they come under heavy fire, when they are under pressure, that is when they thrive. And Clutch God, oh boy, I think he might just retaliate in a few minutes.
Man, I really feel we need to watch our tongues. Every single time we say a team has not been in the thick of the action, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they find themselves in a very top spot. And the Caster's Curse strikes again. It is just about as ominous as you make it sound. And Team XO, well, it doesn't seem like they're about to break the curse just yet, because Fierce has a very good position in the thicket over here. No one can really spot him out. In fact, he sees Z-God still holding his trigger. This man is so disciplined. He's waiting for the extra information to come through. We'll pull out the M4 for now. He's waiting for the side of Godlike to make one false move. Jonathan standing up a bit too strong. Sensei watched, but can he convert that knock? The answer is not a yes at this point, but where's the rest of XO?
The thing is, they might just be leaving it a bit too late, as Godlike are going to get the better of the opposition. There you have it. Pokara is going to be brought down. XO now coming into fire. Sensei is going to be taken down, and well, Punks, his position has been given away. Jonathan hits the deck. Lucky for him, that Molotov grenade is actually going to force Punk to move just a wee bit to his right, and now he's going to be on the defensive. He is on the back foot. He does have a grenade being cooked.
Oh, this
in
could be
fact,
big.
This could be dangerous, but looks like he is going to get shot at from elsewhere, and that is all she wrote, because TSM from behind, like a ninja in the shadows, Ninja Jod just eliminated Team XO in the 15th position with 4 finishes to their names.
Oh man, you better watch your backs on the map of Sanhok, because this is exactly what can happen if you're not careful about your surroundings. The team can come in from the back, and before you know it, all 4 members have fallen, and all of a sudden, you're down in 15th place with no points to boot. Tactical Esports might be sharing a similar fate because Hitman is down on his knees. They've got, I believe, another member standing, but expecting him to clutch things out might be a bit too much. Elsewhere, I do believe that there is a fight brewing outside of the current circle. Oculus 5 were taking a fight against the members of Skylights Gaming, and now they seem to have turned their attention towards Seoul. But Revenant, in the meantime, also have a couple of teams in the vicinity. It is Tactical Esports that they're looking at. Well, we'll see if Tactical Esports do end up biting the dust, but for now, we can turn our attention back towards Skylights, where Destro did find a pick on Yua. Smoke is going to come in, but with the blue zone closing in, I don't think Yua is going to be long for this world.
Oh, and speaking of that, he is going to be taken out the moment, well, I was just going to talk about him. Again, your wicked tongue over here, Floki. Now, Skylights Gaming, they have lost two members. Pukar and Gamla Boy are out, while Destro and Somraj are still alive and kicking. However, now they're going to have to brave the blue, and I'm pretty sure Destro was wishing, hey, I wish I had 21 first aids instead of 21 bandages, but you got to work with what you have. Now, Soul, oh boy, they are going to be survived with just one man, and that one man is Viru. And if you have a look, he is out in the blue. Looks like, oh, Viper's going to be joining him as well. Now, Destro, the moment he does come out, it is possible that they might have a little bit of a crossfire set up, and, well, they might just rack up a few more finishes. Elsewhere, the circle shifts a bit further up north, and C or Rip Mizo find themselves in a position, well, I wonder if they are ready for all the action to come towards them. But there you have it. Looks like Viru is going to get the better of Destro, and Viper is going to be on hand to finish him up. But no, it's Viru's UMP that does all the talking.
Absolutely, and now Viper, well, he is going to try and regroup with his teammate or maybe continue that split going on that they have, because they do cover a lot of ground with this sort of split. They have some information to work with, but the issue is they don't really have the first aid kits to pull off a heal battle. Now, I do see one med kit on Viper, 22 bandages, but I don't think that'll be enough. Team X Spark in the meantime, not sure what they're up to, but Godlike might have bitten off more than they can chew, or might have bit off more than they can chew, as Gil is going to find Clutch God. Canry finds Flick YT from Rip Mizo. I wonder if that's the end of the line for them here. No, it is not. They've still got a couple of members in the race.
They still have two members, and the thing was, I didn't see any ramp over here, but looks like Clutch God had other ideas as he did go flying above Team Xbox. Jonathan, of course, as you mentioned, was taken down before Clutch God, but looks like Jonathan is going to try and crawl back to safety. The thing is, Team Xbox, they can't really, come up over the summit, because if they do, from the distance, somebody could spot them out. But also, TSM, Ninja, dangerously close by. He could, in fact, get the better of Gil right now if Gil isn't careful. Meanwhile, for the remaining members of Godlike, they are a bit far away, but elsewhere, fights are going to break up, and it looks like the little canary is going to be brought down. Our Esports coming under fire as Tactical Esports are out in the 14th position.
Absolutely. Tactical Esports unable to, well, come to a tactical conclusion as they still get taken out in the 14th place, earning 0 placement points. Not quite really the jam this map, but hey, maybe on the next one they can perform a little bit better. In the meantime, Gil, he's going to find out when Ninja Jod is hit, and well, he will take that point, but he's not going to come out on top. Ninja Jod's going to get that 1v1 going. But can he find the next one? Okay, that is a headshot coming in straight.
Oh my goodness!
But the jump shot from Maui comes in the nick of time. X-Spark will still be in this game.
They are still in this game, and now it's all down to the IGL himself. Can he show us some magic over here? Because Aladdin, on the other hand, is coming under fire. Neo, he's out in the open. Neo is going to be spotted. Neo is going to be taken down. Unfortunately, he could not dodge those bullets this time around. With that Godlike, unprecedented finish for them. They are out in the 12th position with just 2 finishes, which means now we have 11 teams, but the fact is only 23 people alive. A lot of these teams are holding on to their fortunes, to their fates, by just one single man, and well, Rex does not care about that one bit. Look at Enigma. They've already kind of, just surrounded 7C, and sooner or later, that oxygen is going to run out, and well, they might just be choked out.
Well, looks like all the oxygen in the air is already burning as Molly has been tossed towards the general direction of Aladdin, and well, it won't be the fire but the bullets that get the better of him. The lead straight to his dome as he gets cleaned up. And now Rip Mizo, well, they've got Jacob Boy out here on his fours, just crawling about trying to get to one of those bushes, so maybe he can keep himself alive over here. But our Esports in hot pursuit. Do they see him over here? This could be big. Jacob Boy has a line of sight on both of them, but still he's waiting for them to stop moving so he has a better shot. Maybe he can find both of them, but it doesn't seem like our Esports have come into his line of sight just yet.
I like that Jacob Boy is hiding in the bush, but something that did kind of, pique my interest just moments ago is a couple of teams are out in the water, and of course Hyderabad Hydras are there. I was just going to bring up Soul Viru, but looks like Soul is going to be eliminated in the 10th position by Oculus 5 with 4 finishes to their names, and well, it looks like that could be all she wrote for the team as far as the grand finals are concerned, unless they get 50 in the next one. For now, Jacob Boy still in the position we left him. But the thing is, he could be spotted from behind as Enigma are going to be driving past them. Now, if I have a look at the circle, it is going to be all hilly terrain as Hero is going to live up to his name. Brings down Mental Yam. On the other hand, Encore. Oh, baby. We just heard some big guns go off. It is an M24. I want to see that in action. As 247, they bite the dust.
Absolutely, and now it's only teams with just one member's keeping them in the race. It could be problematic for Ripnees and Hyderabad Hydras to try and win this one out. It does seem that, well, the last member of Hyderabad Hydras, Striker for the win. Okay, he is moving inside the circle, so he doesn't really have the first aid kits to go for a heal battle. He will stay alive, but I think it's going to be a little bit hard for all the other teams to discover where he is. And before that, we might see some other teams being eliminated. As they speak of that, Jacob Boy spots out the members from our esports, still holding his trigger. Wait, no, he doesn't. In fact, our esports are still circling around him. Now they're going to move up. Now they're going to come into his line of sight, but Jacob Boy still hasn't pulled the trigger.
Oh, he still hasn't pulled the trigger. He hasn't moved a muscle. He hasn't batted an eyelid. He's just making sure he looks at the same direction. Now, Hero, oh boy, he is low on HP. But again, I like what he's doing right now. He knows the moment he lets loose a few bullets, well, A, his position is going to be given away, and B, I would want to have a UMP or something in this situation because that barrel is sticking out just a bit too much. Jacob Boy again with some intense, immense trigger discipline, but wait a second, Hero might just spot him out because again, you know, when you see something shiny in the bush or in the grass in front of you, chances are it could be someone lying in wait. Elsewhere, if you have a look on the right side, we have another fight breaking out as Enigma are trying their best to fend off attacks from two fronts, RNT at one, and well, on the other, we do have our esports coming in, and again, it could be a three-way tie between these teams.
Absolutely, Enigma. They're trying to play King of the Hill over here, but, well, when you're the king, everyone comes for your head. Jacob Boy is still somehow surviving. Still hasn't switched over to the SMG, by the way, but, oh, well, our esports, they've turned their attention towards the supply drop. Have rattled off a few shots, but haven't really found anyone.
They're doing something similar to what they did early on. You know, they did get those placement points. For now, he is guaranteed 8 of 40. Wants to make sure it's a lot more as Jadu from a distance is going to come under fire. There you have it. Rex finally spots Jacob Boy, and that is all she wrote. It wasn't our esports that got him. It was Enigma who did put him 6 feet under. Now they are going to have another fight breaking out. Top Dog does get the better. No, it's going to be Hero who gets the better of Sagi, and that is from distance as well. Enigma are taking some much needed cover behind that rock. This is when Revenant can move in. This is when they can practice what they preach, and there you have it. Top Dog coming in from the right. He should know that someone could be lurking behind. In fact, he might be confused, but he does the best thing. He wants to jump over. He's got to be careful though. Look at Eggy. Look at Rex. They could be shooting him from the distance. Question is, why is Top Dog doing this alone? Where are his teammates? Well, they are right behind him. I think one of them is going to go for a heal off.
Oh my god, this is actually a bait and switch coming in from Top Dog. They see him going away. They might not anticipate Austin Bot, but he's in fact looking another direction. Now he will go up on the boulder and spot him out. Looks like that play will be punished as Avi gets the headshot, and now he can rest back Sagi up on his feet. Oh, that nade could be big. Even if the vehicle pops at this point, both of them are going to bite the dust. And Avi, well, he's going to get his teammate back up on his feet, and it seems like they might have a fighting chance here.
Turns out it was the flashbang, but right now Avi is going to be back up on the rock, and now he's going to be shooting at Top Dog, but Top Dog, woof woof, is going to bring him down, but from the side, it is going to be Sagi who moves in and, well, snuffs his life out. Now they are still trying to find the enemy, but it looks like that is all she wrote. Enigma Gaming getting the chicken dinner here in Sanhok. And let me tell you something, they do have a lot of finishes. I believe they end the game with a total of 11.
Wow, that is a lot of finishes to have at this point, but I do want to point out something. Now, if you were paying attention during the map of Miramar, Enigma were the only team... it's alright, I'll tell you what happened. So, Enigma were a 4-man roster.
I was paying attention.
Yeah, well, so you're messing with me now. Oh, alright. I see how this is going. But, yeah, so there were 5 teams remaining in the final circle of Miramar. Enigma was the only roster with 4 people alive, and they were up against 4 other members with just 1 man each from their roster. So it was them against 4 other people, all from different rosters. All they have to do is play patiently, right? They do not do that. They instead push the 2 members who are trying to fight against each other, and the 2 members are like, alright, well, I guess we'll team up and guess we'll kick Enigma's butt.
And, well, that is exactly what happened. But now if you missed any of the action, because it is Sanhok, it is fast-paced, and, you know, we can't let a few things slip through. It started right at the beginning, and, well, reverse poor lad over here. He didn't even touch the ground, although his corpse did splatter on impact.
Absolutely. And the only reason I was pointing that out about Enigma earlier is because now they finally get their revenge. They get that chicken dinner. Redemption, as you say, is on the cards over here. And, well, not much of an Enigma anymore as to why they couldn't perform in that match, as I'm quite sure this one is gonna, you know, make all the fans forget about what happened on Miramar. But once again, A lot of fights breaking out on Sanhok, albeit a little bit slower than usual. It took a couple of minutes to get that party started, but once it did, boy, did it not stop. As well, it's alright, never mind. Then I'm quite sure you guys might have caught that from the corner of your eye. But yeah, Team X-Spark, I believe they also played really aggressively. They really did a number on all the teams they were playing against. In fact, I believe they had an 8 total finishes to work with, 5 of which were on Gil.
5 were on Gil, of course, Gil being instrumental, and I think you're going to have to take over for just a second. I seem to have something stuck in my throat.
Oh yeah, well, it seems that U-Dog in the meantime, Fearless, almost pulled off this clutch. Man, this was so close. He gets the 1v2, and then there's Viru coming in the end, just rattling off, well, with his AR there, and he will finally put his opponent 6 feet under, as I believe there was a headshot that connected, allowed him to get that finish. But man, Fearless, he nearly 1v3'd the side of Seoul.
Oh, he did, and well, that is all she wrote for him at that point of time. Again, we did see he did switch to his secondary weapon, did almost take them down, but it was Viru and his UMP that left him in the ground. Now, the thing is, you know, Seoul, not a good day for them, but the thing is, now they have one big game. As far as making the top 16, again, they need a massive game, but you know what they can do right now? Give it their best, give it their all, play their hearts out. You never know, they just might get a few more fans out there. Of course, they already have a lot, you know, maybe leave some for the others. But now, as the action does continue in onto his later circles, we do see Viru getting the better of Destro over here, and Viper was on hand to make sure that finish was converted. But this move over here, if you had a look, Clutch God was the rider, and Jonathan was piggybacking behind him. Unfortunately for him, Jonathan was taken out, the bike spun, and with that, 2 members from Godlike, well, they weren't so godlike after all.
Absolutely, I mean, they fell high from the skies, and well, it seemed that today just wasn't Godlike's. Well, Sanhok, to be honest, it has been Godlike's day. They have been playing very well, but this map didn't seem to work out for them, which is a bit of an oxymoron when you think about it, because this is the one map where Godlike is always like, you know what, doesn't matter if you have to tank the blue, we will literally go out there and get a bunch of finishes if we have to, as I do remember that happening in the quarterfinals.
Man, the precision by Rex over here, the aggression, the accuracy, and the reaction time is just amazing. Because again, like we said, you know, a lot of these lesser-known teams, well, of course, they aren't lesser-known. But the fact is, you know, the players have been shuffled around. You've got new rosters coming up. Man, the future for esports in India looks good.
Absolutely. I mean, you look straight at the sun and your eyes are bound to get burnt, and that is pretty much all the teams over here in the semi-finals. And even though we're only going to see 16 qualify, the competition is neck and neck. I mean, save for a few top teams, it seems that everyone down there is struggling to get up on top and give these big teams a run for their money.
The best thing that worked for Enigma in this case, now as you mentioned, you know, they were a 4-man squad going up. That 2-2 split is one of the reasons why they are victorious, because again, you know, if you have both the mountaintops, you know, in your advantage, you can easily see the enemy coming up. So even if one of your members is down behind a boulder, say, you can still get shot at from behind. That's exactly what happened with Revenant. They pop out thinking, I'm going to circle around the boulder, I'm going to get the better of my opposition, but from afar, it's going to be Sagi and Rex who were laying down lead, suppressing them, forcing them to move back. Their teammates were picked up, and well, that is all she wrote. Now we know who won the chicken dinner. Oh, buddy, let's have a look and see how all the teams did, because the point standings are popping up on our screen. Can you spot your favorite team, and are they in the position you were hoping for?
Well, we're about to find out as Enigma. Well, they redeemed themselves with 26 points to their name, 11 of which came from finishes, of course. And then you've got Remnant Esports in second place with 17 total points and 5 finish points. Again, a team that, well, didn't start off very strong, but they certainly seem to be maintaining their spot. R Esports with 16 and X-Spark with 12. And then you've got everyone else in the single digits. Rip Misa with 8, Hydras with 7, August 5 with 6, and Soul with 5. Unfortunately, if my math serves me right, I don't think they're quite going to be making it.
Well, they might not make it to the grand final, but let me tell you one thing, they've definitely left an impression on all of us, and despite, you know, ups and downs, the best thing is, if you have a fan base that loves you for who you are and what you do, they are never going to go away. But now let's have a look at who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. It is going to be Gil from Team X-Spark.
Absolutely, Gil, 623 points of damage done, 5 finishes to his name. This man has been instrumental for the success of his team. I did point it out earlier as well that he was responsible for getting a lot of finishes over here. And Team X-Spark, it finally seems that they have found what the cojones are, and well, it seems that they're finally, upping the ante here.
And well, let's have a look at the top 5 players over here. This time we are going to have 2 members joining in from Enigma, and finally Soul.
Oh.
They make a little bit of an appearance on the top 5 players. Again, this guy was instrumental in making sure that, that one squad was wiped out when we thought that Fearless would put him down, but it was the underdogs that bit the dust. Soul Reader with 3 finishes for himself, 428 points of damage. Of course, Eggy and Avi from Enigma with 4 and 3 respectively, and dead smack in the center, we have Kilo from August 5 with 3 finishes for himself.
I think I've seen Kilo a lot of times on top 5 player squad, but now it's time for some other stats to be looked at. We're talking about the match summary. Grenades used and grenades converted into finishes. Out of the 74, only a measly 1 resulted in a finish.
However, a majority of them did knock people down to the bloody knees, and that's when the teams rush in. This is Sanhok, right? You can close that distance pretty easily. You knock him down, take your weapons out, and let your bullets do all the talking. But again, the healing is going to be on the higher side for Sanhok. Again, we did kind of expect some heal battles going off. Looks like that wasn't really the case this time around. Now, let's make it a bit easier for you. Let's put some visuals on. Let's go for the finish to damage performance graph, and well, it is going to be a bit low down. And although all teams, the majority of the teams, did get a taste for some blood, a couple are going to be standing head and shoulders above. Of course, I'm talking about Team X-Spark and Enigma Gaming.
Absolutely. Well, 1,400 and 1,300 points of damage respectively. In fact, I think it'd be injustice to say 1,300 because it is 1,395, very, very close to that 1,400 mark. And they've also got more finishes to show for, so certainly a very, very good performance by Enigma. And, once again, a great performance by them due to the fact that Miramar, it didn't go the way it was supposed to. I am going to point it out. I am going to be the devil's advocate over here. But, if they learn their lesson and they perform well in the next game, all can be forgiven.
All can be forgiven. And like you said, I think all is forgiven, because they did come in and well walk away with that delicious chicken dinner, and at the end of the day, that is all that one wants. Now, of course, we're done with all the niceties. Let's do what we do best. We are going to take 2 players, we're going to put them against one another, we're going to make them face off, square off against one another. Let's see who is going to come out on top, because this time it is going to be Kilo from August 5 and Viru from Soul.
Absolutely. And Kilo, well, this man just cannot stop making appearances on the big screen. Every single time it's someone from August 5, it always has to be this person. Well, we've seen how 2 players fit or compare or size up against each other. Now it is time for us to put 3 extra members in there and, go to squad face-off and see which teams are going to be up here. Oh, okay. Enigma Gaming against X-Spark. It seems that X-Spark might have a slight edge in terms of damage, but Enigma got the placement points and the finish points to boot.
Placement points and finish points, and of course, that is all that matters in this game, because, it's only those 2 things that actually give you any points.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Eyes on the prize.
Eyes on the prize. Of course, you got to have that little balance, between placement and finishes, and that is what this team is doing. Now, X-Spark, again, they've had a good day, but I do believe you have something on your mind.
I do. In fact, I think I have this very killer theory. So,
okay.
This is
killer theory. Wait a second, ladies and gentlemen. You might want to get your notepads out, because we have a killer theory coming in. All right.
Right. So we've seen a lot of teams get a lot of damage, right? What if they just converted those to finishes?
What if? Oh.
Just imagine.
But the thing is, when you knock someone down, sometimes they go behind cover, sometimes their teammates are like, hey, whoa, wait a second. Yep. You're not going to bring my boy down. They give cover firing, they suppress their positions, but that's a good thought.
Yes, and now just to, I wanted to evoke that response from you, because this now begs the question,
now
why?
comes the zinger.
Why would you go for those knocks in the first place if you know that you're not going to be able to convert them unless you're planning to rush them in the first place? Now, Godlike is a team that does that, but I think a lot of teams are taking a page out of their book without really understanding where that leads.
What I'm going to do is, I'm going to think about it, and I'm going to come back with an answer which is going to placate everyone, and everyone is going to be happy. But before that, I think we should let you know. So we are going to take a quick little breather. It's going to be a short break, but after that, Hope might just float back in. I might just go, but we will see you at the end of this short little break. Pew, pew.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming tricks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है फॉर देम टू लुक अप. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें. क्या बात है. श्योर, एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021, powered by the iQOO phones. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is the Ray, the Beacon, and well, the only hope we have over here, Spiro himself.
Thank you so much, Floki, for the lovely introduction. Once again, yes, we are back, and the 23rd match of the semi-finale is on the cards. And yes, it's going to be super fun, super interesting. But my friend Floki got some information for you guys.
Okay, well, there is an elephant in the room. Let's address that real quick. Now, I do know you got your eyes on the little player being banned on the corner of your screen on top of that finish feed in the previous game. I just want you to know that that player did get banned because of a couple of login issues coming in from his end. It wasn't anything else. It was just a login issue, sort of screwing him away at that point. So, yeah, that account is going to be unbanned within 24 hours. No worries whatsoever. That is the only reason why that account got banned. So make sure that you wipe the sweat off your brow, and well, that is it. That's the only reason. I mean, we all thought it was going to be something major. You know, when it popped up on my screen, I was like, whoa, what the hell just went wrong over here? But it was just a login issue. I wish there was something more to go off of, but that's about it. It's a boring story about people logging in and all that.
Well, apparently someone tried to log in into his account from somewhere else, and yeah, they just had it going in for them, and yes, they got banned, but for 24
who you
hours.
share your accounts with. In fact, don't share accounts at all if you don't want that to happen. But enough about that. You know, we've addressed the elephant in the room. It is out of the room for now. Let's have a look at you guys, the giveaway winners of merchandise today. Well, here you guys are on your screens. Congratulations to Rajkumar Mehta, Gunu, Jeetujit Bathari, Kish. Oh my god, I'm gonna butcher this. I'm really
Let's
sorry.
just
Kishore,
say
Kishore, okay, Mr. Kishore and Imran Ansari. Congratulations to you guys. You guys have won some really cool merchandise from the side of BGMI. Do let us know what you find.
Well, absolutely. I mean, congratulations to all the winners, and I have to say, I've never been this lucky, but we have 5 more names coming on our screens right now, and I'm just looking forward to it. Oh, here we go. We have it. Akshay Sharma, Rajneesh Kumar Singh, Shubham Sanjay Jadhav, Guna and Divyesh. Congratulations to all you lads. You managed to win some really good BGMI merchandise.
Absolutely. Well, I believe we still might have 5 more giveaway winners in the mix, so I believe they should also be coming up on the screen in just a bit. And if you want your name here, do make sure you click the link down the description below. Answer one very simple question, fill in a few basic details, and who knows, we might be calling your names out on the screen too. Well, let's have a look at the next 5 merchandise winners. We've got Subodh Pawar, Chhatrapal Negi, Pranay Khosalkar, Rishikesh, and Lakshmi Malviya. It seems that you know someone.
I know that guy.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to both Pawar, and a special congratulations from Spiro himself.
Well, congratulations to both. But meanwhile, talking about other guys, Chhatrapal Negi, Pranay Khosalkar, Rishikesh, congratulations to every single one of them. They managed to win some really good goodies.
Absolutely. Well, do let us know what you end up finding, because I don't think the deliveries are going to be here just yet. But while you're waiting for the deliveries, we've got a wonderful set of matches waiting for you. So let's jump into the matchup and see the teams playing at hand. Now, I've got a lovely cue card here with me that does tell me this next match is going to be between Group A versus, take a guess, Group C.
Yes, sir. Group A versus Group C. Let's have a look at Group A. First, we are going to have Reckoning Esports. The Wolves are howling at this point of time. They're having a good time. Number 2, we have Altered Esports. OR Esports only glitch. They have to glitch it out somehow, somewhere, if they want to make it to the grand finals. I think we have the Team Chicken Rushers, the Subari Gang, Team X Lions, and Celsius Esports, who need to turn up the heat.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, all 8 of these teams looking to just make sure they're able to hold on to their spot. Chicken Rush is in a bit of a pickle, but we'll see if they can make a comeback now. We've got Godlike Esports, Skylights Gaming, August 5, TSM, 247 Gaming, Team XO, Revenant Esports, and COX Rip Mizo in their final match of the day. This is Group C's last match to be played over here, Spiro. After this, they don't have any more chances. So if any team out there is in a world of trouble, you better score as many points as you can. I am talking about Oculus 5 and Rip Mizo, and 247 Gaming, because I believe these 3 teams might just be in a little bit of trouble.
Well, Team Revenant played really well in the last couple of games, and I think they're going to have a really good time. I would love to see how they're going to play. Meanwhile, talking about RIP Mizo, you know what? They are fighters. They are fighting right now. They managed to get 8 points, if I'm not wrong, in the last game of Sanhok, and oh boy, Jacob Boy was just hiding in that bush, waiting for his chance to come in.
Oh man. Feels really bad for Jacob Boy, right? Because it wasn't even the members of our esports that found him. It was actually Enigma from the other side that saw his feet sticking out, and well, he got taken out a little bit too early. But you know, I mean, it's maybe Rip Mizo could have played a little bit better. Maybe they could have dropped in a little bit early, changed up a couple of things. It's very easy to look at these sorts of end game situations and blame luck. But the truth is, maybe you could have done something about it. Of course, now is not the time to think about that, because you've still got a game on your hands, and you've still got the opportunity to solidify your position and make sure you make it to the next stage, which is going to be the grand finals, where some actual money awaits you.
Well, absolutely, but I have to say they got 8 points, and every single point counts, and let's see if they're going to make it. This is their last opportunity. This is going to be the professional Miramar. The deserts are upon us, and I have to say the land of DMR and snipers. I think we are going to have some action.
Oh yeah, we're most certainly going to be having a lot of action over here. The DMRs, the snipers, everything from the kitchen sink is going to be in play. And well, I do imagine that there's going to be...
Oh, I was just trying to throw the kitchen sink, but it's okay.
I see. Well, unfortunately, no kitchens over here, no sinks either, so we do have to use our imagination and come up with them. But yeah, I mean, I do imagine that there is going to be a fair amount of sniper and DMR action. We saw Winchester knock. I just want to see some Kar 98K action, man. I really, really enjoy, you know, people using that gun, because I myself am not good enough, but I've got a lot of respect for people who constantly hit those shots. In fact, every single day I get carried, it's one of you two guys with the sniper rifle just going out there and getting all those knocks
That's
and
not
picks.
me. That's Ocean Sharma who uses sniper. I am more of an assaulter. I use
You do snipe, though.
a little bit, and not
A little
much.
bit.
Not much though. But it's okay. We are going to play tonight, and we are going to see if I can snipe or not. But talking
Oh,
about
yeah.
these players, they need to snipe. They need to use DMRs. They need to use assault rifles. They need to use SMGs. They need to use those nades if they want to win.
Absolutely. Miramar is one of those more unforgiving maps if you do end up making a mistake. And you have to be a little bit careful with how you approach the whole situation, because once again, if you don't get yourself those DMRs and you don't get yourself those sniper rifles, it can be very, very hard to hold on to certain spots. Now, of course, if you are towards the western end of the map near San Martin, you're occupying those high cliffs, it really, really helps to have something like a Mini 14. But
Well,
if you don't have your hands on any of these sorts of weapons, it can be sort of hard to watch over the areas and the surrounding roads that, you know, pass us by. And, well, if you don't have those weapons, you might just give up a couple of finishes.
Well, they are long-range weapon for a reason, right? I mean, Miramar is a big map with big compounds, big mountains, and
Oh, yeah.
big players gonna play really well, it seems. I mean, experienced players, big players, they just come, they just conquer. And yesterday, if I'm not wrong, it was Team X Spark Scout who came in Miramar.
Oh, yeah,
and,
he did. He clutched it out.
Yeah, he clutched it out. He managed to get a lot of frags, managed to get a lot of value out of it. But right now, let's have a look at a beautiful Miramar, and the deserts are sometimes actually good.
Yeah, I mean, the deserts have a couple of beautiful sights of their own, so let's see what they look like, as I do believe it is a beautiful day out in Miramar, but no, we're actually going to be having a holiday in the mountains right now, and hopefully there's some sunrise. I'm just trying to, you know, just go off of the words I see on the screen at the moment, but yeah, it should be fun to see where Miramar heads, because once again, the last Miramar of the semi-finals. This is it. If you're a team that has been practicing this map, you better pull out all the strats that you've been kept, that you've kept in hiding for now. Especially if you're a team that has struggled to make it past the initial few stages. Well, we'll see if they're able to get themselves a couple more finishes to work with, a couple more points, and you know, maybe solidify their position. I am, of course, talking about Rip Mizo as well as August 5. Could be in a world of trouble, but maybe not. You know, Rip Mizo though, I feel like they do need the points from this map.
Desperation calls, and you know, when you're desperate, when you're under pressure, sometimes you just play at your 100%. But right now, if you ask me, they have to play at their 110%. They have to give it all. They have to make sure that they qualify. It's
Oh, yeah.
a lot of dreams are on the line, a lot of fans, a lot of players. They want some response.
Absolutely. I mean, they certainly want some response from these guys. They should be able to, you know, just once again, just play their hearts out over here, because this is the final Miramar of the day, like I said earlier. And if they don't perform now, then there's not going to be any second chances. In fact, like I said earlier, this is the last set of games for Group C. And Rip Mizo, this is their final chance to solidify their position, make sure that no one from Group A or B can start rising up and snatch away that top spot from them. So hopefully this time around, Rip Mizo, they can live up to the expectations that the fans have of them. And well, we're going to be jumping straight into the game as we hear your cries and begs. Casters, stop talking, start game. The game is started, the flight is in the air. Or rather, the plane is in the air. And well, we'll see what the flight path looks like. It's going to be leading all the way from Impala towards El Pozo. And boy, oh boy, every part of the map is accessible, Spiro. If you're, say, Rip Mizo, where do you want to go?
Well, if I'm Rip Mizo, I'll go into the zone, because I mean, that is the safest space there. But we have to see, we have to wait and watch where the zone would go. For now, Rip Mizo would go to their normal spot. But talking about Group C, it's a really difficult group, right, Floki? It's a wonderful group. And in Miramar, Scarlet's Gaming got toppled up by Team OR Esports, who managed to get 79 points in Miramar. Looks like Jelly and company playing really well. Of course, Jelly, the IGL of OR, is
Oh, yeah.
number one player in
Wow.
Miramar.
A very, very early drop coming out from OR too, right? They're making their way towards Puerto Paraiso, and hopefully they're able to, kit themselves up and, move out and maybe even make their way towards Los Leones early on. Although it does seem that EXO have already made their way there, and I do imagine OR will have a decision to make if they want to go further up north or a little bit towards the west, as the circle will be forming once all these teams have dropped out. I do believe that maybe we see one of these teams trying to make their way towards Toria Humada, that is Reckoning Esports, because, they are a team that does like that spot.
Absolutely. Again, this is the last game for Godlike Esports and Skylar's Gaming, so I would love to see who is going to be the table topper after this game, because all 16 of their games would be over. Meanwhile, talking about the zone, it's a pretty decent zone, I have to say. If you ask me, Team Celsius is there. They are having a really beautiful position. They need to get some points on the table. They are struggling, but this is going to be a beautiful opportunity for them.
Absolutely, and it is about as beautiful of an opportunity as it gets. OR Esports. Okay, Jelly still yet to land straight into the Mirado, and now they're gonna try and make their way towards Puerto Paraiso and get themselves their hands on that sweet loot that awaits them. No one to contest them either, and given where the zone is formed, if they want, they could even go a little bit further south towards Chumacera and Minas del Val once they're done with these places.
Well, for now, that's what I call a landing. What beautiful landing coming from Team OR Esports directly in the vehicle. Meanwhile, talking about Scarlet's Gaming, they are having a top contest every single time, every single day. We see Miramar, we see these two teams fighting it out in this beautiful place of El Pozo. Yesterday, we witnessed some action early on in the Miramar.
We most certainly did it. This time around, it seems that Pakar is going to take the fight to his opponents here. He's got the Thompson in his hands, and he's got himself a shotgun on his back too. A lot of good close-range weapons to work with. But the question is he actually going to go for those engagements right now? Well, it does seem that he is not very afraid and is moving out, so we might just see him take a couple of shots if the opportunity does present itself. But for the time being, Scarlet are just looking to make sure they've all got something to work with, and when they feel comfortable enough that they've got themselves a couple of vests, a couple of first aids, they're going to go out and try to kick TSG out of El Pozo and take up all the loot that they have for themselves.
Look, Scarlet Gaming, they won't mind attacking, right? They are on tabletop. They don't care about points that much. They just want to qualify, and they already did. But for TSG, they want to prove a mark, right? It's a young team, it's a new team. Nikhil, Grish, Desync, Daddy, the way they played in quarterfinals is just immaculate, but they need to put up a show every single time they come here. So now, if they beat Scarlet's Gaming, that's great. If they go out of here, that is great. The only bad thing for them would be if they get taken out by Scarlet's Gaming.
Absolutely. Skylights Gaming, if they do end up being taken out, they're not going to be too bothered by it, because they're already at that top spot, so they've got very little to lose over here. TSG, on the other hand, I mean, they would like to maybe establish, a little bit of dominance over this map, because once again, if they are constantly dropping into this part of the map near El Pozo, it is likely they're going to do that in the future too. So winning a fight against the side of Skylights Gaming might force them to reconsider their options and might force them to, go back and look at the drawing board and see where else they can drop and where else can they find some good loot for themselves. As Skylight's still not too keen on taking a fight. They've just gone around the map and gotten themselves a bunch of stuff to work with. And now we're going to turn our attention towards the members of Old Hood Esports, who do seem to be a little bit further up north near that water treatment plant, and somewhere between that and Toria Humada, looting those compounds in between. Get their hands on a couple of first aids, a couple of decent vests and helmets, but their main priority right now is probably going to be to get inside the zone, because, if they don't, then they could end up being gate-kept by Chicken Rushers or Reckoning Esports, who've already made their way inside. Well, not Chicken Rushers, but Reckoning Esports have.
Meanwhile, Chicken Rushers, if you talk about them, not a great outing in quarterfinals, I have to say, Floki. I mean, it's a great opportunity for them, but at the same time, I would say, this team, the Chicken Rushers, they are in top 24 teams in India.
Oh yeah.
That's a big achievement in entirety, I have to say. So even if they're going out, I have to say they should be proud of themselves.
They most certainly should be extremely proud of themselves. I mean, even if you get eliminated at that 24th spot, you've got the experience of playing against some of the best teams in India. You went up against OR, you went up against Godlike, you went up against TSM, you went up against Skylights Gaming, and out of all these teams that you faced, you fought hard and you fought well, but it seems that the Sapari gang, well, it doesn't matter how hard they fight, how well they fight, because they will definitely beat the members over here, but Gamla Boy might also go down in turn. Daddy comes in from the flank, takes out Gamla Boy, and now Skylights Gaming are going to be 2 members short. They've got themselves one finish to work with, but from the other side, TSG have come in. What do you spot, Spiro? What do your eyes see?
TSG banned Gamla Boy, and after knocking him down, yes, the rivalry continues. The battle of Alfonso, what a nade coming in from Daddy. He tucks out Somraj, and here you go. Once again, TSG is looking good, but you know, Skylights Gaming, yesterday it was the same thing. They managed to clutch it out. Oh, the ban, the mischief. The ban is out, and yes, he would get a ban finish, it seems.
Absolutely, clang goes the pan, and TSG add insult to injury, leaving only Destro scared, running with his tail between his legs, trying to save himself the humiliation, as well as, well, all the trouble that's going to come along with it, as he's just going to try and get some placement points for his team now, but Destro still surrounded on multiple sides. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, as everyone from the side of TSG is eyeing him up. Well, we'll see if the side of 247 Gaming can do with this 2-3-man roster at this point, because they've already lost one, and as we saw earlier, one of the players did get their account banned. Unfortunately, that does mean that they will be playing with a 3-stack. But yeah, in the meantime, I do believe another team has joined the fray over here. As Revenant, well, they're going to go right around the corner, and they know for a fact they've knocked down 247. They've already lost one. In fact, oh my god, Yam is actually going to be able to find 2, but he's going to be knocked out over here. His teammate Pooja back up on his feet, but he doesn't have first aid kits to heal himself back up. Only bandages, and that is not enough. He will be cleaned up by Revenant Esports. 3 easy finishes to their name, but they lost the toppest of dogs in the process.
Absolutely. I mean, Team Revenant, as a team, it's a brilliant gameplay coming in from their side. Right, Floki? The way they came, the way they waited for their cavalry to come in. I mean, it was supposed to be a 2v2 battle, but they waited for their players to come in, then made it a 4v2 battle, then they managed to win it. But I have to say, 247 Mental Yum, he managed to get a couple of knocks. That was beautiful. The only problem was he wanted to finish them as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Mental Yam in that position, if he just had any first aid kits to work with, maybe that fight could have looked a little bit different. I mean, he did get dressed up, but you know, he didn't have any first aid kit, so he's like, what the hell do I do? Might as well just take this fight, and he didn't have enough HP to work with. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards the members of RGE and TSG, and reckoning, well, they do hear the X-Lines roaring about in their vehicles, but they will not bounce. In fact, let's have a replay up on our screens to see what kind of action we've missed out, and well, there you have it.
Here you go. Daddy against Skylights Gaming. He knocks a couple of players. I mean, and then he finished them with a beautiful ban. I have to say, finals are going to be super fun, Floki. The way these mind games are being played between amazing teams. I mean, Godlike been panning a lot, 7C been panning, Skylights Gaming been panning, and now it's TSG who is also panning.
Absolutely. I mean, everyone has got their pans out over here, because it's no longer about, well, you know, the points. It's no longer about the placements. It's all about that added mental damage that you can deal to your opponents. You know, just tilt them a little bit more so they use their emotions to think and not their heads. As the circle's going to shift upon, well, it's going to implode upon itself, and it's going to go a little bit to the northeast over here. And right in the middle, we've got San Martin, Graveyard, and Power Grid as the prime areas of interest. Let's see who gets there first.
I mean, you were talking about the mountain there. I mean, Floki, you had some kind of clairvoyance. I mean, some future predictions. I mean, you were talking about the mountain near San Martin.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, so I once went to a carnival when I was 7, and I paid around 50 rupees for a fortune teller. He told me that on this very day, on the final day of the semi-finals of BGIS 2021, on the final map of Miramar, the circle will shift towards San Martin. So that's my secret, Spiro.
Wow, I mean, next time you go to a carnival, take me with you. Meanwhile, this is about RFP Mizo, important game desperation calls against Team Celsius, who are also under a lot of pressure. 2 great teams, 2 young teams, fighting it out for the final spot in the grand finals.
Absolutely. Well, in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards the side of Godlike and TSM. As Shadow OG will heal himself back up. I believe he was knocked down by one of the members on Godlike, but now Godlike have to be a little bit careful, because TSM are well spread out, and well, they might just take down the juggernauts that are Godlike. Godlike out in the open. Clutch God will be revealed, but a couple of shots coming from the rest of their members. Z-God still stands strong. In the meantime, Sultan has taken out a couple of members from the side of Only Glitch. In fact, Only Glitch, have they been eliminated? No, they've not. Only 2 of the players have been knocked down, and TSM will continue to take the fight against the members of Godlike, but Godlike might have bit off more the big chew once again as Jonathan's gonna get caught out in the open, being eliminated first by Blaze. And now that nade being prepped up, well, it might have Neo's name on it. Is it gonna find its mark? It might.
Whoa.
Well, just a little bit too long there. And once again, Blaze will try for, well, the luck a second time around, and Aquanox did find Neo in the meantime. Looks like godlike. They might not be long for this world. Zygote, the only person still standing. Oh, the pads come out. Oh, the justice. Oh, the revenge. DSM pull out the pads and they should right back to godlike space as Zygote, the only member standing, crawling, scared, surrounded. The pads are coming out, but finally the AKM will come out. Oh, he waited for the pan. Ninja Jord, well, he tried, but in the end his teammate came and saved the day. DSM, they will not take it lying down. They will dish it right back to godlike.
I mean, I think I just broke the chair. I'm just jumping down, up and down. What just happened there? The revenge has arrived. It was sweet, it was sweeter, and boy, oh boy, that was amazing. But TSM, they need to get ready for the third party because Chicken Rushers are rushing in at this point of time. Sniper on the back of that buggy with that M4 trying to rush in, and he may have messed out of it. But what happened? He lost 50% of his HP. This is not a stunt show, Sniper. Be careful.
Oh my god, he moves out of a moving vehicle. That's your scope and loses a bunch of HP, and that is actually going back to it. Blaze able to get that knock. But now, Team Chicken Rushers, they smell weakness in the air. In fact, do they? It does seem that TSM was still standing strong as Aquanox has found two players knocked down over here. And from the other side, Team XO are looking to join the fray themselves. Chicken Rushers, with three of their members down, they've got a decision to make. And XO, well, okay, well, that buggy is a little bit too weird. But there you go, nades being lobbed in by XO. They want to rack up all these finish points for themselves. Can they find Aquanox? Yes, they can, but Blaze is back up on his feet. Not for too long, because XO will clean them all up. The entire credit will go to the side of, well, Chicken Rushers for at least 3 finishes.
Well, Team XO, they joined this party uninvited, but you know about uninvited guests as well, Floki. I mean, they are just amazing. They just came, they just conquer every single thing. Now, Chicken Rushers, they only got a couple of players still remaining, and Team XO, they are hungry for more.
Oh yeah, Team XO, they're gonna go up high ground over here. No fear whatsoever against the Chickens. Well, it seems that the Chicken Rushers are gonna do what chickens do best. They're gonna run around without their head. And well, that's where the phrase headless chicken comes from, as Team XO, they're still looking to go in, they're still looking to push in with those nades. Vampire and Notorious, they're trying to fight back over here, utilize the high ground advantage, but it seems the only thing they're going to be eating for breakfast is going to be a bunch of lead. As, well, I believe Pierce delivered it straight to their dome. So no, it was actually Bunky who got that headshot in. And now he will also clean up Vampire, who's hiding behind the shack, but he will be taken out.
Absolutely amazing. Team XO, they came in, they took out a couple of teams, they managed to get 6 finishes and they conquered this mountain, it seems. Punk with a couple of finishes to his name and got a level 3 helmet as well, but right now another uninvited guest is coming in. I mean, that is going to be Team OR Esports. Again, the battle for the #1 position still lives on in this Miramar.
Absolutely, the battle for the #1 position continues. And we'll see if the members from OR Esports are going to be able to take out XO for their sins, as I believe this is, well, how many teams have joined the fray over here? I counted 2. XO came in, that was 3rd, and now a 4th team is joining the fray. I mean, this is just turning out to be quite the battle over here, as OR Esports now eyeing up XO.
I would love to see 7 sins here, but it's okay. That's not a thing, right, in this game? But
7 Cs aren't here. Unfortunately, not really there.
Not the C.
Oh,
7 sins.
Oh,
7
sins.
sins.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
but meanwhile, talking about Team XO, they're still holding on their own. They're waiting for their chance to come in. They're looking for an opportunity. They're not rushing Team OR as of yet.
Yeah.
They want to get the first knock in, and after getting the first knock, we might see some action.
That is a nice smoke. Good arm on Sensei, making sure Punky's got some cover to work with. And XO now are, well, unsure about what to do, as they are waiting for a push from OR. But OR is just very, very happy gathering up all this loot. Look at that. He was just like, oh, well, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You know, a little bit of Jessica by his side, a little bit of Erica for the night. And, well, that's Mambo #5. But in the meantime, XO are going to continue to, well, hold on to this hill. And OR Esports, well, it doesn't seem like they've got the best position, but Punky on the flank could be massive.
Well, Exopunk with that beautiful flank, he is just waiting. He's just waiting for his chance to come in, and he just spotted Jelly. Is he going to be Jelly? Is he going to be taken out? No, he can. He can actually take out Evo as well. He's just waiting for the perfect opportunity.
Oh
and
my
yes,
God.
He got the perfect opportunity. Gets the first knock in, gets the second one as well. Tries to get the third one now. Would he be able to take Jelly? No, he won't. And Jelly would get the retaliation done. A beautiful fight, Floki, but right now, Jelly would he be able to get the clutch down, because OR is losing this one.
Absolutely, or I've got two members down. Exo will be able to revive Punkyu while Sensei holds guard, stands vigil, stands strong, acts as a sentinel for the team. And now Jelly, well, behind that shack, all by his lonesome alone in this big white desert of Miramar. He has a teammate, but he's all the way towards his right, and he's in no position to get him back up. If he does fall, those nades could be problematic. A couple of smokes being deployed by Fierce, providing some cover to work with, as the rest of the members of OR, well, it does seem that Aditya will be able to get back up on his feet. Jelly, though, in the meantime, could be cleaned up still.
Now Aditya and Vexy, they are the clutch experts for Team OR, and I would love to see if they are going to do just that. Meanwhile, Punk just got revived, and Team OR on the backward because Jelly is getting rushed by Team XO. Fierce leading the charge, Jelly trying to go back, but I think audio cues are a thing in this game.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, there are a lot of audio cues that if you keep your eyes and ears open, well, if you keep your ears open, you're going to hear them, not your eyes. You don't
Punk gets third one.
But yeah, it does look like OR, they're going to be able to turn this franchise around a little bit. Vexy and Aditya are still standing strong, and now that they have got the high ground, they can prevent XO from moving up this cliff, as this fight has taken way too long over here. I believe we have just forgotten about two circles as they have shifted in the meantime while we've been just focusing on this entire fight happening. Okay, well, good decision by Punkyu. He's gonna blow up that vehicle, get himself some solid cover to work with. And now Vexy, well, we'll see if he is gonna try to take them out with the nade, or if he's just gonna, you know, maybe go forward and let his gun do all the talking. Well, the nade is gonna come in, doesn't really hit its mark. Punkyu, a little bit bruised by that, but he's gonna be okay. Just a couple of scrapes, nothing else. And OR, I believe they should be giving up on this area soon enough. And well, I would really like to look at the map right now, because I do believe a couple other things might be happening elsewhere. Destro will be taken off from Skylights Gaming, as they will be eliminated by the Sapari gang. Well, finally, Punkyu is once again on a flank.
Well, again, he's doing just that. He already took out a couple of players before when he did that, but now he is spotted. Aditya is in the open. Vexy also trying in. Vexy managed to get one knock on Team XO's Fierce. And right now, Team XO, they're trying to revive. Aditya, meanwhile, trying to get into the cover. Punk, again, with a beautiful shot, and that was a really good headshot. Aditya living on just 5 HP.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if Aditya can live long enough to see this one through, as XO still have them surrounded over here, and they're still dropping a lot of smokes, a lot of resources being used by XO, but as long as they find the finishes, it's going to be well worth it. Although, it doesn't seem like OR are going to be giving up that easy, as they will find whatever was remaining in that pack, maybe an energy drink, a couple of bandages, and that's it. I would really like to look at the circle right now, so if well, if someone is listening up there, the big bird in the sky, there we go. We're going to turn our attention elsewhere. Finally, we're going to go towards Picado. After 5 long and intense minutes of arduous action, it seems that we're going to turn our attention towards what Core Rip Mizo are doing. They have been swapped out by the members from Revenant, but with only 2 members alive, Revenant will be hard-pressed to keep them at bay.
Meanwhile, Team XO, even though they wanted to enter the zone, Team OH, I think, were in their way. Meanwhile, Punk getting another one. Punk, was that a clutch? No, it was just a 1v3 coming in the favor of XO. Punk, Fierce getting the last frag, talking about Revenant. The nades are coming in. It's going to be nade parade coming in from Austin Bordex, but CORIP Mizo still surviving.
Absolutely. Well, it seems that Rip Mizo are still in the game over here. Oh boy, look at Flick Whitey. He's spotted out on the members from EXO, and he's now trying to clean them up, as the circle will once again shift a little bit towards the center, a little bit towards the east. It's going to be right next to Graveyard, but for now we're going to turn our attention back towards Rip Mizo's antics. Well, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, because TSG have found Kilo from Oculus 5, and he has been eliminated as well. TSG, they might only have 3 members, but once they sense weakness, they start to strike. And well, Celsius are doing just that. They've got the high ground to work with over here. Daddy knows where he is. And well, he's not afraid, it seems. He's not going to go inside the shack. Instead, he'll continue to drink up the energy drinks. Maybe run the hell away from this fight.
Now, there are a lot of teams who are struggling to get some points on the table. They want this match to be perfect, and TSG, they are, one of those teams. Team Celsius is one of those teams. Team Reckoning, they played well today. X-Lions also trying to rack up some points. Meanwhile, Karthik, he might get the number of Krish if Krish goes in the open area. Yes, he's going to go in the open area. Let's see if he's going to get it done. Meanwhile, Orglas 5, Evoke is still there. He's still standing. Actually, not standing, just spawning down there, hiding, it seems.
And X-Lions, in the meantime, they've deployed a bunch of smokes to hide their position. But, well, it's no surprise that they're eventually going to have to move out of here, because they can't stay here forever. Once they get this done, once those smokes won't get seen. Nades are going to come pouring in, which is why X-Lions are trying to take the initiative
be
themselves. A lot of nades being hurled, but none of them really connecting on any of the TSG members, as one nade is going to send a couple of members from X-Lions back. And well, that nade could be big. No, it's actually a Molotov, and Madhav is burning. He's going to lose about half his HP. And now Samurai and Simple cannot retreat. TSG, they're going to try and take this moment to try and push ahead. And guess what? They might be able to take out Samurai and Simple. Daddy just exchanged a couple of bullets though, and Samurai, it seems that he is still very much in this fight. Will be able to heal himself back up. In the meantime, I'm not sure if I can say the same for Blaze from the side of Only Glitch, because he is dropping quite low. Should be eliminated soon enough. But on the flank, there is a member from Oculus 5 that is Bomber who could come around, and there's also Evo hiding right behind that boulder like you talked about earlier. Daddy will finally go forward, take the initiative himself. He'll get one knock to work with, but the question is how much more can he find? Oh boy, well, he drops down over here. Will go around and get back up on the high ground, but in the meantime, TSG, well, we'll see what they decide to do. In fact, X-Lions are going to peek out of their smoke. They will find that, well, Desync over here to work with, and Samurai is going to try and keep them at bay, but it doesn't seem like the side of TSG are halting with their aggression at any time, as they continue to push forward here. No one to stop them, and once again, Team X-Lions going to drop a wall of smokes to keep themselves safe, but you can still shoot a couple of bullets.
Well, it's now going to be a 2v1 battle. TSG on the back for Daddy, the last one standing. It's a 1v1. Daddy versus Samurai, and he got a Molotov there. That's a beautiful Molotov coming in, but Samurai coming in with that sword. I'm just kidding. It's not a sword. It's a beautiful gun. But here you go. The nade from Reckoning Skrills would get the better of Team X-Lions. TSG, on the other hand, they're still surviving with one player remaining, and he has to revive a couple of his teammates.
Oh yeah, TSG, well, they've got their work cut out for them. Trish and Desync both going to be moving back towards their teammate. Blaze will be put 6 feet under, as Only Glitch will lose one member over here. I'm not too sure if that was the last member. Yes, it was. Only Glitch have been eliminated, and Maxi OP now going to turn his direction, or rather attention, towards ISO. And it seems that Mr. Spray also has a similar idea, as Rip Mizo being kept at bay over here in the 7th place. And Mr. Spray, well, if he senses any movement, he's going to let go of that scarf, just pull that trigger, and put them 6 feet under. Reverse X could be a world trouble. Jacob Boy going to try to join him on the market. He will be successful somehow, but no. Mr. Spray will get him finally with the scar. In fact, Flick White, he will also be taken out. ISO still standing, but for how long? As he is the final member over here, he is out in the open, being spotted. Look at that scar. My god, it's doing a lot of work over here, but he's not able to connect. Evoke will take out Chris in the meantime, and it seems that Oculus 5 will pay for this heavily. Evoke will be cleaned up by the rest of the TSG members. Ripneys will get eliminated by the side of EXO in 7th place, leaving only 5 teams for that final spot.
Now, it was their last game. I don't know if they're going to qualify or not. They didn't even get a single finish in that game, so it is going to be hard. It is going to be close, but a lot of RIP Mizo fans would be praying right now that they qualify. Talking about other teams, Oculus 5 Bomber is still surviving, and he wants to get some points for his team. Meanwhile, TSG, they've been really aggressive today, Floki. The way they're rushing in, the way they're pushing, they are relentless. But you know what? Team Reckoning, they got 4 members still surviving, and Skrills, even though he managed to jump off a cliff, he just broke his ankles, not his life.
Absolutely. I mean, only a couple of ankles were broken, nothing a couple of bandages can't fix up. But in the meantime, oh well, Desync will spawn out Bomber. Can Bomber get the clutch? Almost does get it, but Reckoning coming from behind. They lay down a little bit of support, but now soon enough, they were friends while their enemies lasted, but now that their enemies are gone, they are back to being enemies themselves. As Skrills with the M4, he's trying to find the last member from TSG inside the smoke. Doesn't really see anyone just yet though, so we'll take this time instead to get the energy drink going, get his stamina up, and then he can try and run in to get those finishes. That volley, well, good walking throw coming in from him, but Daddy will be spotted out, should be cleaned up. Not much he can do to stay alive over here, as Daddy gets cleaned up as well. And in the meantime, Old Esports Sultan could be doing some work over here, as he is on a rampage with 5 minutes to his name. Good spot on Skrills as well, will knock him down. What a beautiful headshot from that man. And now he's going to continue moving forward, take out the rest of the members from Reckoning Esports, as Sultan still standing strong, immortal inside that shack. Has to be careful. If he gets discovered, a single nade could put him out of his misery. But Reckoning Esports will lose another member in the meantime, as it is down to these 3 teams, EXO, Old Hood, and Reckoning Esports. And Old Hood, if they get this chicken dinner, they could be in a very, very good spot going forward. They might not have much to worry about. And Sultan, he's healing himself back up. He's going forward to finish the job that was started. Reckoning Esports, 3 members huddled up on those cliffs, and it seems that Claus, he's got the UMP, but at this distance it might be a little bit hard to connect. As the entirety of Old Hood start to group up together, they've got 3 members, but they don't really have the angles to work with. Immortal, if he gets spotted out, he is done for. So he's trying to bide his time over here and not be discovered. But once again, if he makes a false step, he would not be long for this world.
Now again, Reckoning got the zone, they have the upper hand, they have the higher ground, they have the advantage. But meanwhile, Team Altered Esports, they got 3 players and they are looking good. So now they are not looking good because a single nade coming in from Maxi. 1 nade, 2 birds of Altered Esports are down. Now Sultan, the king of swing, as we say, the clutch master for Team Altered Esports, he is still looking good, trying to get his another iQOO MVP, managing to get Maxi 1v1 with Abrar. Let's see if we can take them out.
Well, it seems that Claws and Crazy, they are going to be cleaned up. But Sultan will still try and survive
boy,
over here.
what
Oh
a
my
player!
god, Immortal is actually going to come in and take out the members from the side of Altered, as Claws is going to be put down. Sultan is going to bite the dust as well. Finally, Exo Strike, and now Reckoning Esports, they've got 2 of their members, or rather 3 members still standing. But look at that, they're still fighting. Wait, what? No,
What is he
Sultan was
doing?
actually- He turned it around. They busted Exo, who got the elimination. Altered, they still stayed alive. Sultan is somehow in a 1v2, and he's still clutching things out. Mr. Spray on his knees. Maxi Obi and Abrar not too sure what to do. Those nades will put him 6 feet under. Those throwables come in handy. I actually thought it was Exo who eliminated the side of Altered, but Altered survived.
I can't believe it. I don't have any words. How is that guy doing that? Old Hood Sultan. What a player he's turning out to be. I mean, every single time I see this guy surprises me. What a player he's turning out to be. But in the end, it is Reckoning Esports getting the chicken dinner. The most, I have to say, important chicken dinner for them. Because they now, I think, are safe.
Well, they got themselves 2 chicken dinners to work with, so that is a lot of points to go off of. But once again, you know, I mean, Reckoning Esports might have won the chicken dinner, but Sultan won our hearts. I mean, Old Hood Esports, how many times have we seen them in this situation? How many times have we seen Sultan just clutch it out for his teammates, get them that little extra bunch of points? I mean, if Old Hood are watching this, man, you know, you guys better give Sultan a race, because it seems that every single time he's up on our screens over here, he is clutching things out left, right, and center. But yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure how this is going to affect, well, the rest of the teams in the mix, because I do believe, well, if I'm not wrong, no, never mind. Although they still got 1 more game after this. This is not their final game, and they might be able to get another chicken dinner going. Well, not another chicken dinner, but another good performance going.
Well, absolutely. You know what? One thing is for certain. I think iQOO MVP number 4 going towards Old Hood Sultan. Oh boy, that guy is just ripping things apart. But I have to say, Team Reckoning Esports, a good chicken dinner. They got some really decent finishes, and again, the positioning in Miramar by both these amazing teams like Hyderabad Hydras and Reckoning Esports. Why I'm mentioning these 2 teams? Because they used to play together, and they have similar mentality. It seems the way they are getting these positions in Miramar is just amazing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, lots of great positions for them in on the map of Miramar. But once again, at the end of the day, all it really comes down to is, you know, finding those finishes, finding those knocks, and that's what Old Hood did best. Even though they were in a very, very awkward situation, Sultan somehow swung left, swung right, got those finishes. I mean, Immortal tried to come in and third party and, you know, steal all the glory, but it seems like he couldn't see it through. In fact, well, I'm so confused by that final, you know, few moments. Let's have a look at the highlights and see once again for ourselves exactly what went down in that game. As well, it all started off with Nikhil being put 6 feet under from the side of Skylights Gaming.
I mean, then Skylights Gaming got fried with that ban, it seems, after getting knocked. But TSG, what a game, what aggressive gameplay coming in from there, and the way they are playing, the way they are just taunting Skylights, the table toppers. I mean, they are table toppers for a reason, but right now, they are going to be on equal footing in grand finale with everyone else.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the pan finish that we were talking about. Clang goes the pan, or I mean, I don't even know what other kind of sounds a pan makes, because I've really not used it to blow someone's head open. But
ding!
Ding! Yeah, it could make that sound too. But this is the point where 247 Gaming just became a footnote in this game. Unfortunately, they came in with 3 members, couldn't really put up a good performance, got eliminated in last place, and that might just be the end of the road for them. Now, well, I'm not sure if I can say the same about Old Hood Esports, because, man, did they rack up a bunch of finishes.
They rack up a bunch of finishes. They managed to get a really decent position at number 2, and I think, if I'm not wrong, Sultan managed to get 7 finishes. Meanwhile, the battle of behemoths, Godlike versus TSM, and boy, the revenge is sweet, Floki.
Oh yeah, revenge is most certainly sweet. Look at that pan coming out. Sure, Ninja John got knocked down. He really wanted to pan him, but you know, they still knocked out Godlike, and they still got a pan finish. So in the end, they did get the revenge. Chicken Rushers, in the meantime, they needed a much better outing. What the hell happened to that buggy there? Just wasn't long for this world, as it said it wanted to go off on a mission of its own.
You know,
Yeah.
apart from all the jokes, you know what happened there? I mean, that was miscommunication. He wanted to get out of the buggy. He was telling his driver to stop the vehicle, but he was not stopping. That was a miscommunication. It happened with me all the time. A lot of
Absolutely.
times.
Well, you know, I mean, I am your driver at the end, so I do see those, you know, little slight
It
gaps
happened
coming
with
in.
us that
Oh, yeah,
day
it
in
did.
Erangel. Yeah.
I know why you bought that up. I know why you bought that up. Spear, you think I'm not wise to your ways? Nah, I'm just messing with you, man. But yeah, I mean, once again, that miscommunication between that driver as well as the passenger did cause some issues, as well, that's what happens on Uber as well, so make sure you communicate things clearly. But EXO, once again, they were the ones coming in hot. I mean, they were the ones who were supposed to clutch this one out, and they really got themselves a bunch of finishes over here. But it seems that in the end, they took a bit too much time with those fights, and well, Immortal was the only person alive when there were 3 teams in the mix. Still, he did his job and then some, man, because he got them a lot of those placement points.
I mean, Team EXO, they managed to get a lot of finish points, they managed to get a lot of placement points, and they are looking good. But I can't say about that for August 5. I mean, they indeed ended up in top 5, but I don't think they have enough finish points.
Absolutely. I mean, they have. I'm not too sure if they've got enough finish points. In fact, I didn't quite do the math myself. But if you have, well, you're gonna know who's the top 8 and who's not. You're gonna know who's qualifying and who's not. So continue going at it, math nerds. In the meantime, we're gonna be looking at Reckoning Esports again, as it seemed like for a second they might not be able to clutch this one out. But that nade was so beautiful coming in from them, getting themselves those 2 finishes. And well, it didn't seem like X-Lions were long for this world. As TSG as well, they went in, they put Bomber, you know, out of his misery, and soon enough it seemed that TSG, they had decent position to work with, but then Reckoning found out where they are, and well, that is the 3-way tussle that I'm keen on seeing. My god, look at that buggy just, being abused, hurling it up high from those mountains, falling down on the ground.
I mean, that's one way to get out of the mountain. That, you know, either you can jump by yourself or either you can get a vehicle to do that for you. Meanwhile, Sultan, oh boy, this guy was legendary. Almost a 1v5, if I may say that, because I mean, he took a lot of Reckoning players out. Then he took Immortal out. It was supposed to be a 1v5. That would have been a perfect scenario. But you know what? This is not a movie.
Absolutely, this is not a movie, this is BGMI at the end of the day. And man, Sultan, even though this is a game, boy did he win our hearts over here. This might have been a lot of this moment alone, I mean, where he took out the members from EXO is better than a lot of movies that I've seen. As well, he really tried. Look at that, he gets himself almost 2 knocks to work with over here. It's literally it comes down to one player. He wrestles them back up, and then those 2 nades come pouring in, and that is where Immortal ended up biting the dust. And Sultan, my god, look at this guy. Just how many knocks did he even get? I think his damage numbers are going to be through the roof.
I mean, if he's not going to get that iQOO MVP, I don't know who else would.
Oh yeah, I mean, even I don't know who's going to get that MVP. I really do think it should go to Sultan, but you know...
Nade.
Yeah, man, that nade. I mean, it was a combination of nades, right? One from the left, one from the right, nowhere for Sultan to run. And that kind of just happens in a 1v2. Even though Sultan has been the one to turn the odds, even he can't stand up to 2 nades thrown perfectly.
I mean, don't bring a gun in the fight with nades. I don't know. That was not a saying.
Well, there is a saying called "Don't bring a pan to a gunfight." I guess you don't bring guns to a nade fight. Let's have a look at the point standings for now and see who's up there at the top. It is Reckoning Esports, and it is them getting themselves 26 points to work with, 11 finish points to their name. Well, they really needed this performance because I believe they were in the bottom 8.
I mean, look at Team EXO as well. Both played really well. Team Reckoning, Team EXO. Team EXO managed to get 12 finish points for a total of 22 points. Number 3, we get Altitude Esports with 9 finish points to their name. A couple of their finish points got stolen by Team Reckoning, but I don't see them complaining because they themselves got 21 total points.
Yeah, now look at number 4 and number 5. 17 straight up to 18, a 9-point difference between them and Ogless 5. A moat being built over here by the side of TSG. And well, in the end, everyone else is in single digits, including TSM. So, yeah, not the best of outings for them, but they don't really care because I believe they have secured their spot in the grand finals. Well, now is the moment we've been waiting for. The iQOO MVP for this match. Who is it going to be? Drum roll. It is going to be Sultan with 7 finishes to his name and 991 damage done.
Now that is going to be his 4th iQOO MVP. Altered Sultan, you beauty. 7 finishes, 991 damage, 1 assist, 2 headshot. And what a player, what a beautiful player. But let's talk about top 5 players. We can see a couple of wolves there in the form of Mr. Spray and Abrar. Both played really well, but number 3, it was Punk. And I have to say, oh boy, I'm impressed. The way he flanked Team OR, that was legendary.
Absolutely. I mean, Punk just came in with so many different flanks. I don't think that EXO at any point were ever afraid of, just getting caught out, because they knew that Punky would cover them from that flank. He had those angles to work with every single time he looked at it. And even Daddy had a great performance with
Look at the damage.
1295 damage done, 1300 damage almost done by that man. But in the end, once again, the finishes are what matter. Let's look at the match summary for now. Out of the 86 grenades that we used, 6 resulted in finishes.
You know, nowadays, if I see less than 100 nades used, I'm like, meh, it's okay. 6 nades were used. 6 nades were converted, 86 were used. Okay.
Oh yeah, no big deal. Just 86 nades, it's just like every day. But longest finish distance is up there at 308 meters. Only 1 airdrop looted. At this point, though, I want to have a look at the FD chart, and well, we've got 3 juggernauts in the house.
TSG with the more than 2000 damage, they managed to get 9 finish points. Team Reckoning, of course, the chicken dinner winners with the more than 2000 damage to their name, and they managed to get 11 finish points.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of work being done here by the members from Reckoning, Old Hood, and TSG. As they did get themselves a lot of damage done, as they did get themselves a lot of damage points, but in the end, it is all about those finishes, and that is where EXO reigns supreme with 12 finishes to their name, 1758 points of damage done.
I mean, look at Godlike. They did a massive number of 476 damage for 0 finishes, and Team EXO Team TSM just came and they just took all the finishes.
Oh yeah, I mean, they got banned in the end. Godlike, not the way they imagined themselves going out, but unfortunately, that is going to be the final game for the side of Godlike, as well as Rip Mizo, as well as TSM, as well as EXO. A lot of these teams are not going to be having a second chance now, as we're only going to be having 1 match remaining. We're going to be heading back to where we started, but before we go in that direction, we do have a couple of more stats being prepped up for you. But anything in particular, well, you know what, never mind. We've got the stats already ready. It's not being cooked up, it is ready. So let's have a look at the player face-off. Pit 2 players against each other, see who comes out on top. Spiro, take it away.
Well, we have Reckoning Mr. Spray, the IGL of Team Reckoning, and we have Team EXO's Punk, who's a superstar. I mean, I still remember Punk when he started his journey. He came to fame as a really good gunman, and yes, he's still doing it at the highest level. He got 5 finishes to his name with a damage of 563, but it's not only the gun power, it's the brain of this guy. The flanks were just immaculate.
Absolutely amazing flanks coming out from Punkyu. I mean, I think he went on the flank thrice, and every single time he did, he was the difference maker for his team. But now that we've compared players against players, let's put up a squad against another squad and see who comes out on top. As well, it is going to be EXO going up against Reckoning Esports. Well, it seems like EXO has the edge in a number of finishes, but Reckoning Esports has slightly higher damage done.
Well, Reckoning Esports also got more position points as compared to Team EXO. They managed to win the chicken dinner. Their survival time is also really good. But both these teams, I just can't wait for finals already. I mean, imagine TSM, Godlike, Reckoning, EXO, and all these amazing teams who are qualifying through to the finals. This is going to be a hell of a contest.
Absolutely, and well, I think I know who's responsible for the majority of the damage on the side of EXO. I believe 500 plus was done by Punkyu himself, so he has done a third of the damage on the side of EXO. Once again, just showing how good he is on that flank. Reckoning Esports, it was more of a team effort, and I think that's one thing that is really cool about Reckoning. Every single time you see them perform, it's, well, sometimes there is a couple of players standing out, but it's also always, them working with each other, setting each other up for success. As even in the end, if you notice, the way Sultan went down, it was 1 nade to his left, 1 nade to his right, no way he could have moved. And in the end, that was all she wrote for the side of Old Hood. But they still got 1 more game, and that's going to be played out on Erangel. Now, before we go on to Erangel over here, anything you might like to say to all the teams who played their final match and who might not be making it?
Well, those who are not making it right now, I just want to say that be proud of yourself. You guys did an amazing job. I mean, how many players were registered? 1 lakh plus players were registered for this tournament, and if you can make it in top 24 teams, oh boy, you played well.
You most certainly played well. In fact, pat yourselves on the back for that, because it's like Spiro said,
Respect
making
plus
it
plus.
here, Exactly, respect plus plus. I mean, well, you know what that, you know where that's coming from. But yeah, definitely, a lot of these teams who've made it all the way from the open qualifiers, they struggled very, very hard. In fact, we had 1,024 teams in the very first round. You multiply that by 4, that is the number of teams you had to beat to get to this point.
Oh.
But you know who else we have to thank? The sponsors of this tournament, the iQOO Series 9 itself. Well, it's a badass phone, not gonna lie. It's got all the features in the world to work with. Every single time you pick this one up, you're not going to be feeling any heat because once again, it's got that full coverage liquid cooling system, making sure that every single time you're playing BGMI, this phone is going to be cool as a cucumber.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I have to say, I love this one.
That's it. Plain and simple. You know what? That is all we can really say about this phone because, well, the guys from iQOO, they just do it so much better. So let's hear it from them what the iQOO Series 9 is all about.
Hello and welcome back once again. There is a little bit of a switcheroo because, well, the Mischief himself is out and now we're going to be experimenting in the last couple of games. My name, of course, is Angad, the Experiment Jehel, and with me, I think they already know who you are. You are the last hope for humanity. It better not get to your head. I'm, of course, talking about Sparrow, and I like that little sync up right now. We do cast games, and you can find us on Instagram as well. I go by XPcast, and this guy goes by Sparrowcasts.
Thank you so much, XP, for the lovely introduction. Right now, we are off to a wonderful start. I know. I mean, you are excited, but I'm right now nervous. You know why? Because these teams, I mean, last match, a lot of dreams are going to get shattered. A lot of dreams are going to get crushed. But at the same time, some new legends are going to be made.
That's what it's all about, you know. I mean, for some to basically reach the top of the mountain, others have to topple. Now, let's have a look and see which teams are going to be playing the final game here in the semi-finals as Group A takes on Group B. And, of course, to kick things off, the winners of your last game, Reckoning Esports, Old Hood Esports, OR Esports, Only Glitch, Team Chicken Rushes, the Supari Gang, Team X Lions, and, of course, turning things up a bit in the, well, the temperature department, it's Celsius Esports. And, well, Group B on our screens, Sparrow, these are some bad boys coming in.
We have Hyderabad Hydras. Of course, we got 7C Esports who are struggling to get some points. They need some points. This is their last opportunity. Of course, it's a wonderful team. Let's see if they can get it. We have some tactical teams as well. In the name of Tactical Esports, they would love to get some points in the last game. We have Team X Park who is just ripping things apart today.
And, of course, joining them, we got Enigma Gaming, UDog India, R Esports, and Soul. Now, the thing is, you know, about Soul, it is the last game. I mean, let's be honest, unless they do get like a 50 bomb or something, they aren't going to make it. So, you know, basically they want to put their best foot forward and give it their all, because if they have one good play, that is again going to go down in history, and we're going to be reliving those moments again and again and again. But this is it. I'm nervous right now. I mean, normally I joke about the shakes. No shakes. I've got those steady hands, but again, I can feel that adrenaline coursing through my body. Oh boy.
Imagine, XP, if you're nervous, think about the players who are actually playing this game.
I'm nervous and anxious. Absolutely. I mean, their hands must be slipping. Their hands must be, well, all the way down. But that wouldn't happen if you had these bad boys in your hands, because as you saw the promo moments ago, man, that liquid cooling make sure that only the heat is turned up in the game and not on your device. But now, before we jump into the final game, before we jump into Erangel once again, what can we expect? Because let me just paint a picture for you. The first game, no action for quite some time. The second Erangel was like, wait a second, are they playing Sanhok?
Well, this is the name of the game. This is going to be the last match. A lot of teams already got qualified, so they don't have any worries, right? They just can go, they just can enjoy, they just can spoil some games for a lot of teams. But you know what? Our fans, they can also win something.
Well, we can spoil them a bit as well because looks like you have some options to get some good BGMI merch for yourself, and also you can get your hands on one of the iQOO 9 series as well. All you have to do is, well, look for the description in the link below. Hit up the website. Just go to Google. All you got to do is just type in iQOO 9. You'll get the website and click on one simple button which says Notify Me. You might stand a chance to win one of these bad boys and finally feed that monster gamer inside you.
And you know what, XP? These phones, they're going to get launched really soon, and I'm going to buy them.
Well, I thought you were sneaking off with this one.
Floki is not letting me.
Ah, see, he is a little mischievous, and I'm sure as soon as they do come out, you are going to see us flaunting these monsters ourselves. Now, before we again jump into the final game, we're making sure everything is tickety-boo, and everyone is going to be playing on a level playing field. And it looks like that time is about to be, well, popping up on our screens now. But let me paint a picture. Now, we did talk about something in the last game. I'm going to paint a picture with a nice fine brush. Now, the thing is, we're going to just keep saying one name while the plane is flying. Just one name. It's kind of towards the northeast of the map. You might have seen it. There's like a massive mountain that seems to be hanging around over there, with some low-dwelling clouds and all that. And maybe atop that mountain we have some ruins. I want to see some action over there. So when the flight path is on, we're just going to say one thing.
And it's going to be Stalber, and believe me, XP, if the zone is in Stalber today, in this last Erangel, I'm going to lose my mind.
I mean, finally, maybe after like weeks of, asking the BGMI gods to deliver something. I mean, I don't ask for too much. All I'm asking for is a little bit of drama and a little bit of masala. Maybe they might just finally listen, but you know what? I'm not keeping my hopes up too high.
I'm here. Don't worry about it, XP again.
Oh my God! How dare you?
Did I call you Floki again?
Well, you did because I guess I have those youthful looks, and it definitely does go with it. But now the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, oh boy, this is going to be it. Now, before we jump in all that carnage, all that death, all that destruction, all that hot blood on the soft green grass, we are going to be heading over and just appreciating the beautiful map that is Erangel. Now, before that, I want to actually see what's happening on the spawn island itself here, Sparrow, because I want to see whether they are just in Zen mode, standing silent, or whether they're going to be jumping around and, try and just whack each other with pans as we saw in the last game. But for now, we are going to be stepping in for the last time, having a look at the beautiful map that is Erangel. And if you know where we are, we're going to be heading underground to the shelter next.
Absolutely. Talking about the lobby right now, I think all the IGLs must be thinking this. They can see the plane path, right? They know where to go. They know what to do. Plan A, Plan B, and there are a lot of other alphabets to make a plan out of. So there's going to be a lot of things going on in the minds of those IGLs.
I mean, speaking of alphabets, you could in fact even go down to Plan Z if that's what it takes. Again,
and if you run out of alphabets, I mean, they're numbers, right?
A.1, A.2, of course, a lot of plans. Thing is, yes.
They added alphabets in maths as well, so.
There you go. They've added some alpha, beta, gammas over there as well. Are you still angry?
Yeah.
Oh, it's all right, Sparrow. Don't worry. We got your back. Now, of course, this is the Seven Sisters, as he likes calling it, the Seven Story, as some like calling it. I call it the Broken Down Radio Tower, but of course, military base. We haven't really seen a lot of action at the military base itself on the island. Yes, not at the base. That is something that I could. You know what? All right, let me give you two options. Either we go military base final circles or Stalber.
Well, I'm gonna choose Stalber this time around. You know why? Because
right,
you wanted it so
listen,
badly.
now here's the deal. Here is the deal. You can't say anything else while the plane is going to be in the sky, because if we take any other name, we can't even go for all the names right now. You've got Pachinki, George Ball, Shooting Range, Siverny, blah, 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 Novo Repnoy. Nothing comes out. We talk about the players.
Okay.
We talk about the plane path, because let's see if, the Costas curse can be reversed. But now, in about 5 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading in, and, well, it is going to be a good, beautiful, sunny day to see some action here in Erangel.
Well, the plane path is nearby Stalber and going towards the hospital, and yes, Stalber is there. Don't worry about it, Mr.
You said
XP.
hospital.
Well, but, of course, the plane path is going towards hospital, but it is starting near Stalber. Don't worry about it. The zone would be on Stalber. The players are going to be happy. They're going to land in Stalber. There's going to be 64 players in Stalwart, and they're going to fight it out for their lives.
There you have it. Stalwart is where we want all the action to go, and that is all you are going to hear for now. For the time being, teams are going to be jumping off to their favorite locations. We aren't going to be naming the cities and towns just yet. Let's see if this little glitch that we have in the system does actually work, because a few teams are already on their way out. Now, of course, you can spot where they're going. So, we're not going to call it out. Let's see if it actually works, because we are just midway through the plane path, and well, a majority of the teams are already dropping out. Maybe even they're anticipating that the circle is going to form around Stalwart.
Well, at least we can talk about the best players in Erangel, and
Go
like
for it.
Jonathan with 23 finishes to his name is the best player of Erangel in semi-finals. Number 2, we have some really amazing fellow who managed to clutch it out in Miramar. He is Old Hood Sultan. Even in Erangel, he's just amazing.
I'm just looking at the map right now. You can keep rattling off for all the information, because look, have a look at that. Just the way the teams are, dissipating from the plane. It does seem like they are going to have a northern shift, and in a few seconds, 3, 2, 1. Where is the circle going to be? And I am not going to be so happy. But you know what? It's all right. It's all right.
It's
still there, but what are the odds of the circle shifting up there? I hope the odds are in our favor. But for now, looks like the shelter once again is going to be the epicenter for all the action to come in the later stages.
Absolutely. I mean, shelter is going to be a very important area for a lot of teams, and I can already see a couple of teams going near shelter. Enigma, talking about them, they are near Lipovka, UDOG India, looting Yasne Polena as we speak. Meanwhile, Team Tactical still climbing. I mean, they're still... I think they're still hanging in the air. They're still trying to find a vision. Meanwhile, Celsius Dreams are... Is he going to crash with the parachute guy? Yes, he is trying to do that. He got his cuddle as well. And here you go. The mouse is down, and the mouse is done and dusted.
Well, looks like Dreams is the big cat over here right now. Forget about big dogs, because, well, the cat just caught the mouse out in the open, and that is all she wrote for a member from Team Chicken Rushers. They aren't going to be rushing anywhere as a full squad now. Let's see if they can do something with a 3-man roster. Now, Celsius Dreams, well, normally, he's found himself living a nightmare. This time he is after that dream start.
Well, again, Team Celsius, they are under a lot of pressure. They need a 20 bomber at least. They need a chicken dinner if they want to qualify. I mean, everything is on the line. I've seen this team grow from the bottom, and it's a wonderful team. It's a brilliant team, but you know what? Only the best of the best, top 16, are going to go through.
Well, they started from the bottom, and now they are definitely here, but Seoul are doing something different. I think they wanted to take the fight to the opposition, because normally we would see a team over here, which have, I do believe, played all their games. That means Skylights Gaming are not going to be at this location, which means, well, Seoul have moved in. They are the new tenants here in Pochinki, and the fact that, Pochinki is still in the first circle means, they can actually take their time. They can position themselves well, maybe scout out around, that church that seems to be at the north of the city, while of course TX are going to be uncontested once more in Water City. And just appreciate that. Have a look at that crystal clear water. Soon it might just turn red if someone heads their way.
Well, you know what? I hate Water City. I don't know. I've never liked Water City. It's so hard to walk in the water, and it takes so much time. But meanwhile,
you can do some parkour upstairs, because if you jump from roof to roof, there you have it. Gil is going to show you the way, Sparrow.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Gil is showing the way to X-Park as well. The way he's playing, the way he's performing. But I still feel if Gil can, come back in form, he's still not in form, if you ask me.
Well, while Gil shows people the way, looks like action might break out sooner or later, or rather, that is what we are hoping for, because back up in Georgie, northern Georgie to be exact, looks like a few teams are going to be coming in each other's proximity zones, and, well, sparks might fly, because we do have Reckoning Esports in the north of the city at one end, and at the other, of course, we have Hyderabad Hydras. Now, the thing is, they're not really going to fight, because they've been doing this ever since the semi-final started. They know exactly where the teams are, and what Hyderabad Hydra does is, they in fact go even further up north, beyond that massive bridge that is north of the city, and then they'll make their way to the circle, and, who can really blame them, because no one is going to be in their way at the shooting range. There you have it. That's what I'm talking about. Sparrow, paint a picture for all our viewers.
Well, absolutely. Let's have a look at the zone, but talking about, I would like to add a point there. Reckoning and Team Hyderabad Hydras, they've been doing this since the start. Since since this game was launched, XP, and yeah, they know that they don't want to fight. Meanwhile, talking about them, they came in here. I wanted to talk about the zone, but yes, Reckoning Esports and Hyderabad Hydras, two amazing teams who are really good friends with each other. They don't want to fight it out here, but believe me when I say that, oh, they are ferocious. If they fight it here, you can see some bans.
Oh, if shots are fired, then of course no love will be lost between both these teams, and I seem to think you kind of like them a bit as well, the way you talk about them with such awe and with a smile on your face. I love it because, again, if teams do good, well, we are going to talk about them. Now, as Reckoning Esports are going to be looting to their heart's content, I'm sure no firefights are going to be breaking out in northern Georgia, Paul, but while teams are going to be moving, towards the center of the circle, we might just see some clashes coming up. Now, what I want to witness, and it's been quite some time, I want to see some good old-fashioned drive-bys. I've seen a few people, lose their heads under the wheels as they go crunch, but I want to see someone riding shotgun. I want to see some shots fired out of a vehicle, and I want to see something go boom.
Well, that would be really amazing, but talking about tactical, it seems they found themselves a really decent spot inside the zone. They are spread it out. I mean, it's a split strategy coming in the favor of Team Tactical. Always tactical, if you ask me, XP.
Now, the thing is, one of their members, of course, you can't see him on your screen right now, while 69 is elsewhere, and he's going to be making his way, towards this team sooner rather than later. Now, I get it, you don't want to split up. You want to make sure you capitalize on the circle. You want to make sure you get as much loot as you can, but also you want to make sure that you are a four-man squad when you are going up against the big dogs, because, well, every single gun, every single angle, every single number definitely counts for something. But it does seem like, despite having a knock and a finish early on, well, I mean, that was a little unlucky. We don't have any action breaking out, but just as I say that, oh, buddy, CR's position could be contested by UDog India.
Now, they know how to win chicken dinners, right? Both these teams have won chicken dinners in this competition. Chicken Rushers, they've got one chicken to their name, and UDog India, they got a couple of them, if I'm not wrong. Meanwhile, talking about them, it's time for some rushes. UDog India trying to rush in, they're trying to surround the Chicken Rushers from two sides, and here you go. Dark started it off. Now, Chicken Rushers with only 2 men surviving. Let's see if UDog India are going to rush in or not.
Now, we've got Rambo at one end, and Fearless is going to be making his move. Of course, grenades are going to be coming in, defying gravity a bit, the way it went zig and zag. That could be a big one. That is a big one. And there you have it. Rambo is going to get the better of Vampire and Notorious once again. And now Sniper is the last man standing. Can he fend off a Danston? Because it looks like Fearless, boy, he is Fearless. He has a pad in their hands. They want to pan him. They're going in for it. And the grenade is not going to stop them. They are going to be hitting him. One of them goes down. But finally, it is going to be Rambo, I do believe, who gets that final knock. And there you have it. Fearless with the pan, making sure they make a statement. I love the fact that, one team starts it. And, us humans, we are like sheep. One person starts it, everybody else follows. Is this the new meta?
Yes, this is the new meta. Now, can you imagine the grand finals?
Wow.
UDog India is going there. There's no doubt in my mind.
Oh, yeah.
UDog India, TSM, Godlike, Team EXO, Team OR. It's going to be epic, and the great grand finals. And look at them go! Some dance-off is happening at this point of time.
Oh, they know that the cameras are going to be on them right now. They know that they did something spectacular. They know they added some salt on all those wounds, and the heads are going to be bobbing. But now we are going to switch to the other side. Well, all the fun and games are over because, as we did mention, Tactical, they are in a tactical position, and looks like their teammate has joined them up, but now Soul. Well, this is a big game for them, not for the tournament, but to win some more hearts.
You know what, Team Soul, it's really hard for them to qualify now. They either need a 40 bomber or 30, 35 point game if they want to qualify, if they even want to have a chance of qualifying. But right now, let's focus on the zone. I think it's going to be a century circle. What do you think, XP?
I think it's going to go down south.
Well, it is a kind of eastern.
Let's just agree that both of us are kind of right. We'll shake hands on that, and that's a 50-50. We both win. But now, Soul, I get it. Yes, they might need those big bomb games, but for that they are going to have to go in. What's happening right now is they have given their position, which is fair by all means. As you see, the opponent's Tactical Esports are going to be moving further inland, and now this is what Zone needs to do. They need to be aggressive. They need to chase them down. They need to get them a run for their money. At the end of the day, what do they have to lose?
Look, at the end of the day, as you see it, they don't have anything to lose. Everything to win, though. I mean, they can go in, they can still entertain their crowd, right? A lot of people are watching because Soul is playing, and I think they can still entertain the crowd.
they can still entertain the crowd. And of course, like I said, for all the fresh meat out there that are making a name for themselves, I mean, this is natural, right? I mean, you can only reign for so much longer. At some point, even the king has to die, and then the new one takes their place. So for Seoul, I guess this might just be the end of the ride for them in this tournament. Maybe they come back a bit harder elsewhere. Now, speaking of elsewhere, UDOG are taking the fight to the opposition, but it's going to be Jelly who gets the better of Clutch from Tactical Esports. Now, Tactical, they have moved to another location, but there you have it. Lithia is coming in, Rexy's coming in, Evo's coming in, grenades are going to be flung, and sooner or later, this room is going to be full of shrapnel. Oh my goodness, Jake Kid took a massive hit, and we have a Mosin Nagant in play, but wait a second, Tactical, that is it. I mean, they've already lost 2 members. Oh my goodness, how is Wild surviving this? Because Hitman seems to be a little far off.
Well, the nades are coming in. Here you go. Another one bites the dust, and Vexy was at a beautiful position. Now, Tactical, it was their tactic, right? One player was separate, only 3 were here, and he would manage to survive. Let's see how many points he's going to get.
Elsewhere, we do have a fight breaking out between the Lions. They are finally roaring, but looks like the underdogs want to join the pack as well, and only one team is taking the brunt of both those attacks, and that team is Enigma Gaming. They have lost one of their members. I do believe Avi has been brought down, and well, he has been put in the ground. Elsewhere, Old Hood Esports also seem to have one of their members down on their knees, and what's interesting is, Sparrow, most of the teams are converging in at the same place. Again, we did see this in the last game as well. The shelter was the action, but for now, just north of the shelter, Enigma Gaming, they do have a nice little niche for themselves, but Omar is coming in, and Mosin Nagant is going to go off once again. This time, however, no one is going to be at the receiving end of things, but looks like he switches his weapon. The AK comes out, Evo is taken down, but that is all thanks to that M762 by Asagi.
That was beautiful, but Team Enigma, they're still fighting, they're still surviving. They know they have the upper hand. They know they have the best players in the zone at this point of time. This compound is quite easily defendable if you know where the players are coming from. Meanwhile, talking about Team Soul, they would love to be aggressive today.
They've got to be careful. Have a look at Botslayer, have a look at Blaze. Now, if they only are short-sighted, well, I guess Levi and his teammate DD69 aren't taking any chances, and you can't blame them because Soul definitely do want to put up a show. Elsewhere, Dark goes down via Aditya, which means UDogs are coming under fire. There you have it. We just called it out. Viru realizing, there's someone in the distance, and he goes undercover in the nick of time. Now we have an M24 on the back of Botslayer. Question is he going to be slaying the opposition with that weapon, or is it just going to fizzle out? Because looks like his buggy did come under fire and sold. Well, I wonder what would have happened had they played this aggressive from the beginning.
Well, I would love to see if they are going to get enough points in the game. Meanwhile, the zone is going to shrink in, and if I'm not wrong, the zone is going to go towards, well, before...
You tried over there. I see what you were doing. It is still going to be a shelter circle. Looks like we might just see something similar to what we saw early on. And now, look at the migration coming in from the west. Everyone is going to be driving past each other, but for now, it is going to be Soul Viper laying down some lead in only Glitch's direction. Now, they need to go in for the finishes. They need to go in for the chase, and there you have it. Rox and Viru, they've had enough. They are, in fact, the Jay and Viru of the team right now. They're moving in. Right around the corner, though. Someone is lying in wait, and now Viru is going to go from the right. He'd have the UMP finally. Levi is going to be brought down, and in an instant, well, his life has been snuffed out. They know where Botslayer is. Looks like OR wants to play as well. Jelly coming up from behind with his M4, getting the better of GT69, but now Soul can do some damage here as well. OR there, making sure Botslayer is out of this game as well, which means, OG only have one man surviving, and he is not taking part in this action at all.
Now, well, absolutely. Now, Team Soul, they want to take out some opponents. They got some opponents. It is going to be OR who are going to rush in. Team Soul, they need to be careful. They are rushing in. They are pushing in. Meanwhile, Rox with he is trying to get the first knock in, and yes, he would. Meanwhile, no, it's going to be a 2v3 battle where Team Soul have the number game advantage in their favor.
They do have the advantage for now, and looks like Jelly is coming in. Jelly knows where Rox is. Rox cannot pick him up, but keep in mind, Viper is going to be coming up from behind. Yuva is going to be coming up from behind. You want to move away from the vehicle before it goes boom, but looks like that is not going to be the case as Rox is taken down instead. Now, Yuva and Viper, buddy, they might have left it just a bit too late, but looks like their positions have been given away as well, as Jelly is going to go in for the revive now. Viru should be giving all this crucial information. A grenade should be coming in. In fact, have a look at that. They are anticipating that a few nades could be coming in. It has been flung. It does go boom. However, it is just a bit too long, but this one could be massive. Unfortunately, it burst mid-air, and well, all that shrapnel did rain down. However, it wasn't enough to take down Jelly. Viper, in the meanwhile, he needs to push in through that smoke.
Why are they not pushing? They're just waiting. They're just healing themselves. And I'm just looking forward to it. Team Soul, they are desperate. They need to get some points, and Viru just got taken down. Team Soul losing players one by one. Jelly coming in, getting the better of Team Soul. You are now. It's going to be a 1v1 battle where Chili, the IGL, is looking to take on Viper of Team Soul. One versus two, it seems. It's not a 1v1.
That's what I was going to bring up. He still has a teammate over here, Sparrow, and the thing is, Viper does have the big bad gun. He does have some meds, but he can't really apply anything. Now he goes inside. He almost gets one, but there you have it. Soul! Oh boy, this is going to tug on your heartstrings just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. They have been eliminated in the 15th position with one finish, which means, well, we are going to have to say goodbye as finally the souls do leave their bodies.
But what a fight by OR. I mean, the way they came, the way it was a 3v4 situation, the way they came, the way they get, Team Soul under pressure.
Finishes, buddy.
They just attacked them. They just came and they just attacked brutally.
You know, Veni, Vidi, Vici, they came, they saw, they conquered. That is exactly what OR Esports is doing. And of course, at this stage, when you've already wiped out 2.5 teams, you know, I am not going to be disappointed at all. Now, the circle once again does shift back to the shelter, so I'm sure all of you have been witness to this circle, you know, plenty of times. As OR Esports, they are on a high, and in fact, they have the high ground as well. Now, keep an eye out on OG Plays. Remember, he is the last man surviving from only Glitch, and well, they are in a predicament themselves. If they want to make sure they get to the finals, they have to get those position points elsewhere. Team Xbox coming under fire. Mavi caught it in the open, but looks like Ultron is going to be on hand to deploy some smoke. The problem is his position is being taken as well, and oh, crazy. Oh, he knows what he wants to do, and he's going to use Mavi as bait.
Well, they're trying to spray in the smoke, but it's not working for them. Ultron, who is trying to revive Mavi, I don't think he would be able to reach Mavi at this point of time. It's better to leave Mavi and go towards the zone, because all the respawns, they are coming in hot.
They are coming in hot indeed, but it looks like they might just drive past because, you know, they want to make sure they have a nice little niche for themselves in the circle. And speaking of Ultron, looks like you can only outrun bullets for so long as CP28 comes in and, well, he gets taken down. Now, Mavi is going to be taken down as well. That was a beautiful reload sound. That is the bolt action sound that, of course, I did just hear. That it was just amazing as Mavi finally got a bullet put in his body. Now, Ultron is going down as well, which means, well, Team Xbox only survived by 2 members. One of them is a man who is a bit too overpowered. He goes by Scout, and the other is Gil.
And now he's looking for his opponents. Now, you know, even Team Xbox, they know that they are qualified enough. They have enough points on the table, and now they can be aggressive. They can be ruthless, and that's where Scout comes in. He's rushing in, he's pushing in, and he's trying to take out Team Enigma. Again, Team Enigma, they have no idea about Scout there. They want to take the fight inside the zone, and Tactical Hitman is in front of them.
He is in front of them, but again, the problem is he is the last man standing. Now, sooner or later, Enigma might just divert their attention towards the back, because you do have the 2 members from TX rushing up that hill. And speaking of rushing, looks like Scout is going to unleash some lead on the enemy, and Eggy is going to be brought down, which means now, finally, Enigma realizes, uh-oh, we have somebody at the max, and if they look at the kill feed, they know it is Scout and Gil. Now, Gil, on the other hand, is going to make sure he puts as much pressure as he can. In fact, the Mini 14 is going to be coming in as well with the suppressive fire, trying to make sure his location isn't given away, as Eggy is going to be finished, and, well, the confirmation does come in.
Well, Team Enigma versus Team Xbox. Both teams have a couple of players still remaining, and it's going to be a 2v2 battle where Gil is just pushing in. He has that information, he got that need. It's all about a good cooked nade, and would he be able to cook Enigma? Yes, a little. I mean, he's just warming them slowly and steadily.
Keep in mind, there is still a vehicle by those rocks over there, and that vehicle is dangerously close to exploding. This grenade might just be it for Enigma Saggy, but it is going to be on the other side of that rock. However, looks like someone is going to be shooting at their position, and it is going to be Rockstar from OR Esports who wants to join the fray as well. Rockstar coming in from the other hand. Tactical Hitman, oh boy, buddy. He is in no man's land, but that's it. That is all she wrote. It is going to be grenades flung by Gil that are going to put Enigma Gaming in the ground, and with that, Team Xbox, they are looking good. Elsewhere, Abroad with a massive grenade.
Boy.
Oh my goodness, forget a massive grenade. He threw a couple of grenades. All of them hit their point, but it's going to be Mr. Spray who comes in with that final finish. And, well, Reckoning Esports, boy oh boy, 3 finishes in the blink of an eye, all thanks to those hot potatoes.
Well, absolutely, Team Reckoning looking really good. But talking about TSG Gaming, now, this is a team who impressed me a lot. The way they played, their aggressive stance from day one was just amazing. I still remember that Sanhok XP.
Oh yeah. They literally just decimated all the opposites. People were like, wait a second, is this godlike or is this TSG? The thing was, it was both the teams, and they pretty much wiped out the entire server all by themselves. Now Daddy spots OR in the distance. He shoots, thinking in the distance a bit too much, and, well, his vision is going to be obscured by all those trees. And again, he's still hungry. Now again, see, they are going to be moving towards the shelter. That is inevitable because, well, the circle is going to be there. Celsius over here. They do have a good position for now because they do have a compound, but they have to move inside the circle. And, well, waiting for them, we have the gentleman from 7C, while UDog India are trying to fend off Scout and Guild. Oh, my goodness, from that distance, from his height advantage, Scout make sure that Dave's brought down, think to pop some smokes, or now he still has that line of fire on them.
Well, it's DP versus DP, where Scout managing to land more bullets, it seems. And yes, the smokes are going to come through. They're going to revive the player. They have a beautiful position in shelter there, but another shot came in. Meanwhile, TSG on the other hand, Daddy getting the better of Celsius. Meanwhile, Celsius on the back foot. Another one bites the dust, and it was Karthik this time.
It was Karthik, and that, oh my goodness, these grenades are going to be relentless. Daddy with another grenade. Bixky goes down. Dream is the last man standing. Here comes the cavalry, but they are not going to be coming towards them. They are going to make sure they have a secure footing in the next circle. But looks like D-Sync is going to be brought down because our esports were on standby, and well, they pretty much walked right into their trap. Now Nickel is going to be coming down. They know they lost 2 members. Chris is out. D-Sync is out. I think that was a bit of an oopsie coming in, because at this point you should anticipate every single rock, every single boulder is going to have someone or the other lying in wait behind.
Well, that's what TSG do. I mean, they always do some kind of shenanigans there, XP, and this time around it was not worth it. Meanwhile, Team X-Pac Scout still going on. He managed to get another couple of nades down. Knocks down, I beg your pardon, but meanwhile he's pushing in, rushing in. Dave is trying to use that nade to perfection, but yes, he would manage to get Scout, and he would. Now, actually, it was not him, it was our esports, Jadu, who managed to get Gil.
Fearless got Scout, however, Jadu got Gil from afar, and that's what the game is all about. Anything can happen. You got to make sure you are not short-sighted, because, well, enemies from the distance could knock you out, and MC are going to find out just about now. However, Sarang is going to get into cover in the nick of time. Now Canary, he is going to let that gun do all the singing. Question is he going to rack up a few finishes? Well, we will have to wait and find out, as the Sapari gang, as aggressive as they were, Sparrow, out in 10th position with 3 finishes to their name.
Now again, Team 7C and Team RE Sports, both these teams, they want to get some points. Both these teams are looking to get into top 16. Meanwhile, Tactical Hitman, he could be really troublesome for Canary. It is going to happen. Nope. No, it's not going to happen. What just happened there? He got a first aid, but he got late.
Looks like he mistimed his first aid, and that is what it is. If you are not in those situations too often, you might want to just practice them by keeping yourself in the blue at the later stages. Now, our esports, they have a good spot. Looks like Reckoning esports are going to be challenging the Lions. The thing is, the Lions are in the den down below. I wonder if that is the smart move, but the problem is for the Lions, they have 1 man down already, so the pack has been reduced. However, oh boy, if the Lions get roaring, it could be devastating. Grenades are being thrown at long range. It's not grenades, it's smoke, because RGE are going to try and make a move, but over here, Spray God and the boys from 7C were making moves as well, but grenades are going to make sure that they are going to be stopped in the tracks. Canary is going to go on the left flank. Aladdin might be spotted out, but it is going to be Canary who takes some fire, hits the decks. This is when Jadu and Rockstar need to move in as well. The problem for RE is right now, they are all lined up, and if they get spotted, oh boy, it could spell trouble.
Well, this is the possibility, XP, that only one of these teams are going to qualify, so this battle is going to be legendary. Canary is creeping in, it's pushing in. He is trying his luck, and the nades are coming in. He naded himself!
Oh,
he naded himself!
Goodness.
What have you done, Canary? What have you done there?
My goodness, Canary naded himself, and now the push is going to come in. He is out. Rockstar is going to be standing over there, but Rockstar is like a rock himself. He makes sure anyone pushing his way is going to be taken back because, well, he doesn't save Canary just yet, but I do believe they did deal with the opposition. 7C are going to be reduced to a 2-man squad for now. Elsewhere, UDog moving in on RG's position. It is going to be problematic. It is going to be frantic, as Dave is going to be coming up on top. He just has 1 man to deal with, but Abrar is going to be in the smoke. He gets in the vehicle, and looks like Dave doesn't have an idea. He just might, but for now, he whips out his pistol again. You know, switching to your pistol is always going to be faster than reloading, but again, a smart gameplay coming in over there, and they are still in this game.
They're still in this game, they're still fighting. Team Reckoning is also fighting. Maxi is eventually the last man standing for Team Reckoning Esports. They're still fighting to get some points. I mean, they already qualified, so it's going to be a show for them. Meanwhile, Team RE Sports, that was a bad move by Canary. I have to say, they were 4-man strong.
Well, looks like the Lions weren't expecting anyone to come down their den, because they were caught off guard, as 2 of them are going to be down with their bloody paws, as 1 Lion is still left. But Celsius Esports, well, they didn't really turn things up right now. They are out in the 6th position with 3 finishes down to the final 4 teams. Ladies and gentlemen, 11 players alive, and now the Lions are back up top, but looks like Samurai, oh boy, he lost his katana, and with that, that is the end for that team. Reckoning Esports out in the 5th position we saw earlier with 6 finishes, and well, the Lions could be
3 teams, 8 players still surviving, and UDog India looking to get there another chicken dinner. Meanwhile, our esports, they are in the zone so far, but only 2 players still surviving, and they are just getting bamboozled in those smokes.
They are going to get bamboozled because if you see smoke, chances are lead is going to be coming your way as well. And if your position is given away by a hit marker, well, you're going to readjust your aim and try and do something better. Fearless, there is no one in the sky anymore. You better make sure you aim on the ground because that is where all the danger is. Rockstar over here is going to be picked up by Jadu. Looks like the magic is still alive for this team, but it does look like UDog are looking good. In fact, Fearless is Fearless. He spots the enemy. He's trying to run them over. He's trying to give the position away. He might get taken down, but no, he gets out. Yes, he does get taken down, but this is when his teammates should have been coming in as Sarang is going to get the better of him. Now, of course, if this does come to bite them, the backsides later on, oh boy, Fearless is going to be holding his head down, but for now, Dave, Doc, and Rambo have the option to still use grenades. And speaking of grenades, looks like smoke are going to be deployed. Prince working for his teammate, making sure his position is still concealed.
Well, you don't give a chance to a team like 7C. If you give them an opportunity, they are going to take it. Nades are going to come pouring through. Nade parade is going to happen. Sarang getting a lot of damage with those sharpnels. Meanwhile, our esports, they're coming and they're pushing in. It's going to be a super important journey. And Nade would come in. Prince, Nade, Sarang, what's happening here?
Oh my goodness, looked like they were going for the smokes, but it was an accidental grenade and Prince took his teammate down, and now it is back in favor for UDog. But again, our esports, they could come in, they could steal everything else because Rambo does spot Jadu, but Rambo is going to be taken down by Prince, and now UDog have made a massive blunder. In fact, UDog are out of this game, ladies and gentlemen, in the 3rd position. Yes, good 9 finishes, but oh my goodness, how the tables have turned. 7C Prince, is he the Prince of Darkness? Is he going to do it for his team? Because he's going to get shot at from both ends, and you can only do so much. Oh my goodness. Keep a moment of silence over here for the underdogs. Fearless, what did you do?
What just happened there? 3 teams were remaining, XP. 3 teams were remaining. All 3 of them made blunders there. All 3 of them made blunders. Canary nading himself, Prince nading Sarang, UDog just doing... I can't even imagine what they did. Why they did that?
I get it. They're going through. I get it. You want to go in for those vehicle finishes. I get it. All the flash, all the pump, and all the splendor. But the thing is, oh boy, when you lose 4 members, you know, 2 single boys from either end, Prince doing all that damage, and of course Rockstar and his teammate coming in as well. Get ready for a lot of DMs and get ready for a lot of finger pointing because yes, you are going to make it, but you were so close to the chicken dinner, you could have had all the bragging rights. But congratulations to our esports. They needed this game, and well,
7C.
And 7C, of course. Oh, 7C needed
You know,
a big game
I was
as well.
thinking in my mind, like, what if only one of these are going to qualify?
Well, it looks like 7C, if you talk about them, they are going to get 12 points from placement, and I do believe 7 finishes as well. So a 19-pointer is not going to be bad, but the question is it going to be enough on the leaderboard?
That is a big question, and I believe the leaderboard is going to come here next. It is going to come here. Yeah, it is going to come here next. So get your hands warmed, get your eyes peeled, because it is time to see the results really soon.
Wow. You just built that up so well. He built that up so well. Even I was like, wait a second. Normally, even I have voices in my head. I didn't hear anything. And I was like, okay, better sit up straight. But looks like he's just teasing you again.
It's going to come.
It is going to come. I mean, it has to come because we all want to find out, you know, who goes forth. But what if you know, BGMI does a little U-turn on them? What if we end the show now and then post it tomorrow? Oh, my goodness. That would be devastating. Of course, that won't happen because as we are talking, as we are going to try and waste some time, all the numbers, all the points, every single thing is going to be compiled in the offices wherever they are, and well, it is a waiting game. I'm not even joking right now. I want to find out who's going through. If we have some brilliant mathematicians out there, you can just DM us right now. I go by XPcasts on Instagram. He goes by Sparrowcast. Let us know the result before everybody else. Forget it. All right, this is it.
I told you.
This is it.
I told you.
Hold on, people, because the overall standings are going to be popping up on your screen. I'm getting to the edge of my seat at the tippity top. It is going to be EXO, who did topple Spylights Gaming, but still 9 points shy of 200. 191 points with them.
Number 2, we got Scarlet's Gaming. I mean, we say that, you know, it's a good day, it's a good thingy, but for Scarlet's Gaming, it was a good week.
Oh, yeah.
They managed to get 175 points in 16 games. Number 3, we got Godlike Esports. Now, again, without a chicken dinner, with 100 total finishes, 62 position points, they end up with 162 total points.
No wonder they gave up in the fight, because they were like, you know what, recalculating, we already have 100. 101, nah, it doesn't have the same, you know, zing to it as 100. But in 4th, we have OR finally climbing up up the leaderboard once again with 159. In 5th, we have TSM with 147. Hyderabad Hydras and Enigma Gaming are going to share the 6th and the 7th position with 43 points each. And well, Team X-Park is only going to be one behind with 142. However, they have the most chicken dinners on this page.
Well, again, you have to
Look at the balance. 71,
Yeah,
71.
I was just
Wow.
about to mention that.
Oh.
71 finishes, 71 position points. I think Thanos would love X-Park. And yes, they got X-Park, they got X-Factor in them. And these players played really well after the... yeah, I still remember day number 1. They had like 3 points after day 1 or 4 points.
I don't know, you said X Factor and my mind went back in time, and I just loved that show back in the day. But of course they do have that X Factor, they do have that spark, they do have that electricity. But now, as we all wait with bated breath, we all want to know what is going to be happening on page number 2. So let's all do one thing. If you want your teams to make it, close your eyes, because, well, our voices are going to let you know when that is going to pop up. In fact, we are waiting for that as well, because in a few short seconds, well, the fate of a few of these teams has already been sealed, but now we're going to find out who is going to be going back home.
I mean, a lot of dreams are going to get shattered. A lot of dreams are going to become
All right.
reality. It is
Let's do
happening
this.
now. Can we have some drum rolls, please? Maybe not, but right now, it is time to see who qualified at number 16. They made it! They made it after that beautiful performance in the last match.
goodness.
They made it. 7C Esports, number 16 with 103 total points. Oh boy, that's how you make it.
Well, even though Prince almost messed up over there by taking out his own teammate, looks like they are going to be going forth through to the grand final. 7C Esport in 16th with 103. Congratulations to all the teams that are moving forward. Of course, you can see your favorite teams on the charts right now. Reckoning Esports with 3 chicken dinners. Tactical Esports with 3. Let me tell you something about
Whoa.
Tactical. The way that they made it, they barely scraped through. Let me be honest with you. They need to amp up the aggression. They need to go and hit the training ground, and they need to start rushing every single team they see.
You know what?
Wow.
They're one of the best 16 teams in India
Oh my
now, and
goodness.
they should be proud of themselves. I mean, look at the position points. 66 freaking position points for them. Team Tactical Esports at number 15. First day, first 2 matches, great. Fourth day, first 2 matches, great. And now they are here. Number 14, we have Old Hood Esports. These youngsters made their dream a reality.
They did indeed, and of course we do have the priest in the form of Revenant Esports. Looks like they do practice what they preach, because they are going to go to the finals with a total of 118 points. Above them, the Cool Gang, the Supari Gang. I love their logo. by the way.
Aggressive gang, 74 freaking finishes.
All right, let's add another adjective. 74 with 127, but now this is the sad part of the day. We are going to have to say bye-bye to the teams on our screen. The Lions, well, they lost in this tournament. They are
3
going to go by
points.
3 points. Of course, I love the fact that it came down to such close competition.
I mean, imagine Kennedy not needing himself and taking out Team
I mean-
7C. That would have been it.
Again, if, but, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Of course, we are going to be bidding adieu to August 5, Celsius Esports,
R.I.P.
CO,
Mizzo.
R.I.P. Mizo, Only Glitch, Soul, Team Chicken Rushes, and 247 Gaming. Let me tell you one thing though, they made it to the semifinals. I believe they are the top 24 teams in India.
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, all these teams, all these 8 teams, X-Lions, Orcless 5, Celsius Esports, R.I.P. Mizo, Only Glitch, Team Soul, Team Chicken Rushers, 247 Gaming. A huge round of applause from our end, because you guys made your fans, you guys made your team, your parents, your family proud today.
You made everybody proud, and let me tell you one thing, you gave us a lot as well. I mean, it was a pleasure casting every one of you guys over here, and I'll tell you one thing, we might just see them in the not so distant future, because, well, like I said, business is booming as far as esports in India goes, and I'm sure we are going to see all these gentlemen and women in, well, the not so distant future. Again, congratulations for making it to the point, and congratulations to all the other teams for going forth to the finals. Now, you said this was the final before the finals. What happens when we actually reach the finals?
I mean, the excitement level is just beyond anything. Team 7C, that nade by Canary, that nade. I mean, they must just, reach out to him, ping him. Thank you, Canary, so much for, blocking that nade.
Oh my goodness! Again, it could go either way. I mean, a couple of points coming in for the Lions.
UDOG
could have
India,
done
they should thank
something.
UDOG India for it as well.
They should thank whoever they want to thank. They should thank the entire world right now. Probably, just thank Spero as well, making sure that he was egging them on. And if they do, thanks, Pero, I would mind one as well. But now, of course, congratulations to all the teams that have gone forth. And I can't wait to see
You know,
what they bring.
one more team they have to thank. They have to thank themselves because they made it happen.
They did make it happen, of course. You know, they were traveling all across the 7 seas, and finally they were like, you know what, I think we'll give BGMI a try. They did, and well, let's see if they do something else in the future. Now, of course, 16 teams are going to go forth, and oh boy, I wish the finals were starting tomorrow. But the thing is, we are going to have to take a 2-day break. You got to make sure everyone is rested, and you got to make sure everyone gets these monsters, because you want to have the best gameplay at your fingertips. Now, before we rush off from your screens, let's actually put the spotlight. Let's shine down on one squad.
Well, absolutely. Let's have a look at squad spotlight and let's see which team we are going to find there. Yes, it is going to be Team EXO number 1. EXO is the name number 1 in the game with 92 finishes and almost 19,500 damage to their name.
And of course, assists are going to be on your screen. 46, 14 headshots, average survival time of 19 minutes, 35
every
seconds.
single game.
I mean, that's including Sanhok as well. You got to keep that in mind, because you know, these guys, again, it's all about the balance, right? You can see the finishes, just 8 short of Godlike's massive ton. But then again, they have those placement points that have propelled them above Godlike itself. So again, this is the balance that each and every team should aspire to get.
Now, this is a team you have to be careful about in the grand finals. But talking about spotlight, talking about Godlike, I would love to see the spotlight on those gods, those demigods, as you say.
There you go. I was just going to say that since the demigods have been running around in you know, all these maps, and since they do have the maximum number of finishes, let's just put the spotlight on them, because, well, the damage chart is going to be off the roof. 21,307. Now, I wonder if there's a problem over here. Is this just one squad, or did they accidentally mash up 2 together?
This is just one, believe me when I say that.
Oh, I can see the numbers, buddy. I've seen their gameplay.
Even in semi-finals, they were not like, they were not serious. They were just like, okay, one day they got enough points, next day they were just rushing everyone, banning people, playing mind games, learning new things, and they are in the grand finals, probably the favorites to win BGIs.
Alrighty, now I do believe we are going to see something else coming up, because now that we're done with squads, let's have a look at the top 4 players from the semi-finals. And well, ladies and gentlemen, are your favorites over there? Because at the tippity top, it is going to be the demigod himself. It is going to be Jonathan from Godlike with 37. But oh my goodness, I love the fact that Old Hood Esports Sultan, or the Sultan of Swing as I like calling him, is there with 33 to himself.
There are 2 youngsters in this list. There are 2 youngsters in this list who made it happen. I'm an Old Hood Sultan, hats off to you, 33 finishes, 12 assists to his name, 3 revivals, and a total damage of 7,078. Number 3, we got Scarlet's Gaming, SG Pukar, and they got 31 finishes. And brilliantly played. I mean, look at the number of assists coming in the favor of Pukar and Jonathan as well.
Well, of course, you know, all these assists are going to be helpful, and as far as damage goes, they have done their bit. But again, while one journey ends for a few teams, the next is just going to begin for all these 16. And, you know, again, anything can happen. But let's do one thing. You know, we are going to have a little bit of a talk with someone special, because we are going to be heading over to the next view. We have an interview with one of the managers. Let's see who it is.
Maybe or यहाँ पर भी. Hi, Tom. What's up?
Hi, Tom. What's
नहीं ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं, जस्ट गेम्स के बीच में स्विगी और जोमेटो।
टॉम आपसे जानना चाहते हैं कि जैसे कि हमारी बात भी हुई थी पहले आपसे कि अभी टीम जो है वो अपनी जो ए प्लान है, जो बेस्ट फुट फॉरवर्ड है, वो नहीं रख रही है। सेमीफाइनल जिसमें इतना केओस था, जिसमें इतना कंपटीशन, जहां पर कई टीम्स इनफैक्ट हमने देखा भी क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाई, वहां पर टीम एक्सो अगर अपना ए गेम खेले बिना ही क्वालिफाई करके जा रहे हैं, वो भी टॉप ऑफ द टेबल, आई गेस फाइनल्स के लिए तो आप काफी ज्यादा प्रिपेयर्ड फिर होंगे।
हाँ वो तो है भी, जैसे बेसिकली सेमीफाइनल्स में ज्यादा स्ट्रेटजीज पे इतना फोकस नहीं किया, नॉर्मल गेम प्ले खेला, क्योंकि अभी सेमीफाइनल्स पे मोस्टली जो अंडरडॉग टीम्स है और जो नॉर्मल टीम्स है वो स्ट्रेटजी रीड करती।
जी जी जी।
तो अभी फाइनल्स के लिए बचा के रखी है स्ट्रेटजी जी, तो वहां पे अलग खेलेंगे
जी। तो आप जैसे कि आपने बोला कि ऑब्वियसली जो नई टीम्स आती हैं, जो न्यू राइजिंग टीम्स होती है, वो बहुत चीजें रीड करती हैं यहाँ पर, बट आप लोग भी उनके गेम प्लेस रीड जरूर कर रहे होंगे, आप लोग भी रीड कर रहे हैं कि वो क्या कर रहे हैं क्या नहीं। तो मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं, जो नई टीम्स हैं, जो न्यू राइजिंग टीम्स है, बिकॉज ऑफ फाइनल्स आ रहे हैं, टॉप 16 टीम्स, देश की सबसे बेस्ट 16 टीम्स यहां पर होंगी, मैं आपसे एक क्वालिटी जानना चाहता हूं उन नई टीमों की जो आपको लगता है उन टीमों को इनवाइटेड टीम से अलग करती है।
एक्चुअली क्या है कि मतलब मैं देखा बहुत सारे अंडरडॉग टीम्स में मतलब गन पावर प्लेयर्स में बहुत अच्छा है,
जी बिल्कुल।
बट थोड़ा सा एक्सपीरियंस लैक करता है। लाइक वो लोग जैसे 4v4 की फाइट्स में थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस कम होता है उनपे,
जी
कैसे पोजीशनिंग होल्ड करनी है, बस यही थोड़ी बहुत चीजें हैं। अभी आए हैं इतना ऊपर तक तो जरूर एक्सपीरियंस भी लेंगे और अच्छा करेंगे वो लोग। बाकी गन फाइट तो अंडरडॉग्स का बहुत अच्छा था, मैंने बहुत टीम्स को देखा है।
बिल्कुल। टॉम, हम आपसे जानना चाहेंगे कि अभी जैसे अंडरडॉग्स की यहाँ पर बात हो रही है, फिर आप उनको राइजिंग स्टार्स ऑफ इंडिया बोलते हैं, तो अभी काफ़ी चीज़ है वो जो लैक करते हैं। जैसे अभी टीम एक्सो की बात करें, उनका एक प्रॉपर मैनेजर है, कोच है और बाकी सारी चीज़ें हैं। एक अच्छा बूट कैंप है जहाँ पे सारे प्लेयर साथ में बैठ करके खेल रहे हैं, तो ये एक एडवांटेज भी ज़रूर से रहता है। बट मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, लाइक यू बीइंग अ मैनेजर, कितना ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल रहता है एक मैनेजर का, एक कोच का और ऐसे इन्वॉल्वमेंट का, जो टीम को और भी ज़्यादा बैलेंस बनाता है और भी ज़्यादा ग्रो करता है?
सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है कि जितनी सिनर्जी आप अपने गेम में रखते हैं चारों प्लेयर के बीच में, उतनी ही सिनर्जी आपको रियल लाइफ में चारों के बीच में रखनी पड़ेगी।
डेफिनेटली।
अगर वो अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं होगी तो वो थोड़ी बहुत टेंशंस, थोड़े बहुत सी प्रॉब्लम्स वो गेम में देती है प्लेयर्स के बीच में।
बिल्कुल
तो
बिल्कुल।
रियल लाइफ में अगर सब अच्छी सिनर्जी है तो गेम में तो फिर सब कुछ मस्त जाता है।
जी चलिए, ये देखिए गेम वगैरह की बात होगी। अब थोड़ा सा टॉपिक से थोड़ा सा लाइटनेस पर आते हैं। आप इन प्लेयर्स के साथ रहते हैं, आप इनकी रग रग से काइंड ऑफ वाकिफ हैं, तो ये बताइए टीम में सोता कौन है सबसे ज्यादा?
ऐसे तो
कोई तो होगा।
मतलब ऐसे तो ज्यादा नहीं
नहीं
सोता,
नाम ले
but
लीजिए,
ये है
नाम
कि
ले लीजिए। कोई तो होगा।
फालतू में
मैटर हो जाएगा।
फियर ज्यादा सोता है।
खाता कौन है सबसे ज्यादा टीम में? आज बातें खुलेंगी। आज हम टीम के बारे में जान रहे हैं, टीम प्लेयर्स के बारे में जान रहे हैं। खाता कौन है सबसे ज्यादा टीम में?
नहीं, खाते तो सब ज्यादा है। इमोर्टल भले ही इतना नहीं, बट खाते सब ज्यादा है।
सही है। और आपको तंग सबसे ज्यादा कौन करता है, उसका नाम बताइए अब।
मुझे तो लगता है यही तंग करते होंगे।
मुझको तंग भी सबसे ज्यादा करते हैं, सबको ही।
अच्छा, सभी करते हैं।
और ये फिर बाद में सबको तंग करते हैं, यही चीज होती है। बट आई वुड से आप लोगों ने यहाँ पर बहुत ज्यादा बेहतरीन खेला, बट मैं अब आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ एक मैसेज अपनी कंपटीशन को, क्या रहेगा फाइनल्स के लिए?
ऐसा तो कुछ मैसेज नहीं है। बस ये है कि जो स्ट्रेटजीज बनाई है
जी,
जो भी प्लानिंग्स रखी हैं, अब फाइनल्स में एकदम अलग से गेम आएगा निकल के।
Nice.
कोई एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया होगा अभी तक तो।
चलिए टॉम, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट टू यू एंड योर टीम फॉर द फिनाले, बिकॉज फाइनल्स का टिकट जो है आपको मिल ही चुका है। सो कांग्रेचुलेशंस फॉर दैट।
ऑल द बेस्ट।
थैंक यू।
सो
Well, I think my mic is. Oh, there it is. We finally have some audio. Well, it looks like Exotom does have some words of wisdom as well for all the opposition. And once again, congratulations to Team Exo for making it. I'm sure tonight is going to be a night of celebration. But Sparrow boy, you and I have been on a journey as well. The semi-finals. I mean, we saw some ups, we saw some downs, we saw some hearts being broken. But overall, it was an amazing show.
It was a brilliant journey, but the journey still goes on. Tomorrow, as you say, tonight maybe there is some party, some players might enjoy.
Are we invited?
I don't think we are invited.
No.
We are in a bio bubble, so we are not
There you
invited
go.
anyways. But talking about tomorrow, they are going to get back onto the grind.
Oh, of course they are. But before we do bid you a final adieu from the semi-finals again, we love giving back on this show for all you lovely people. So let's see if you spot your name down there. Oh boy, I am jealous because you are going to be walking away with some merchandise. And congratulations to Vikas. I'm going to let you do the next one.
Well, it's Vikas, and you did. Oh, that was a nice one, XP. I mean, you did a nice job. But that
I got
is
it now.
going to be-
C. Lal Tansanga. I think I got that right. Devnal Kumar Josh, Jay, and Umesh. Congratulations, and let us know what all you got.
Well, absolutely. I mean, brilliant. Congratulations to all the winners, and I think we might see more. Maybe not.
Let's do one thing. All right. You want to give away some more merchandise? Let's get.
I want to.
Let's get 5 more random winners on our screen, which should be popping up sooner or later, unless of course those voices in my head say elsewise. But looks like they have popped up because Ayush Singh, Prasad Punekar, Karandeep Singh, Sonu Yadav, and Rahul. You guys are walking away with some amazing BGMI merch.
Again, congratulations to every single one of you, and congratulations to all the 16 teams who managed to qualify through to the grand finals of iQOO BGIS. You know, what a proud moment for them. I mean, they are the best teams in all of India.
The way we've been following some of these teams right from round one, I feel proud as well that, they've actually made it. And like I said, forget the underdogs, except, of course, underdogs India. These are now the top dogs in our country because,
The best teams.
The best teams. Like I said, sometimes the king even has to die, and his position is taken away by someone else. So I can't wait, because now is going to be when everything comes on the line. Now all the money that we've been talking about from this day forth, of course, after 2 days is when the finals do begin. Every single match, every single mistake that they are making is going to be, counted for. That they have to have a proper balance over there.
Well, this is a new era. This is a new generation of players we are going to witness in grand finals. A lot of new names, a lot of old names, and when you mix all names with new names, you get a better scenario for BGMI.
That is, of course, what we are going to be hoping for. And, like I said, we are going to have a lot more in store for you in the not-so-distant future. But all of this, again, could not have been possible without iQOO 9 series. And for, just giving a pedestal to all these players, for giving them that spotlight, for giving them that chance in the sunshine. And while some, they do bake under all that heat, some do crumble, some grab that opportunity, they make the best of it. And, well, look at where they are now.
Well, some will shine brighter than a superstar, it seems, and the grand finals is that stage where you can be legends. These teams, they become the best teams in India. Now, one of these teams are going to be the legendary, the best ever team in India.
I mean, there is so much money at stake. Now, the thing is, of course, every single team that does play, well, every single team is going to be walking away with a minimum of 10,000. That is guaranteed. I can tell you that right now. You can take that to the bank. But again, if one wins 10, I mean, somebody wants to win that big 50 lakh, and talking about winning, we do have these bad boys in our hands. So we thought, why not give one away to one of you lucky viewers? And, well, only if your name pops up, Floki's going to be charging in right now. You're going to have some words with them. But let's see who's that lucky man or woman who's going to walk away with an iQOO 9 giveaway.
Well, whoever that is going to be one lucky man or
If I see Piyush
woman.
Sparrow, I am going to be just livid.
I'm a lucky guy. I mean, you can't do anything about it.
Well, actually, I mean, then you might have to, so you can actually give me one.
Well, this is not mine. I'm waiting for mine to come.
I'm going to keep an eye on that. Again, production, if you are listening, keep sure you find that matte black phone. There you go. Oh, blink and it's gone. It was that quick because, of course, we're just messing around over here. Yeah, maybe not. But again, before we do decide to tell that name, what do you think it's going to be? Well, before we do that, because production is going to let us know that, I just want to say one thing. As far as the merchandise winners go, I want to see what all merch they got. But, before we get to that, let's see who that lucky man or woman is because, Dhananjay, congratulations. And, you are now going to be the proud owner of one of the iQOO 9 series devices. And, well, the question is, when you have that monster inside, are you going to unleash it and feed that monster gamer in you?
Well, don't forget to tag us as well, Dhananjay_1S. Congratulations once again. And now he's a proud owner of one iQOO device.
Are you jelly?
Yeah, I am very much jealous right now, Dhananjay.
What's happening, bro? I mean, why you do this to us, huh? I mean, that's what we basically wanted to say. But again, it has been a lovely ride. It's been a lovely adventure. It has been a lovely journey. That is what the semi-finals have been. And again, I just can't wait to see what's next.
Look, if you think this was difficult, wait for the grand finals. The grand finals, the competition level is going to be sky high. The players are going to put everything online. We've still seen some really amazing players. We've seen some really amazing teams. Let's once again have a look at those teams who qualified through to the grand finals of iQOO BGIS.
Just to refresh your memories, let me see if you can spot your favorite team's logos on your screens now, because to kick things off, Team EXO, Skylights Gaming, Godlike Esports, OR Esports, TSM, Hyderabad Hydras, Enigma Gaming, and Team X-Buck are all going forth to the grand finale.
Congratulations to all these teams. I do believe we have more teams here, and here you go, UDOG India, Team Reckoning Esports, Hard Esports, Final Chicken Dinner. I mean, look at them go. They are actually truly champions. And we have the Supari Gang, Revenant Esports, Old Hood Esports, Tactical Esports, and 7C Esports.
I mean, 7C just getting by with 3 points, but again, they did make it to the top 16. Congratulations, and well, all I'll say is best of luck for all your future endeavors. But again, before we do call it a night here, Sparrow, I mean, today was just an amazing day. Anything you've taken away from this?
Well, I've taken away a lot of things. I mean, I've taken away how you perform.
You are not
under
taking
pressure.
away that device, though. We're going to make sure.
I will. Meanwhile, I've taken away a lot of things. A lot of dreams become reality. A lot of dreams got shattered. But in the end, only the worthy are going through to the grand finals.
Only the worthy are going to be going through, but of course the grand finale or the grand finals are going to be taking place after a break of 2 days, so make sure you do mark your calendars, and well, it is going to be jam-packed, full of action. It is going to be from the 13th to the 16th. I'm talking 13, 14, 15, 16, and well, that is when everything is going to be put on the table, and pretty much one winner is going to be decided. But for now, I do believe it's time to bid them adieu. So from Sparrow and from me, the experiment again, what's your Insta?
Speedocast.
Mine is XPcast. You can add us over there. You can just chat with us as well. But for now, for everyone else at the iQOO BGIS 2021, we bid you adieu. See you in the grand finals.
iQOO.